immigrate to our country do better than black. Not in all cases, obviously, but there's people that immigrate from other countries. They come in and they thrive. They start up a business. They make a lot
Yeah,
of money. And you would think that the black Americans that were born and raised here should be well ahead of them. No.
but that's the thing. That's the thing. You again, we're generalizing quite heavily, aren't we? That's the big thing here, though, is that there are Black Americans that have gone on to prosper and have gone on to set up businesses and make six
Of
figures a
course.
year
So you're
and
proving my
everything.
point that it's possible.
Yes, it is possible, but
Right,
it
but
is definitely harder.
there are black people in my country that act as if the white man is holding them back or holding them down 24/7. And Henry, I don't know if you got a violation or not, but you went offline. All right, good start, Henry.
Bro, is a crackhead on the loose.
Wait. So you're comparing.
First of all, where are you from?
I'm from Arizona.
Okay, and what do you need clarification on? You see what
So
I'm
you're
comparing, right?
comparing injustice within a government system or a statewide system to a
Wait, what?
political person that stated their
Okay,
free minds.
first of all, is
It's
that a TV?
two different things. One's fighting injustice within a justice system, and one's just praying for someone that passed. They're two
Oh,
different correlations, and it's very disrespectful that you're doing this.
first of all, I don't know what noise you have in the background. Can you turn that down? That's number one. And number two, I'm not comparing and contrasting how they each died.
Yes, you are. You're comparing
Wait, why are you
response.
talking when I'm talking?
But
I'm comparing the response to them,
so
and
then you
it's
just stated my point.
I think just imagine if at some point in 2020, whoever a black leader in the community said, I'm going to come to Minneapolis and we're going to have a prayer service at Saint So and so
He's a
church.
white Christian nationalist.
Wait, what?
Kirk was a white Christian nationalist.
No, I'm so sorry. You're not following along. Pay attention. Just imagine if Benjamin Crump or Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, one of these black leaders, went to Minneapolis and held a prayer service. How many people would have shown up for that prayer service versus going and looting and setting fires? Not many.
Do you know that person? The main people that went to those riots in BLM that caused more damage were white supremacists and groups of
White
people that.
supremacists? Like who?
Yeah,
What
there's
proof
the
do you have
statistics
there?
on it. There's statistics on it.
What? Where? Pull it up. Where do I find that?
I'm not gonna pull it up, but
Of course, you're just
no,
talking
no,
out of your
because
ass.
look. I'm
It's
just gonna
so
say this.
easy to
No,
say
no,
bullshit,
because
but
look.
like,
I know it's easy to say
hold on,
shit, but
Faith, hold
like
on,
I'm being
Faith,
like
shut the
from
fuck
man to
up, Faith,
man.
Faith, shut
Oh,
up. Like,
let me explain.
everybody watched the news coverage in the summer of 2020, right? And we
Yeah, people.
saw the type of people walking out of Targets and different stores with big screen TVs. Like, we all have working eyes, right? So if you want to come up here and try and change
No, I
reality,
understand
then
that.
I don't know what to tell you.
I understand that. I'm not saying those people are wrong. Like they're in the wrong, but like I'm saying there's injustice, and then
But
there's
you just
someone
said
that
it.
has once comparable. They're not comparable at all. Once injustice through a judicial system that's created within the state, like
Wait, no, no,
or
I'm
the
not talking
policing.
about the
No, no,
the
we
reason they
should be
died.
talking about that because that's the
Are
main
you
reason why
justifying setting fires and looting? Yes or no?
there's no justifying for that.
Okay, then very
It's
good.
just a response, two different responses to
Okay,
two
are you
different
justifying the response?
base
No.
things on race.
I just find it, I just want to see which
No, it
lens you're
doesn't
looking at
matter.
things through.
Why does it matter what race I am? That's
Okay,
another
very
thing.
good. Okay,
Do
very
you
good.
only care about color? Like what?
No, no, no. For you to come up here and say it was only white nationalists
I
throughout the
never said it
country
was.
in
No, no,
2020,
no. I was saying there were statistics that I've saw that were
where?
based like look. If I even stated this, I have to prove it. But like right now, I don't have the time. I just want to explain this
Of course,
from
you're
my
a
point of
busy
view. You don't have to
guy.
believe me. You don't have to believe me. Okay, you could do whatever. From my point of view, this is what I read that they instigated some of those riots, and they also whenever riots are happening or injustice. Obviously, people escalate things. Yes, to the extent of that, that was
to setting fires and stuff. That was crazy. But you cannot say with the whole heart that they like. You can't frame a whole race based on that. This is just calling for more
But
racial
nobody's doing that.
injustice.
Nobody's doing.
Yes,
Nobody's
because
framing
let
a
me
whole
explain
race.
this. Let me explain this. Like, let me think about this critically.
Dave, what the fuck
You're
are you saying? You're rambling
no,
on.
No, I'm not rambling on.
Bottom
Your
line
response
is,
to
can
a
you
white
agree
man-
that there wasn't many white people with a MAGA hat at
See,
the
you're bringing in
protests and
race.
riots?
You're bringing in race. Let me explain this.
Wait,
to
I'm
you
so
like
sorry.
that.
Is that factually correct? Yes or no?
What are you talking about? Say it again. Say it again.
Did
Say
you
your
hear
statement.
what
I
I
didn't hear
said?
you. Over.
Did you see many white guys with a MAGA hat looting and setting fires?
That doesn't matter. We're not talking about that.
Okay, fair enough. Doesn't matter.
Obviously
Okay,
not.
good enough.
I haven't seen any of that. But I'm saying if they're gonna do that, they wouldn't make it known. But I'm saying this like this. Like your thing is saying response to white person, response to black person.
Doesn't say that. It says
No, but
response to
if you
Charlie
think
Kirk,
of it
response
critically-
to George Floyd.
So look, also, why would you support Kirk? He said many hateful things and
Like what?
many hateful.
What was hateful?
The white replacement theory, how he said the southern border was pushing towards that. The great white replacement theory, that was disrespectful.
What did he say that was inaccurate?
What do you mean inaccurate?
And what I don't get, what's your name? Faith? What I don't get is I feel that there are times where people think facts are racist or numbers are racist, and it doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's the way that he
It's the way that he said.
Racist.
Okay, what I'm looking for is things that he said that were factually untrue. I think there are a lot of people that are
women
pushing
of color
propaganda
don't
or
have the same
lies.
intellectual power. Like what?
Wait, say that
Processing
again?
power. Where he said that African American women don't have the same processing power as a white man, or as like person that's not black. Like that was
But
racist.
when you look at IQ studies and stuff like that, it's factually true that white people have higher IQs. There's no way around
That's
that.
not true.
Oh, okay.
Like
Fair
what?
enough. So what am I going to believe? Little Fave on TikTok or Harvard?
Harvard. Show me the Harvard study that was done.
Okay,
Like,
go
what?
Google IQ by race Harvard and look it up yourself.
But there's also that's not the same thing.
Sorry.
Because
Wait,
if you're
who is this?
trying to say,
Hold on, hold
you're
on one
trying to
second.
say, do you know how many people are like? There's more than just goes to IQ. There's environmental. There's like a bunch of things. Do you know redlining really messed up the community for people of color?
How so?
Because like our schooling system was based on state and their taxes, and the provided funds to
Can I
get their
ask you,
public
who'd you vote
schooling
for
is based
in
on that.
2020?
Many
Oh, I'm
people
sorry.
that are in
Fave, who'd you vote for in November?
Kamala.
Why is it that everybody that has your mindset, they all voted for that dumpster fire?
What do you mean dumpster fire? There's a guy spilling like literal false information about Tylenol. What are you talking about? He's legit insane. What?
Babe,
But
can I
whenever
respond to that?
Wait, go. What the hell? What's your name down there? What's it say?
Hey, host. Sorry, I asked him if I could. I asked him if I could respond to the Tylenol thing. And
Just hold on real quick. What's your name?
poor Sheer,
And Sheer, where are you from?
this Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay, very good. And Fave, before she talks, I just want to let you know there was a tweet out there where Tylenol actually tweeted out that pregnant women should not take our product.
That's right. In 2017,
No.
this is a Stanford
Wow.
study.
Okay.
But when Trump says it, I just was going to ask Fave if he was aware of the young woman that was online trying to prove Trump wrong, taking Tylenol while pregnant, that actually was in the ICU on a ventilator by overdosing on it. So now that husband,
What?
please
no, that's-
correct
that's
me if the
factual. Once
language.
again,
Let me
actually
tell you
true.
this. Let me tell you this. I'm actually a student in pharmacy, so I know a lot about this. So
Can you overdose on Tylenol?
yes, over 4,000 milligrams a day.
Okay, and guess what somebody did? Because Donald Trump said don't take Tylenol.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is dangerous. Donald Trump is spreading this-
Hold on, wait. So let's recap, Dave. Donald Trump and RFK came out and said, don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant. Which Tylenol, there was a tweet out there that they said it back in 2017.
because they can't
Yes.
legally say to
Hold on
take it
one
while
second,
pregnant
hold on one
because it's an over-the-counter medication and you need to be talking to a doctor. That
Okay,
is
so
legal.
why is it okay for Tylenol to say it, but not Donald Trump?
What do you mean? Tylenol is the company brand of acetaminophen, which means
Understood.
that they have to if people let me just explain this.
But Tylenol is on
Tylenol
the
is the
record as
only
saying
safe
it. What is wrong
medication
with Trump saying it?
because the way he's saying it, it's saying don't
Because
take
the way
Tylenol
he's
because
saying
it could
it.
cause
Okay.
your children to have
Actually,
autism and
Faith, he
neurodeficit.
said acetaminophen. He didn't say Tylenol. I just
He
want to
said
make sure.
Tylenol and acetaminophen,
So he gave the actual information that you're
which
just
is
saying.
wrong because of the fact
You
that it
just
could.
said it.
There's more harm in a woman that's pregnant not taking Tylenol than there's when a person has a fever and they take Tylenol because of the
Why?
fact that fevers in pregnant women could cause more fetal harm than anything.
Okay,
And that's a
so
proven fact.
can I just ask you a question? When
Yeah.
Trump just went on TV and said that same thing, why did it provoke pregnant women to get on their screen and harm
That was
themselves?
one woman.
No. It was a trending thing. The one woman
I have not
was in
seen
the
that.
hospital. Oh, you haven't seen the trend of all the pregnant women? They like put the
But
bottle
look,
in her
let me
hand.
explain this.
It's on
Whoever's
TikTok.
doing that is strongly advised not to. Even says that on the bottle. People that do that don't read correctly, and that doesn't apart from the fact that what Donald Trump is doing is dangerous,
Babe,
and
can I
it
ask
shouldn't
you a
have done
question?
that without enough evidence.
I agree.
'Cause-
But do you think that out of the two, let's
Exactly.
think of the statement Trump said, you said is dangerous, or
Exactly.
the women in front of their camera that encouraged other women to down this Tylenol to prove Trump wrong, which one is actually dangerous? Which one
I
actually
think
resulted
it
in
all
somebody in
roots
the
down to
hospital?
what Trump said, having a causation of women doing this, right?
No, yeah, it has a causation in their mental capacity. I have to tell you that. Their
Also, let me
mentally
explain this. This is
hatred
anecdotal.
exceeds
This
the
is
love for
anecdotal
their
because I have
child.
never
That's the
seen
way I
this.
interpret it.
This is anecdotal evidence to me because I've never seen this. I have never seen a woman do
Okay,
that.
you're
I
on
don't know this
TikTok.
story.
Go check it out and come back. I honestly
No,
want to
I
discuss
will
this
check
with
it out
you.
after this, but I'm gonna say my point. No matter what, women shouldn't be doing that. They are advised by doctors and medical professionals
So
to
you're
take
agreeing
only.
with Trump and you're being dangerous. So don't do that.
What do you mean being
You
dangerous?
said he was dangerous, saying
He
that same
was.
thing.
Yes,
But
because there's not
you
enough
just
evidence.
said
Why
it
would he? Why
on a
would he
live
go?
with 73 people watching. You
Can I?
can't
Can
do
I?
that.
Can I? Oh, yes, I can because let me make my statement. It is dangerous because him saying this will make women not want to take Tylenol while they're pregnant, thus causing fetal harm when they have fevers. That is what's wrong.
Hey, Faith, can you entertain me? If Harris won in November, how would America be better?
I'm not trying to go off this topic because I'm trying to explain. You guys know you're wrong, right, with that acetaminophen thing? Yeah.
Oh, listen. I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TikTok either.
Exactly.
But
So you
I
shouldn't
do
believe a
find it
president
entertaining that
that's
you
spewing this nonsense,
wait.
right?
Hold on one second, Faith. I find it entertaining that Democrats and the media and anti-Trumpers are criticizing Trump for saying something that Tylenol has already said. So I
It's a
just don't.
Stanford
No,
study.
no. The thing is, what's different is that what Trump is saying is that it could cause neurodeficit disorders, which is not true. It
Where
does
did
not
he say
cause
that?
it.
He said that the information they obtained was that if pregnant women take acetaminophen while pregnant. See, this is the problem, Fave. I don't think you have the exact quote and you haven't seen the videos of the result.
I've seen the video. But the main thing is
But
that
you haven't seen the result.
the
Or you
results.
misinterpreted what he said.
So who did the
completely.
study? Who did the study?
Stanford in 2017.
Stanford or
2018?
Harvard?
Stanford is what I thought.
It was said to be Harvard. So you didn't see the video, or did you? It was Harvard, right?
No, I saw. No. Hang on.
But also, let
I'm
me
not
explain this.
taking
Let me explain
Trump's
this.
word about the
It
study.
wasn't
I
really a
saw
study.
a Stanford published study. So that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
but let me say this. Most of the studies that were done, 6 of those 42 studies were of ASD, autism inspection disorder. ASD was barely in like the 1990s, barely classified in the DSM-5 as a disorder to be screened. So that's why we have seen an uprising of screenings for ASD because it's been more available. That's why Amish people don't really have screenings for ASD because they don't believe in technology and certain types of resources like that. So when he makes the claim, oh, we have never seen Amish people with ASD, that is false. Because of the fact that the way they live is completely different to ours. We have more access to screenings for ASD at a young age. And RFK Jr. and Trump are not medical professionals. There's not enough evidence for this. In every single
Did
dose of
they
studies that
come
I've read,
on and
no, it's a
say they were?
meta-analysis. Stanford or Harvard did not do a study, like
Okay,
an actual
I'll
study.
tell you what. I'm going to find it so that I can put it up as a background, or I'll post it, or I'll
Even
send it to
Mayo
you
Clinic.
DM.
Mayo Clinic, they were all meta-analysis of other studies. Meta-analysis.
So
Do
it
you know what
doesn't
that
matter
is?
what I send you. It's just all going to be false.
No,
Is that?
no, it's not. I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying that it's a meta-analysis. Do you know what that is? Do you ever done research?
I don't understand what your I don't understand.
Exactly. So, like, let me explain this. A meta-analysis is a report or a paper or a journal, like an article about a composed studies about a topic. So they have all these studies, right? And they look through them, and then they clarify, oh, is this studies actually valid? So they put may cause, right? But it's may chance, like a chance. There's a correlation, but no causation. At the end of the study, at the end of the article, it says there's no causation because they don't take to in fact environmental factors, genetic factors. It's dangerous to say that because there's not enough evidence basing the fact that autism is caused by Tylenol. There is no causation. There's a correlation, which is, oh, while you take Tylenol, the autism goes up, but we don't know why yet. The thing is,
Okay.
there's more things that go into play with this. Saying that without that much evidence, saying there's no causation for it is dangerous because it could cause women to not take acetaminophen while they have a fever, which could cause them to have fetal harm. That is why a president of the United States and RFK Jr. should not be saying this statement without basis evidence.
Okay,
All right,
I
hold on
would
one
agree.
second, please. Hold on one
You bet.
second. Mish, how are you, Mish?
Hey, good. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
I'm great. What brings you up, love?
Oh, this conversation, although I didn't catch if the argument which I keep hearing on TikTok is who said what and trying to prove what they said, or if it was getting a little more involved. So I was trying to figure it out. Knew it might take a bit to get up here, but can one of you summarize what you're actually debating?
Fave
So
is
before,
upset because Trump said something that the town hall said themselves. And
okay,
it's just
okay, well,
because
no,
Trump said it. That's it. That's
I will
it.
tell
Nothing
you.
more,
No,
nothing less.
no, they don't
No,
have
no,
they can't say to take it
hold
while you're
on.
pregnant. They
Wait,
don't have
wait.
the legal right
That
to.
was enough for me to move from here. I will say that I have reservations about him having said it in the first place, and that it may have been irresponsible with the way he spoke, because
Exactly.
I have a lot of knowledge in this, and I've talked to people going, as a layperson, what was your takeaway from what Donald Trump said? And unfortunately, their takeaway doesn't match the science. Firstly, the science says there may be a slight to moderate increased risk of neural tube defects if, when you're pregnant, you take Tylenol. Okay, there may be. I'm
There's
going,
more
Dave. I'm
correlation
not.
than causation.
Yeah, that there's a correlation. Okay, let's discuss correlation before causation before we go on. In this case, the women are taking the Tylenol for a reason. So maybe that's the reason that they have more neural tube defects. Or, it's kind of like if you see a burned down house, you might see a lot of fire extinguishers. Well, the fire
They also
extinguishers
didn't
didn't
take
cause
into
the burn
effect if
down.
the woman was taking folic acid or not,
No, no.
because
Well, I'm just trying to give people an understanding of causation, correlation, not causation. People who drink coffee have a higher risk of lung cancer. Coffee doesn't cause lung cancer. So why does this correlation exist? Because people who smoke drink coffee at much higher rates than people who don't smoke. So some other factor tagging along that we don't find. Now there's a lot of confounding variables when they remove those confounding variables. Firstly, this study only said it when women take Tylenol for 4 weeks or longer. And when they remove confounding variables, genetics, familial environment, various things that they looked at, it was next to nil.
yeah,
So I mean, he didn't change anything. No regulatory body, no medical body is changing how they approach women who are pregnant. It's the most widely used, one of the most widely used drugs amongst pregnancy for women for painkillers. Another scientist on this app made a really good point. If it really did cause autism, we'd have known by now with the way it's used. But yes, he didn't say much different than Tylenol says, judicial use under the care of a doctor as
Yep,
necessary.
that
But
was
the
yeah.
my
fact that
point,
he came
Science.
out and said it, and it wasn't communicated in a detailed way to the public, every person I've talked to is like, "Oh no, he said it caused autism." These are regular
Yeah,
people.
exactly.
No, I'm not going near it. No, I know someone in the hospital for a broken leg who's all mad that she had it for broken leg. So now I'm having to explain to her, because then she's reading articles saying it damages your liver and it
But it,
produces all these toxins and my liver cells are dying. I'm like, no, your liver cells are not dying. your healthy person can detoxify Tylenol if you take it in the right dosages. There's a compound that can help restore, like glutathione, you might have heard of in supplement
Mm-hmm.
industries, NAC. These help restore glutathione, which helps your body get rid of the breakdown products. So as long as you don't
Yeah.
go above the dose, you don't drink while you're on it. You don't, I think that's the other thing.
Yeah,
People have
you
been
don't
dying
drink.
5
Glutathione's
million
a
plus deaths because I have worked with people who have acute liver failure. They took it to try and cause themselves harm. It's very easy. So you have to follow the instructions and it's sold over the counter. So nobody tells people, wait, don't drink, don't take that drug, don't do this. And people, I'll take an extra couple more. What does it mean? It's on the bottle. They
That's
don't count.
great information, Zionist. Can my only point was, because I know you were kind of confused, like, what are you guys even, what's the
Yeah.
debate here? My only point was that the statement made by him, which pretty much referenced everything you said, he ended it with, please talk to your physician, of course.
Right.
The one thing that I'm truly excited about is that somebody's just looking into this. I'm happy
Yeah,
to
they
see
but
need to
it's
that.
do more
dangerous for a
research.
president in
And
the
then
United States to
also,
say
it was the
this.
dangerous aspect. I was just asking Zionist, and then I'll get your opinion. I'm going to mute up. I just thought it was a little bit more dangerous for the trending viral fact of people doing this video.
Yeah,
That was
that I
more
don't get. That I don't get. They're
dangerous.
going straight into liver transplant. I've worked with this. No, that's where they're going.
So I was
That's
just
you
trying to say,
you want some painful ends of days? Go, yeah, you'll see if they'll give you a liver transplant because if you happen to be a heavy drinker and you're doing this, well, it's not going to
she
be
was
a
on a ventilator, from what I understood. It's just, so to me, between the two statements, Trump making the statement or the viral videos, one obviously was more
I
for
think
dangerous.
me
it's
it was more
because of
RFK
Trump.
Jr. standing there. Right. I'm sorry, I got a problem with RFK Jr., but that'll come up later. My pills are kicking in, Dave. But
Oh fuck me.
dude, no. I told Ashley I'll come up to kick up the live a notch when they kick in. They're not yet totally kicking in, but I made the joke. Um, Yeah, I don't think RFK is on a mission to prove things he thinks were right, and now there's evidence that not here necessary. There's evidence elsewhere that he's wrong, and he won't look at it.
Yeah, I
So
feel
I'm
like
not. I
having
don't.
him as a state of health is a wrong choice that Trump
He
made.
should
I
be
feel like
writing the
he should have done.
monographs.
I think Trump should have did a better job. I mean, like, look. I did support Kamala, but Trump's our president now, and I wish he does things a little bit better. Like, the thing is, what I've known now is like I wish someone else would win, but now we have to deal with it. So I wish Trump could have a better decision of choosing who the Department of Health is, but I think he only did it because he owes RFK Jr. a favor or something. Because there's no way, no logical person would have put him
No, it was
as the
just all
Department of Health.
counter to everything that fell out of COVID.
Like that is insane to me. Like,
People don't trust anymore what is coming from our government on these things. They just don't.
I
Do you
don't
That's not
think
blame
our
them.
do
but the
you
fault.
thing
think
is,
the CDC and places like that have America's trust after COVID? You really think RFK
That's
is
what
the
I said.
problem?
That's what I said. It came out of COVID. This distrust.
It's
That's what
yeah,
not.
I
It's
get.
not
And
RFK's problem or Trump's
no.
problem.
And
It
I
No,
is
but
think
Trump, but
100% COVID.
but RFK, I
RFK
think,
is a problem because A, he's a lawyer, not a doctor. B, he has what appears to be a mission to prove some things, and when presented with evidence against it, he just ignores it.
okay, well, I
So
just think that RFK is a result. It's the people's response to COVID and what happened.
no,
well,
it
That's
because
wasn't the
I
mine.
people's, it
think
was
that's
Trump's
because
response. He appointed him. It wasn't an
the
election.
response of people that are doing is because of the fact that what
Hold
Trump
on. Let me
and
go back to that. I think Trump probably won because RFK joined up. I mean, it's Maha MAGA, don't you think? I think any MAGA person would
Hey,
concede
you're a
that.
political hack, and if Trump could cure cancer tomorrow,
that would be
and
great.
your people, you and all these anti-Trumpers, you'll find a
You
reason to
people,
knock
okay,
them.
look, we're all
I agree with
Americans.
that.
You people, we're all Americans. Okay, that's what I believe in.
Yeah.
I
Name
believe
something
that.
Trump has done well this term.
The
Name.
Middle East, the Middle
Stop,
I
East.
feel
stop,
like
me, stop, please. Fave,
so
name
as
something Trump has done well.
uh, dang.
If you want
That,
me to
that's the
criticize
problem,
him,
Fave.
No,
I'm a
because let me think. Let me
Trumper, and
think.
I
Let
can
me think.
criticize him to show I'm not in a cult.
I mean, help like donating money to black colleges was nice.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing that the border encounters are down over 90%?
I think
Just good or bad? Is it good
it's
or
a.
bad for America?
I feel like it's a bad thing the way he's going about
Okay,
it.
it's a bad thing. Great, smart,
Can I
very
ask him a
smart.
good or bad
No,
Stop
no,
question?
but
me, please.
the
Stop me.
Okay.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing for America that the stock market is hitting record highs?
that's a good thing.
Okay, great. Okay, so why when I say what is a good thing that Donald Trump has done?
Because I was thinking more of like people, not money.
Okay.
Well, what
Because a
Fair.
about,
lot of
is it a good
people
or a
have been
bad thing that
harmed.
Trump is protecting Jewish students on campuses by withholding money from them until they reform their policies and protect minority groups on their campuses? Is that a good or bad thing?
Well, that's good
That's
because it's protecting people.
okay. There you go. There's
But
an
look,
example.
no one should be faced with
You don't
prejudice.
know the. Do you know the last 2 years? Are you on colleges, campuses?
Yeah, I'm in grad school, so I've known for a
So
while.
did you see what went up October 8th? Literally the day after the attack.
Look, I feel like that is more of a that to me is very.
Well, so then what do you think about the Harvard head, the Princeton, and I don't know if it's Cornell, who I guess it was the Senate was grilling them on whether or not calling for an intifada, globalize the intifada and other things was falls under their bullying and harassment, and none of them could answer it. It's a call to genocide the Jews, and they would not answer it.
Okay, this is a whole different argument about Palestine and Israel, and I don't want to go into it because of the
Yeah,
fact that
neither
it's
do
very
I. So,
sensitive.
all right. So let's
Okay,
put a
never
pin in
mind.
that. RJ, where are you from?
I more meant what Trump did because
Oh
of
my
it.
god. Oh my
That's where
god.
I
Hey,
was
hold
going,
on. Hold on.
Dave.
Let me just start over. RJ, you can come back up first. Holy hell. Once again, I am done with the Middle East until something big happens, which could be any day. I'm done. RJ, where are you from?
I'm from North Carolina.
What brings you up, kind sir?
I'm looking at the prompt.
And give me your thoughts.
So there's a difference between what happened with Charlie Kirk and George Floyd. So when Charlie Kirk's unaliving happened in front of people on camera, and it was in front of an audience, he got justice immediately. They pulled all the stops to make sure that he got justice, right? But with George Floyd, it wasn't like that, because we saw on camera George Floyd was being a victim of police brutality. It was on camera, broad daylight, in front of people, and he was unalived. And then nothing got done
So
until
does that
protests
just real quick?
actually happened.
I just want to make sure the looting and setting buildings on fire and $2 billion worth of damage and
So you're
1,000.
talking about this. You're talking about the 7% that even statistics show that like
No
93%
no
of the
problem.
protests were actually peaceful, and
Sure,
some
whatever
and the
percent
7.
you want to use, I'm not going to fact check it. But does
That-
that justify what happened?
I empathize with riots. I don't condone riots, but I empathize why they're happening.
Okay, so so in your mind, was it okay for those people to loot and set buildings on fire?
No, it's not. It's not okay. But again, like I said, I empathize why the riots happened. You have to understand why people are rioting. Why are they rioting?
Okay, so wow. Okay, so in your mind, you didn't approve of it, but you were like, I understand why people are setting
Yeah,
that building on fire after looting it.
it's the riots are the language of the unheard. What's America failed to hear?
Interesting. So why is it that for one person, a terrible death inspired more prayer and people going to church more?
Oh, so we're gonna forget about the multiple HBCUs that got threatened, and then people from the right were also blaming it was a trans person. This has a trans person written all over it. Oh, people are already blaming the left, and
Well,
Starbucks employees currently being harassed with the whole
well,
Charlie Kirk drink. We're forgetting about that part.
well. Let me explain. Let me answer. Number one, who called the bomb threats into the HBCUs? Is there any proof that was a Charlie Kirk supporter or a Trump supporter?
No, but you can't. But I can
No.
also say the same argument with are those rioters also conservatives, leftists, or anybody else? Like, are those people who just are angry, or are those people who are just seizing an opportunity
Oh, I'm so
on
sorry.
something that's going on.
When the news coverage, when the helicopter was over all the stores getting looted, did you see a lot of white guys with MAGA hats walking out with a big screen?
It doesn't matter. Just because they don't wear MAGA hats doesn't mean that they don't support Trump.
Did you see a lot of white people?
Yes, there were white people that were
Really?
looting. Are you going to sit here and say that they was just only black
I
people?
guess
and people
my
of color?
TV only showed the black people. Maybe your TV's right. I don't know. But
No,
once
it was
again,
definitely
the
on
point is-
TV. No.
Okay, no problem. So in
Look,
response, hold on.
But let me ask you this.
Hold on 1 second. In response to George Floyd, the worst thing that happened was $2 billion worth of damage, 1,000 cops hurt, a lot of looting, and a lot of fire set. That was the response to St. George Floyd. What were the worst things that happened in response to Charlie Kirk? Go ahead.
Okay, so again, what my question being is
No,
is
I'm
gonna
so
answer-
sorry. Can you answer me directly, please?
Okay, so again, multiple HBCUs after the incident with Charlie Kirk,
Did
because they were
anybody,
blaming, they thought it was
wait,
people. Hold on.
slow
I'm
down,
answering your
slow
question.
down,
I'm sorry, I'm
slow
interrupting
down,
your question with
slow
my
down,
answer.
slow down. So number one is bomb threats to HBCUs where we have no proof who did it. What's number two? Go ahead.
So it's just a mere coincidence that all of a sudden these multiple HBCUs after Charlie Kirk's unaliving.
Okay, no, that's
multiple
fine. Once again, I'm not going to fact check you. I'm looking for the worst things that happened in response.
That's not the worst
Charlie
thing that's
Kirk.
happened.
I'm sorry.
That's not one of the worst things that could have happened.
Is that a bomb threat when there are dozens of schools throughout the country every day that receive fake bomb threats? I don't.
You
know
don't think you don't think that's bad or anything? You don't think that's something that should be taken seriously?
I mean, personally, if the option is a whole city on fire with a whole bunch of looting or bomb threats that are fake, I think anybody with a brain would pick the bomb threats, right?
No. So if
No.
if somebody threatens to come after you, are you gonna take it seriously, or are you just gonna like, oh no, whatever?
I got you, but just
No.
hypothetically,
Answer it's a yes or no question.
hypothetically, would you rather have fake bomb threats be called in or multiple buildings?
You're deflecting from my question.
What is the question? Go ahead.
I asked you are you going to take any kind of threat, regardless of how many times it's been fake or fake or not? Are you going to take that threat seriously?
Of course, every school does.
Okay, so this is a serious issue then.
So serious, no problem. Okay, so I answered your question, but what is worse, a fake bomb threat or multiple buildings set on fire after being looted?
Well, if it turned out to be a fake bomb threat, okay. But
Did
even
bombs
then,
go off?
if it turned out to be fake, but we don't know until after it's
I
already
understand,
been
but did
deduced.
any bombs actually go off?
No.
Okay, great.
Luckily,
So,
thankfully, they know.
of course,
But we don't
thankfully.
know we didn't know if they were if they were fake or not until then. So
course,
it
no
doesn't
problem.
matter.
So what I'm doing is I gave you the worst things that happened in response to George Floyd.
Yes.
I want
So
you to give you the worst things that happened in response to Charlie
So
Kirk.
here's the thing.
And
Charlie
number
Kirk,
one was fake bomb threats. What's number two? Go ahead.
so here's the thing. Number two is that who got justice first? Charlie Kirk immediately or George Floyd after multiple protests? Do you think
I'm
that-
just looking in response to Charlie Kirk. What were the worst things that happened? That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, so in response to Charlie Kirk, you got multiple people. Thoughts and when they found out that there was a white cis male, 22-year-old. Oh, thoughts and prayers. But when they thought it was a trans person, even the governor of Utah was like, "Oh, I was hoping and praying that it wasn't one of us. I was hoping it was somebody that crossed state lines or somebody from another country." I think that's really bad. I really do think that's bad. That they were just thinking of that, and then multiple Starbucks
I'm so
employees
sorry. Do you
being
understand the
harassed.
question?
Huh?
I'm looking for things that were worse and comparing the responses. You're giving me nothing that's worse.
Nothing that's worse. Okay, yeah. If you're going to talk about on a grand scale of things, then yeah, buildings being burned down is bad. However,
Okay, great.
what is the
there's a
reason?
however.
But what is the reason why those people were rioting? What happened?
I don't know. You're the one justifying it or having empathy towards it, not me.
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
here's the thing. George Floyd wasn't going to get justice. Charlie Kirk
Okay.
got justice immediately. That's the difference.
Okay.
So
So
if somebody you knew, or somebody let's hypothetically speaking, if somebody you knew, God forbid, was unalived and was not going to seek justice, are you going to go out and protest or try to seek justice for that person that you know or care
There's
about?
a big difference between protesting and setting buildings on fire and looting, right? You agree with that?
So are we going to say that January 6th was a protest, or is that a riot?
You can call it whatever you want.
No, no, no. I want your opinion. What is it?
Once again, I'm not comparing January 6th with
Why
Charlie
not?
Kirk or George Floyd.
No, because this is all about protesting and rioting,
But
right?
like,
This
let's
is
just
about
say
that.
if you want to compare, let's just say hypothetically, there's 2,000 angry people in your city, whatever city you're in. Would you rather have those 2,000 people burn buildings and loot, or go to DC and fuck with Nancy Pelosi's office? What would you rather have?
I wouldn't want a either or.
Of course, but if you had to pick one, which one would you rather have?
I mean, you're talking about the lives of one versus the lives of many. So it's like this. Of
The
course, it's a
lives of
non-negotiable. Right
I
there.
don't understand. The scenario I'm giving is 2,000 angry people in your city. Option one: cities burn or buildings burn and loot it, or they take a flight to DC, break into the Capitol, and fuck up Nancy
Well,
Pelosi's desk.
oh yeah, no. It was more than just Nancy Pelosi. Multiple
No
police
problem.
officers were
Which
harmed
one
and
would you rather
unalive.
have?
I'm sorry, what?
Which one would you rather have?
Okay, so I would much rather have the 2,000 people in my city, because at least with in your scenarios, in yours,
Very
hold
smart.
on. I'm answering your question. In your scenario, nobody was unalive. However, what we do know about January 6th is that multiple people were unalive, even cops. That people, even MAGA, was saying back the blue. It's ironic.
One person died on January 6th. And who was that?
Ashley Babbitt, a former Air Force member.
No.
Ironic.
Nobody else died on January 6th.
Oh yeah, just one officer who had his head had a fire hydrant thrown at his head. Another police officer being whipped with a metal whip. Another officer being crushed between a door. Yeah, just the minor things.
Okay, fair enough. How many officers were hurt on January 6th?
I think there were 6, and I think they're the first people that entered into the Capitol were the Proud Boys, the people that Trump even said stand back and stand by.
Once again, this comparison, I think it's dumb, because when I say it's dumb, you sound dumb. Whenever we have, let's just say, a dozen cops hurt, 2 dozen cops, whatever it was on January 6th, 100% wrong, shouldn't be done. It was a bad day. Okay, but when we had weeks and weeks and weeks of over 1,000 officers in total getting hurt, I don't know. I don't see why you would want to compare that.
Oh, no. You made the comparison. You started off with the comparison. And then I answered your question. I answered your question.
All right. Who'd you vote for in November?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Of course you fucking did. Why? Why?
Because I believe she's don't get me wrong. I don't believe that like she's a perfect person or the perfect representation. But out of the two, I would definitely pick her.
Of course. So how would America be better today if, God forbid, that disaster won?
So I mean, if Kamala Harris won, then I believe that and this is just pure speculation, her promises, I would hope that she would maintain her promises on the people getting the assistance on housing, first time home buyers getting assistance with housing,
and then, how would she get that approved?
Again, this is purely speculation. That's between her and Congress and policies. That's completely, again, speculations, right?
You realize Kamala Harris, everybody despises her, right?
And everybody despises Trump. I mean, people are just afraid of him because they'll get fired.
Wait. So why did 77 million people go vote for him? Were they?
You do know that, and there are multiple people that voted for Hillary Clinton. More people voted for Hillary Clinton, and yet Trump still won the election. That doesn't prove anything.
Right, but your statement was that people just like Trump so they don't get fired. 77 million Americans, I believe, went and voted for the man.
Okay, I'm talking about people who actually work for him. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so it's not breaking news that people are afraid to get fired. No. Doesn't matter if you're working at McDonald's or for Donald Trump, right?
Oh, I mean, but people will literally they'll criticize their own jobs or anything. But if you criticize Donald Trump, you have seen him actually fire people for said criticism.
What's something Trump has done well this term?
I mean, if you, even the Platinum Plus plan, where people even try to assist felons trying to get jobs, the Platinum Plus plan for trying to help the black community. He's donated money to the black colleges. Yeah, that stuff.
Okay, good. I'm proud of you for that. What has the Democratic Party done for the black community, say the last 2 decades?
2 decades. Well, there's multiple jobs that are opening, and then I mean, if you really
Wait,
want
what?
to talk
Multiple
about
jobs are opening? That's what wait, what? What have the
multiple
Democrats
jobs,
done
I
for the
mean,
black
if you're
community? Go ahead.
Hmm?
What have Democrats done for the black community? Go ahead.
what Democrats done for the black community?
Yeah.
Well, we're getting more involved in jobs, multiple assistance with government programs that now is being taken away due to this current administration. You got let's see, what else is there? Obama really didn't do much for the black community, and I can honestly say that. And then I can honestly say, but there's multiple. They've been hoping more for America as a whole, not just for one specific group, though. That's the thing.
There
It's
are
not
people
for
that
like
will say
popularity
that
gain.
the black people of America need to get off the plantation of the Democratic Party, wake up and realize that
Okay, so
Republicans.
don't you find it odd that multiple
and
like
wake
whites,
up that Republicans are better for this country.
Here's
than
the thing:
Democrats.
black people, people of color, notice that we don't really trust either political party because we both know that both political parties are full of shit. They're both sides of the same coin that are still gonna fuck us at the end of the day. That's what even our black leaders state. That a lot of you conservatives love to quote so much, like Malcolm X, for example. You guys love to quote them, but don't actually know what a lot of
You really
them
don't
stood for.
see me quoting Malcolm X.
I said a lot of you
I can assure you
conservatives.
of
I
that.
didn't say you specifically.
I can assure you of that.
Like I said conservatives, not you specifically. I said a lot of conservatives. So
All right.
again, so like I said, our black leaders, Malcolm X, for example, said that basically that conservatives are wolves. They're open with their racism, but liberals are in the closet about their racism. So that's the comparison.
Let me go to KON. KON, where are you from?
I'm from Ohio, but I live in Georgia now. What's going on?
All right. And what brings you up, kind sir?
Yeah, I was coming up, and you were saying that what did Democrats do for black people?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Biden, he helped with the
That's God telling you, sir.
my
That
fault.
is. Go ahead. Somebody called you and said, "Listen, don't get up there and embarrass yourself." But go ahead.
No, but Biden helped with business ownership, economic growth, education, housing,
How?
with federal contracts awarded to black-owned companies, disadvantaged small. Like I'm here in Atlanta, so what the airport did through a federal program.
And how did Trump? Or I'm sorry. How did Biden do that? Like, give me a bill he passed that allowed that to happen.
He had federal programs that help black businesses get federal contracts.
Give me one of the federal programs that I could look up and verify.
You can look at the Hartsfield, Atlanta, Georgia. They had a contract with the food court, and it's pretty much black owned down there. Small black businesses run it and own the food court pretty much in Atlanta. And it's because of the federal program. You know, the federal FAA, they work with airports, and they funded a program for small businesses.
So how can I verify that Joe Biden and his administration was responsible for that?
Look up Joe Biden awards federal programs to minorities.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the person next to you. If, God forbid, did you vote for Harris? I assume you did.
Absolutely did. I care about this country more than a person.
Of course. And I'll be honest with you. I don't think Democrats give a fuck about this country, right?
Of course they do. They want everybody to live in it. As long as you don't affect them.
Yeah, they want. That's the problem, right? They literally want everybody. Let's let 20 million illegals in. But how would America be better if Kamala Harris?
You say that. I don't know who that is. Who's that? Who's Carmela?
Tell me how America would be.
Wait, you're talking about the immigration?
Wait, hold on. I want to hear from this new guy. Go ahead.
The tariffs.
The tariffs.
She would have implemented the tariffs and wrecked our economy in 6 months. Did you see the jobs number?
Okay, so
over the last 3 months,
let's go back to liberty. Wait, hold on 1 second. KON, when I talk, you shut the fuck up. Let's go back to
Caucasian.
Liberation Day in April. The Democrats and the media said that by the
Hello.
4th of July.
And it's kind of tough
Daniela, what's going
attend.
on, Daniela? What are we doing?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't know I requested. I'm sorry. It was
Oh,
on
okay, no
my
problem.
thingy. I'll
What
drop.
the fuck? Okay, so let's go back to Liberation Day. The media and the Democrats said that by the 4th of July that the economy was going to be in a recession, right? Do you remember them saying that?
I don't remember him saying that. I think they said
Oh,
headed towards a recession, but
okay.
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay, well, they 100% did.
Which Democrat said that?
And the reason, like, even go watch Bill Maher. Bill Maher, do you know who Bill Maher is?
He's not a
He's not
political.
a Democrat?
Well, I'm gonna say he's
He
not a
gave $1
Democrat, but
million
he's not
to
in
Barack
power.
Obama.
He's not in power. Hold on. Bill Maher is a commentator. So
Okay, no problem. But
can
he
you name a
even
political
said,
figure who said that we were going to be in a
I
recession?
understand. He even said that the Democrats said that, look, by 4th of July, the economy
Can you
was
name a
going to.
Democrat
Wait,
who said
why are you interrupting? What don't you
because you're
get?
kind of slow with
Okay,
it? But
here,
go ahead.
look. It's very simple. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Okay, very simple. But if you go watch Bill Maher, 4th of July, and the reason they were smart by saying it is they were banking on the economy being officially in a recession because the second quarter GDP numbers were coming out. Go ahead, RJ, say something, and then I'll bring somebody else up.
Okay, so you were talking about the whole immigration process. Even though Trump champions himself as his immigration champion, he has done the lowest between both Barack Obama, George Bush, Biden. He's done less than all of them, and yet he champions himself as like, oh, I'm gonna take care of the border. But currently, right now, Obama still holds the record of being the deporter in chief. That was his nickname.
I got you. So talk to me about the border over the last 6 months when it comes to encounters. Is it up, down, about the same?
It's about the same. Nothing's changed. What's he done about the border?
Say that again?
What's he done about the border?
The border encounters are down over 90% year over year for the last 4 months. What are you talking about?
Year over year in the last 4 months. Year over year in the last 4 months. You hear how that sounds, right? Year over year in 4 months.
No. Over the last 4 months, if you compare it this year versus last year, it's down over 90%. Does that make more sense?
Yeah. Well, tell me how Trump did that. What policies did he put in place?
How about just a simple, the border's not open? Remember when Joe Biden...
The border was open when he was in office. Like I said, Biden did more deportation than he did.
Okay. So remember on the debate stage, Biden said the border will be open, come. And that's a Democratic Party way, right? The impression with the people that want to come to our country is under Democrats, the border is wide open. Okay, is it 100% wide open? Not really, but that's the impression. And the impression under Donald Trump is don't even think about coming here. Do you agree that is...
No, because even Barack Obama has stated, like, hey, there's a process that has to be done. You have to come here the right way. And I'm using Barack Obama because you're saying Democrats. And I'm using a Democrat as an example that Barack Obama has stated that, no, there is a process. If you want to come to this country, absolutely, our arms are open to you. However, there's a process that you have to follow. And if you do not follow that...
Then why did Joe Biden go the exact opposite way?
Yeah, now you guys listen to Joe Biden. There are multiple things that Joe Biden says, but that's the one thing you guys listen to.
No, it's not necessarily listening to him. It's the numbers that were done under his administration. Right?
Again, he has deported more people than Trump did in his last term. So again, what did Trump do?
So once again, do you agree that the border is more secure today than it was a year ago?
A year ago? Probably not, because you get with all these ICE raids. Okay, I mean, obviously it's not that secure.
Like, I can't help you and that's the problem. Is I keep saying across both apps that I'm on, it's not a white, black, Democrat, Republican thing. It's either you're based in facts, reality, and common sense, or you're not. And if you can't sit up here and acknowledge that the border is more secure under Donald Trump versus under Joe Biden, then it's not we can't have a conversation. It's a dead end. But let's go to Zer. Zer, where are you from?
What's going on, man? Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, what brings you up?
No, I just I saw you live, and I was like, I like the topic. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
All right, what do you have to add to the conversation?
Well, I kind of came in a little bit late, but I do agree with you on that. Yes, the border is definitely more secure.
All right, very good. All right, didn't add much there. I'll move on to the next one. Let's go with Dew. Dew, where you from?
Oh, I'm sorry. Something fell on my iPad and it triggered me to go to your live. I'm not commenting.
You're good, Dew. Don't say anything else. You're good.
Yo, what up?
Forrest,
What's up?
what do you got, Forrest?
You want me to talk about this? Like the topic?
Whatever you want, sir. Go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it was right to do Charlie Kirk like that. That never should have happened. That was definitely wrong. I condemn that act, but I do think that Charlie Kirk justified the way that he died. And he had a lot of hate and a lot of racist rhetoric and a lot of...
What did he say that was racist?
He called 4 different black women too stupid to think.
And what you got? Why is it that you guys take 20-second clips?
No, I've seen the entire thing.
Okay,
it was in response
go ahead.
to DEI.
Walk me through the context of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was in response to DEI, and he said that black women were too stupid to think, and then they're stealing white people's jobs. So literally, you could play the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. Sky, where are you from?
I'm from America, but I'm in the UK for work, and it sucks here.
And what? Okay,
I know that food is ass over there.
I'll be real. Some of the food's not that bad.
Okay, so go ahead. What do you have to add to this conversation?
So, Forrest, I'm gonna go on your comment about like the racist remarks. If the man was racist, there'd be a lot more people of color calling him out. But as you can tell in this man's background, you can see multiple black Americans praying and everything.
Multiple.
Yeah, you can literally go in his live streams. You can see multiple of them.
I see one. Well, it's pretty funny that the only black person in the context of this actual photo is the one that's in front, right?
Right.
Why do you think that is? They're tokenizing this fucking guy.
No, they're not. To be honest,
show me another black person.
You can go to his live streams. I've seen.
No, show me another black person in that picture.
I mean, it's hard to zoom in because it's a little bit blurry because of
so it's kind of crazy how the only person that they decided to sneak up behind and take a picture of is black, right? Do you think it's racist to call 4 different black women who have the qualities and characteristics and attributes as well as the accomplishments?
Do you agree that DEI was pointless?
No. Do you think that diversity, equity, and inclusion is?
Do you agree with that or no?
Of course.
When you talk about the thing that he was saying about the black pilot,
yeah, I think that was another disgusting racist comment.
That was racist.
How was it racist?
Because pilot is qualified to be there.
But once again,
you think they just let anybody fly a fucking plane?
Stop. Let's just walk through the thought process, right? If there is a company that is required to hire a certain amount of people, you do have to wonder, why is that person in that job, correct? So I don't. Stop. To me, DEI was pointless. And the reason why I say that, and I'm going to use the pilot as the example, is hypothetically if an airline has to have 10% black pilots instead of 100% of the most qualified pilots, that could lead to problems, no?
No, that's not how DEI works.
That's not how it works. Okay, great. So if you're sitting, just once again, let's come back to common sense. I'm begging you. Let's just say hypothetically, you're the HR manager and you must have 10%. This is hypothetical. Must have 10% of your staff are people of color. Okay. What happens if you just the last hire just to meet that 10%? Not really that qualified, but there was a more qualified white person.
Then you
You
would hire the
agree
white.
that
Yeah, you would
under
most likely.
this, hold on one second, don't get triggered. Under
Let's not
this
trigger.
hypothetical, do you agree that the best person is not getting hired?
No,
Okay, so that's
that's not what it
I
happens. That's
literally
not how
just
DEI
walked you
works.
through it.
Yeah,
And how
you
can you
just have
say
a
that?
misunderstanding of the
I
entire
literally gave
process.
you a hypothetical where
Yeah, it
there's
was
no way
Yeah,
you
but
could.
you're not
it
explaining
was
how
stupid,
DEI
and your
actually works.
conclusion is based on a premise that you don't even understand how
Right, I
DEI
don't
works.
understand it. So, do
No.
you agree that it is possible, let's just go with a possibility, that at least one company throughout the country hired somebody that was less qualified to meet a DEI standard?
Can you actually show me which company's doing that
No,
though?
can you say that at least maybe one company did that?
There's
What
probably
company?
one that does it, but I mean, there probably aren't that any. There are probably any that don't.
Wait,
I
wouldn't
mean,
you say the same thing for like nepotism or anyone who's hired just based on any standard that they didn't actually achieve like the qualifications for a position? I mean, like it's really hard to try to apply this for pilots because do you understand how rigorous the training is to become a pilot? You think they're just letting anybody go up and fucking take people up in the air 40,000 feet? You think they're just letting just anybody take
Is there
the
once again, the point is there a chance that a black person was hired to meet a DEI standard, but there was somebody more qualified? Do you think there's any chance of that?
Is there a chance? Sure, there's a
yeah,
there's a
there's
chance that
always a chance
God's
of
real.
something.
Okay, very good.
There's a chance that God's real. I mean, I'm a staunch atheist. I can prove most gods don't exist. Is there a chance? Sure, there's a chance of anything.
All right, very good.
But why would you
This
look at a
whole
black
argument
pilot and then
that, or just
question?
hold on. I just want to come back to the whole racist thing. Okay, I'm not gonna sit up here and justify the bullshit that you guys spew that the man was racist.
He was.
When once again,
He
that
wasn't.
you could say
RJ
whatever
and
you
I are
want.
just lockstep right
Okay,
now. Not to
I'm
you.
not gonna sit here and have somebody play clips to say, "Oh, he's not racist." If that's your opinion, I have no. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck.
This whole thing, this whole
And
debate's about
hold on one
opinions.
second. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm just telling you that there are a lot of people that think that certain people are racist because they don't like the things that they say. The things that they say are factual, but because you don't like facts, they're racist. That's just the way it is. So I don't know what to tell you. So let me talk to Everyday. Everyday, where you from?
I'm from Oregon, but I'm living overseas.
Okay, what brings you up?
I'm just catching the tail end of your DEI, and I'm a prime example of how DEI did not work in my favor. Um, Being of the pale race, I was second on the list to be hired by a fire department, but because of affirmative action, four other people knocked me down to I believe it was seventh, and I was not hired.
Oh no. Anyway,
So,
Yeah.
wait,
Oh,
wait,
it's
Forrest,
anyway.
if you would have said that, if that was a black guy that came up here and said I wasn't hired because I feel that there was racism by management and the white people were hired first, would you respond that way, Forrest?
no, this guy's crying because he probably wasn't qualified or just sucks at what he does.
That
See,
part,
this
like
guy right here
he
doesn't know
said it was because
anything.
of affirmative action. He didn't say because the system, the hiring company was racist or anything like that. He said
So,
just
and
because
once
of
again,
affirmative
another
action.
false hypothetical.
There we go.
No, can I speak, host? Can you
Yeah, I'll
mute
give you
these
Yeah, go
guys for a
ahead.
second?
I'll give
Wait,
you
can I
pause.
what?
Can you mute these
I
guys a
don't mute
second so I can?
anybody. I don't mute
Okay.
anybody every
Hey,
day.
hey,
All right, I
listen, we're all
appreciate it.
Everybody's
grown
a
men here.
fucking grown up
We can
So
already.
handle
anyway,
ourselves.
Forrest, let him
anyway, to
talk.
make a
Let him
story
talk.
valid, if this guy has enough respect to not interrupt, I put myself through the academy, was a volunteer firefighter, and I had an AA degree in fire science. The people that were hired only had one of those, and they were hired because supposedly there was a lopsided as far as Black Americans, African Americans, whatever you want to call it nowadays.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Oh well.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah.
So Forrest, he's saying the exact
Does he have
same
any proof
scenario
of
that I
these
gave
stupid
you
allegations? That's what I wanted to
was
do.
that a white person wasn't hired that had more qualifications because
Exactly.
of DEI.
Yeah, can he
also said
prove any of
supposedly.
this? Can he
Wait,
prove any
why
of this
are you
stupid
guys so
conjecture?
why are you two so triggered up here? It doesn't make
Uh,
sense.
That's what I don't understand.
We don't have
I'm
any
chilling. I
going
mean,
on.
Triggered? I'm not
all
triggered.
I'm doing is just speaking in a normal tone, and this guy's
Okay,
crying about how he didn't get hired, and
y-
I'm cooking you, and
so
RJ's
he's
cooking you. So
confirming exactly what I was worried about and what I said, right?
yeah, that's his
Let's just say
conjecture. It doesn't make it
hypothetically
true.
his story is true. That's exactly what I'm saying.
If his story is true,
If
he'd
his
have
story
to
is
prove
like
that.
again, he also says supposedly. Supposedly.
Would
That's
you
like
guys
maybe.
question a black person that came up here and had the
No.
same exact story? No.
Of
Yeah,
course they wouldn't.
Yes.
yeah, we would.
Yes. I
Really?
would.
They're lying out
That's
their
crazy.
ass.
You're
This guy
lying.
just
You're
I
sucks
like
lying
at his
that
right
job
now.
and
believe, I'm
got
not
and
gonna
got
Can you
lie.
actually
beat
prove
out
that
by
these
somebody
people
who's
weren't
better.
qualified or had more
This
qualifications than you?
this hatred of the YT that these guys have
No, you
is
can't.
just
So okay,
amazing.
all right. That's what I thought.
Aww.
So again,
Aww.
why would you look at a black pilot and think that they're not qualified and
Once
not think
again,
that that's not
because it
racist?
was the scenario that I just spoke about is
No. I'm
exactly
talking
what
about the
every
one that
day is
Charlie
talking
Kirk said.
about.
No, I'm
He
talking about the one
wasn't
that Charlie Kirk said.
hired. He was not hired, even though he had more qualifications. He was not hired because of DEI.
Okay, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about what Charlie Kirk said because that's the topic
But
we're on.
that easily could be a
That's
Yeah,
scenario
that was his
for an
claim.
airline.
He doesn't have any proof for that. I could say that this guy rapes
Okay,
children.
fair
No,
enough.
Need proof
All
how
right,
am
very
I going to
good.
prove?
Yeah. So anyway, but like what Charlie Kirk said, why would you look at somebody of color and think that they're not Oh, I have to wonder that they're qualified. Do you? I not think that that's not racist.
Yeah,
would you look at that white person?
I definitely would wonder the same thing.
So would you look at a
1000%.
white person and think that and wonder if they're
1000%.
qualified?
I would wonder the same thing.
Could you answer RJ's question?
What? Go ahead.
If a white person was in that pilot in that seat instead?
No,
would
because you know why
What?
I wouldn't think that way. Why I wouldn't think that way is because there's no
Caught.
government program that makes you hire white people. Does that
Yes,
make
there
sense?
is. DEI
Who do you think
benefits more
DEI?
white women
Wait.
than
This
than
is how
most
dumb
people.
you are, Dave. Who do you think DEI helps the most?
Once again, statistically, people say that it was white people. Correct?
Thank
I
you.
don't know that
So
for a
as a
fact. I don't know where the
retired- as-
studies are done.
Debunked
As,
again.
Forrest,
as a retired Air Force
Forrest.
veteran,
Well, go
as a
ahead,
retired
Ariel.
Air Force veteran, an aircraft mechanic, how many black pilots did I see in my 20-year career? Very few. Very, very few.
You do know that veterans are also DEI, right?
You do know that after 20 years of working on aircraft all around
That has
the
nothing to
world,
do with DEI.
and I
don't
just
care.
asked
I
you,
don't care. I'm also
and I
a veteran
just
too,
told
dude.
you how many black pilots or even female pilots did I see? Very
Just because you
few.
only see a few, that's an anecdotal experience.
How
I don't
far-
care about
how
your
old are you,
anecdotal
bud?
experience. I'm talking about
Hey,
the
how old
stats.
are you, bud?
Yeah, keep dreaming, buddy.
Hey, how old are you, bud?
Keep dreaming.
Hey, how old are you, bud?
What's that have to do with anything?
Hey, how old are you, bud?
How old are you?
What?
Don't be scared, boy.
Guys, wait.
How old are
You're
you?
saying that
Don't be scared,
DEI
boy.
is helping the white people more? What's the
All right,
purpose
hold on
of
one
DEI
second,
in the
please.
This
first
guy's
place?
fucking afraid.
Gyro,
This guy's
where
afraid
you
to get
from?
Equity
debunked.
and
He knows he's
inclusion.
lying
You
and
guys
he's
not
Hold on
What's
one
up?
sec. Wait, do you guys not hear me? All right, Gyro, where are you from?
I'm from Israel. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. What
I was
brings you up,
just
kind sir?
I was just listening. I was kind of surprised by Forrest's reaction to what Everyday was saying when he was saying I was not hired because of DI, and he's saying, "Oh, that's too bad for you. I don't care."
Yeah,
He
that's
can't actually
typical of the
prove
left.
that. He could have just sucked at his job. He's just making up a
That's
story.
Yeah,
typical
but
of the
you're
left.
assuming
Not
Wait,
gonna-
that
hold
not
on,
going
hold
to
on,
believe his
Forrest.
stupid
Forrest,
story.
what he's saying is he had more qualifications, okay, than his counterparts, and he was not hired because of DEI.
Yeah, he's claiming that. He cannot prove that. If I say I saw every day the other day at a park and he was
If
raping
Forrest,
14 small children,
Forrest,
I would
stop,
need
Forrest,
proof.
stop.
You're getting triggered again.
Hypothetically, if his story is accurate, you agree that is wrong, correct?
I agree if his story
Okay,
is
great.
accurate.
Perfect. That's
This
all
man
I
Hey,
need.
should have
Forrest,
been
if I
hired.
post a picture
However,
of me and
if
my
I
I
fire
appreciate you,
engine,
well,
Forrest.
I
There's no
saw
now you believe
however.
it?
It's either you agree that that is wrong, or you don't. There's no however.
What
There's
did I
no
just
buts
say, Dave?
necessary.
What did I just say, Dave? Repeat what I just said. Prove that you can listen.
All I wanted to know was, do you agree that it's
What
wrong?
was my response?
You said yes, and then you followed up with a however, and then I cut your ass off.
He needs to prove it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm going to post a picture up. I'll be
No,
back. Bring
don't
me
post
back
a
up.
picture. Don't
Good
fucking
boy. Good boy.
give in to these fucking
Good
idiots
boy.
up here.
What does posting a picture prove that they weren't more qualified than you? That doesn't
This
prove
guy
Well, when I'm
probably
in
gets his
uniform
news
on
from
a fire
Facebook
engine,
memes.
you'll prove that I know what I'm talking about.
It doesn't mean anything.
No
That
one
doesn't
gives
prove
a
that they
fuck.
don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, see, now that look at him backpedal.
Hanma. You
Well, they
said
usually
that
do.
You could
the
post
All
a
right,
picture
hold on
right
one
here,
second,
Devil.
please. Hold on 1 second. Uncle, where are you from, Uncle?
Maybe you didn't mean to come up.
Oh,
Oh.
holy cow! I didn't even know I was on.
All right, Uncle, you're good, bro. All right, just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let somebody else up.
Wait, why'd you drop him?
He didn't know he was up here. What are we doing? Why would I let him up here?
I
Every
know.
day.
All right, Jack, where are you from?
Australia.
What brings you up, bro?
What?
What brings you up?
Well, Brett. Oh, I just want to I want to talk about the black workers.
Huh?
What?
Is that what you're talking about? Hiring black people?
Black
What?
workers?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
No, every day. By the way, every day. You don't have to go off of the screen to post a picture. You can actually do it right here and right now. Did you know that?
I'm not sure how I can pull it up from
Sure,
my.
I'll teach you real
tech
quick.
savvy,
I'll teach you real quick.
He's not tech savvy.
All right, here, I'm just gonna start over. Just so you know, if your account is private, I cannot see you. So I'm going to go here. Jack, I did not mean to bring you up. Just drop because I don't think you're going to add much. GG, where are you from, GG? GG? All right, very good.
What's up, brother?
What's that? Zoe? Where are you from?
Zoe, yes. I'm from Florida.
Zoe. I'm so sorry. Zoe, where are you from?
Florida.
And what brings you up?
Just the topic and the discussion y'all was having.
All right, give me your thoughts.
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of people have a misunderstanding of how DEI works. It's more so just about expanding access to opportunity to either like people that were like historically excluded, and so like that's created like a particular orientation for people that weren't excluded. So, for instance, right, you have like schools that try to diversify their student body. So I'll just use an example that's just like with white people. Like in the Northeast, you'll have schools that historically was recruiting from the surrounding areas in the Northeast, like in the New England region. And so what they would do is that they would strategically send like recruiters out to different parts of America where other types of white people were from different types of backgrounds. So like they were Southern, or they're from the Appalachian like mountain region, or that wherever that is. So they would kind of like specifically send recruiters there because they didn't historically. They excluded those types of students from those regions. And so it didn't automatically give those students, those white students from the South and those other regions, an admission there. But what it did is that they were able to actually get applications from those students to consider them in the application process, because you had qualified white students in the South and in other regions that were historically excluded or didn't have the opportunity to apply.
Okay,
to
just hold on 1 second. Just keep it simple for me. Are you pro DEI or against it?
I'm kind of like apathetic to it, but I'm just really explaining it. I really don't.
I got you.
Like,
Hypothetically,
me personally, right?
If you're running a company,
I believe in a true meritocracy. So
hold on 1 second. If you're, do you hear me? If you're running a company, do you want to hire the best qualified people, or do you want to be required to have a certain percentage from a certain race or a certain
Well,
age
the
group.
idea would be to have the most qualified people. That would be the
Of
idea
course.
in a idealistic, world or society. But I also understand that we don't operate in an idealistic society, especially in a society in which you have active people looking to discriminate against other people. So
I
then
got you.
you have to
So
have some
right
type of
now,
control mechanisms
if
in
you were
place.
stop, if you were president of the United States, would
President?
you make sure DEI was a thing, or would you throw it in the trash can?
I don't know how would I be able to do that as a president? That seems like
An
a state to
executive
state
order.
thing.
Executive order. Let's just keep
Yeah,
it simple. If
executive orders don't oversee like state things, like state to
Oh,
state.
okay. Just
We need like
let's forget.
congressional. We
Let's
need like
forget about it for a
congressional
second.
acts.
Now, once again, I want to pin you down to this. If you were running a company and it was 100% up to you, would you hire the best people, or would you look at your HR manager and say, make sure we have at least 20% of this?
No, I would hire the best people.
Okay, great. Okay, good.
Yeah. So, but also, why do you think with DI it excludes the best people? Why do you think that?
I think do you agree that it's possible? Where if you're required to
I agree
have,
that
go
I
ahead.
agree that it's possible with and without the best people could be excluded because, for instance, right, you have things like, and I was saying this in the comments, you have things like veteran preference that are very real in almost all jobs. You obviously have references that a lot of jobs do as well, where somebody that's in the organization
Of course,
gives a reference,
100%. That's a given.
automatically
That's a
somebody
given.
gets an interview. So the
That's a
point that I'm
given.
making,
But once
so
again,
the point that hold on, why do you keep telling me to
stop.
stop in the middle of me
Because
talking?
I don't want to hear you ramble on.
I'm
Point
not
blank.
rambling. I'm just trying to finish my point.
Okay, once again, the bottom line is there is a chance that you lose out on a more qualified person. We just had an example with Everyday. There's a chance you lose out on a better qualified person because you must have a quota of a certain race or a certain
Yeah.
sex or a certain whatever.
So
So
how come
that's the
people?
problem with DEI.
So how come
That's
people
simple.
wasn't concerned about missing out on the best applicants prior to affirmative action and DIs becoming like a concept? Like, so for instance, when people were automatically assuming that people were qualified because they were white men, why weren't they concerned about missing out on the best applicants or the most qualified then?
Wait, say that again.
Why weren't people concerned with missing out on the best and most qualified applicants when they were excluding everybody except white men?
Where I don't even understand where that would. What are you talking about?
So when everyone else except white men were being excluded from job opportunities and from certain sectors or being able to work in particular industries.
Where were white men excluded from? I don't
No.
understand.
I'm saying when everybody else was excluded, like for instance, right? It was a long time before black men were able to be in the Air Force and fly planes. Only white men could do that.
Okay.
So when they were excluding black men, right, from the Air Force being able to fly planes, why weren't they concerned about missing out on the best applicants and the most qualified people?
Okay, I get the point now, but it's
Yeah.
2025 now, right? Like you want to criticize the past. I get that, and I respect that, but it's 2025 now. There's
Yeah, it is
nothing.
2025.
Right. There's nothing that, we have the conversation about race often in here. There's nothing I can do as a white man that a black man can't do in this country. Right?
Well, I would hope that you believe that.
It's not what I know that. Do you
I don't
disagree
know
with
that
that?
you know that.
Wait, what?
I don't know that you know that.
Wait, is it factually true that there's nothing I
I
can
mean,
do
I know
that?
that that's true, but I don't know
Okay,
if you're
great.
just saying that or if you actually believe that.
Oh, no. There's plenty of black people that come up here every morning and tell me that they act as if there's so much I can do that a black person cannot. That's
Well, there are
every
systems.
morning up here.
Well,
And
there
to
are systems
me,
that's still dominated by a lot of white people with biases against other types of people.
wait, say
So
that. What was the first part of that?
so there's a lot of systems that are still dominated and maintained by large white majority that have biases against other groups of people
Give me an
because they're
example.
so like even for example like a lot of police departments are because they're historically they've excluded black applicants and they've maintained like a white
Is there
domination.
any police department in the country that are saying no black police
No,
officers?
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
So
can
you
you
have
talk
to
about
follow
today?
what I'm saying. I'm saying that because, and I'm not even saying all of the white people in this organization might have these particular biases, but because these things are white dominated, you can have like a subset of white people that have and show up with these biases, and they might be in these manager spaces or these upper administration spaces where they are making decisions on to let people in or to not admit people and these types of things like that as well. And this is also the reality with a lot of these very, very old universities and colleges in America as well. They have a white majority
Wait,
ruling
are there
body.
any? What are you talking about? We have HBCUs in this country. I don't want to
No,
hear
no,
that
no, no.
bullshit.
So do you know why HBCs were created?
Tell me why.
I'm just asking, do you know why?
Tell me why.
No, I'm just asking, do you know? Yes or no? I don't want to be redundant if you already know.
What? Third time. Tell me
Okay, so
why.
you don't know. So HBCUs were literally created because white people didn't want black students going to colleges and universities with them. So, and HBCUs actually never
So do you
excluded.
agree now that there's
So hold on.
no college or university
So hold
that's
on one second. Can I
excluding?
finish what I was saying?
No, it's
What's
okay.
interesting is that when
Hold on
black
one second,
people,
please. Hold on. Do you agree that there's no university right now that's excluding black people?
I'm
So
not.
why don't we just shut these fuckers
I don't know if
down?
there's no university that doesn't have racial discrimination. I don't know that to be true. But what
Do
I
you
will
know
say
of
is that it's
one that is
illegal.
saying
What I
no
will say is that
black
it's illegal.
applicants?
What I will say is that it's illegal now, right? So there's legal
Okay, so
parameters.
let's just. I'm going to start off a petition to shut down the HBCUs, right?
I mean,
Because you
if that's what you want
taught
to
me
do,
right now that they were started because there were universities that did not want black people attending
yeah,
them.
that's why they were
That is
created.
done and over with, right? So let's just shut
Nah,
these fuckers
but
down.
but HBCUs don't only educate black students. In fact, even when HBCUs were when they were made, they actually never excluded against anybody. So a white person could have went to an HBCU. They had Asian students, they had white students. They didn't exclude any groups of people. This is why when you look at the history books through HBCUs, many of them in America, they have students of many different races. They also took in a lot of like German immigrants as well when they were going through what they were going through in their country and in their part of the world. So the point that I am making, right, is that HBCUs actually don't have an exclusionary history. These predominantly white institutions do.
Let me
HBCUs were
ask you,
made to be
Zoe, who'd you vote for?
HBCUs were made to be inclusive.
Zoe, who did
PWIs were
you
made
vote
to be
for?
exclusive.
Who'd you vote for in November?
Why is that important?
What? Wait, why are you answering?
I said, why is that important?
Do you want to answer? Yes or no?
Nah, I don't want to answer that
Okay,
question.
very good. I'm going to move on to somebody else. I appreciate you, Zoe.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure. Type it in the comments. Tell me you're a Harris voter without telling me you're a Harris voter. Uncle, what was the purpose of you coming up, Uncle?
Oh, well, I just wanted to mention that I was hired over a black guy myself because of a disability. It worked in my favor. I don't know if he was more qualified than I was or not, but
Wait, see what I don't get. How do you know that How do you know you were hired over a white person?
I was hired over a black person. I am
Over
a
a
white
black person. I'm
person.
sorry. How do you know that?
Yeah. He was actually a friend of mine. He was applying for the same position, but
Okay,
I got it.
but somebody said that you were hired. Like, did somebody from HR tell you this?
Actually, yes. It said
And
that
what did they say to you?
I was chosen because of the fact that I had listed a disability. And it was like they hadn't even thought very far ahead on the fact of the matter because I have a hearing disability. And the job I'm in, we're in radio contact. And they had no way to make it so that I could get past my disability with that position. We ended up having to bring in some other people that could, fix up their radios so that it would link to my hearing aids that are Bluetooth capable,
But
just so
why
I'd
would
be able to
somebody from the HR
communicate.
department tell you that you're getting hired over somebody else because of a disability? I don't get that.
Well, she just told me it was actually disability that brought you to the head of the line so that we could talk to you today, because it was the beginning of the interview process. And I was like, oh, because it's the first time I'd ever listed my disability on an application.
And do you think
And it
that's a
was,
good thing or a bad thing?
pardon, what was that?
Whenever the person told you that, did you take that as a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, for me, it was a good thing at the time, but it kind of made me, took me aback a little bit, but they have all sorts of quotas. They have a racial quota, and a gender quota. And then, they wanted to also be able to say, we also hire the disabled. But myself personally, I've been an employer before, and I didn't, I hired through an outside agency, but I had them take the whole race and gender thing off of the application. If you were willing to come out and do the job and you had, skills in that area, which was concrete at the time, I don't care what you are or who you are. If you think you can pull your weight, come on down, let's give it a go. And if you can't hack it after 2 weeks, you'll quit on your own. But I don't care if you're willing to do the work, and if you're qualified, come on.
All right, hold on one second. K1, where are you from?
I'm from the UK. How are you?
What brings you up, K1?
Just like your background, I guess, with the response to Charlie Kirk and the response to George Floyd thing.
All right, go ahead. Give me your thoughts.
Well, like I'm like, how do I say it? Ethnically, I was born in the UK, but my ethnic origin is from Afghanistan, as well as my granddad was born in Gaza. And yeah, just in response to the whole Charlie Kirk thing, I'm against, what happened to him as a person. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not like many people to like, be sad about it. I just I haven't really been personally affected by what happened to him, but I don't think that people should go around unaliving each other because of something shit. But I just want to get your opinions on that as well.
Okay. What else you got?
I have a question for you. You see, I'm from the UK, so I'm not too knowledgeable, compared to yourself, for example. But do you know what happened in the UK on September the 13th?
What happened in the UK?
The big protest.
Yeah, and did you attend?
I was in the area because I work in the area. I have a business within that area.
Are you pro Tommy or against Tommy?
I'm personally against Tommy.
Why?
Mainly because I think. So I agree with a very minority of things that he says, but I guess that I feel like he points a lot of the problems at very minority people when statistics show that a lot of the stuff that he's then putting the blame at the other people is actually proven to be by the people he represents.
But do you agree that there has been a rise in the Muslim population? We talk about the Muslim rape gangs that were covered up, and I think the whole world had, especially the major countries, went through this experiment of allowing anybody in, kind of unvetted.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. My parents came here, came to this country themselves. They came legally, but they came to this country themselves. My grandparents came to the country, I was born in this country, but I feel like if you check statistics, for example, in the UK, a lot of I don't know if I can even say this on TikTok if it's gonna get a guideline, but the G, the G groups, right? With the what they do, statistics show that over about 82% of them are actually white British people, and Muslim grooming gangs commit up to 4.9% of them. I'm saying no matter where you're from, whatever country you're from, whatever race, religion, it's wrong. I feel like we need to be harsher with the sentences. We need to crack down more upon it. But him then going out his way to then blame it all on people, a minority of
Yeah,
people.
but the problem with this argument that and Democrats make it in my country is just because there are legal, natural born citizens committing crime does not justify allowing people in illegally to commit more crime. Like, and I never got that argument, but the Democrats make it here,
Yeah,
and
you
it
know,
sounds like
I
you're
get
kind of
you.
making it for the UK.
I get you 100%. No, I agree. I just think that people that we shouldn't like. I feel like, of course, someone that is illegal that commits a crime is just as bad, if not worse, because of course they're not a citizen within the country, so they don't really have to go through the processes and stuff like that that we have to go through. But I just feel like a lot of the people, for example, that have been charged with it are actually British citizens. They're just from a different ethnic origin. And for example, like myself, if I commit a crime, I'm a British citizen. I was born and bred in Britain. I got a British passport, etc. But I wouldn't be labelled as a British citizen. I'll be labelled as, a young adult, of from Afghanistan, being Muslim, etc., doing this crime. When the majority of crimes committed in the UK isn't from people from ethnic background, it's actually people within the UK itself. With the grooming, thing, I checked it. I think it was over 80. It was over 80%. I think it was 82% was committed by white people of British descent, etc. And yeah, it's just been crazy how that's been very minorly reported compared to the 4.9%, which is the Muslim ones. And I'm against anyone doing it of any religion, ethnic
Okay,
background.
I'm gonna be on 93. Where are you from? 93.
Southern California.
What brings you up?
I agree with your. Do you want ops only?
No, it doesn't matter. Go ahead, love. Give me your thoughts.
No, I agree with your picture. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, guys. I mean, seriously, we're not gonna do like mental jujitsu and all this other stuff. I mean, we clearly saw what happened to the response to George Floyd, and then we saw what happened with the response with Charlie Kirk. I mean, if anybody really can dispute that, you need to get your head examined or get your eyes checked.
Amen to that. But there are people that come up here and they try and justify what happened back in 2020, and I don't know why.
What do you mean dispute?
I think she means the different types of responses to each death, right?
Can I get my freedom of speech?
Yeah, I mean, we had people on the right calling for civil war, people putting in terrorist threats to HBCUs. So,
And people
Okay, so
threatening.
hold on. Let's just keep it simple for us. I'll list the terrible things that happened in response to George Floyd. You do the same for the response to
It
Charlie
isn't a
Kirk.
game, though, sir.
Hold on one
Sure.
second. Down there in the bottom right, just stop for a second. We had over 1,000 officers hurt, $2 billion worth of damage. Every night for weeks, we had places set on fire in different U.S. cities. Different places looted. Go ahead. I'll stop there. What is the worst things that happened in response to Kirk? Go ahead.
Yeah, bomb threats against HBCUs, calling for
Okay.
the
Hold on one
unaliving.
second, just very briefly. Do we know who did that yet?
Do we know who did it?
Like, was it a Trump supporter or a Kirk supporter?
Why would a black person after Charlie Kirk gets
I
murdered
don't know.
on TV?
Why would a black person shoot another black person? That happens every day in Chicago.
No, you're getting
Multiple times
triggered.
a
You're
day,
not.
but
You're getting
go ahead
triggered. You have
for
to
it.
let me
So the
finish.
bomb threats, okay, nobody died, no damage, nothing came of that. Go ahead with your list. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then the right calling for the unaliving and the crucifixion of transgender people, even though the person who committed
Who
the
did that
crime
on
was
the
a
right?
white person.
Who did that on the right?
Are you kidding me? They said that the shooter was
No, give me like
trans.
the most prominent name.
Do you want me to list the examples online, like on Twitter?
So you're talking about? Oh, I'm thinking it's somebody prominent like Trump or somebody that is well known.
The whole
I can't.
response from the right was to target trans people to try to somehow put it on the left, and it was a
Okay,
person who was a
so
crazy
nothing came of
right
that.
winger.
Once again, I gave you things that actually happened, not
Yeah, but
words, but
you
actions.
realize that both of the people were murdered, right?
Childish antic.
One of them was done by a police person. One of them was done by a sick, twisted, deranged right wing nut job.
Who do you think is responsible for more of the political violence, the right or the left?
Both.
Okay, so
But it's more is the right. You literally
okay,
had
so I'm
people
gonna give you
people
my
wanted to hang
response.
Mike Pence for not lying about the election.
Hold on, Forrest. Let me give you my response, and then you tell me yours. Right? I think when the media and the Democrats are calling Donald Trump a Nazi, and anybody that supports him a Nazi, I think that is very dangerous. And we've had multiple instances over the last 5-10 years of people from the left attacking people from the right with guns. We've had Donald Trump twice. We've had Charlie Kirk. We've had Steve Scalise, that shooting. Even the Democrats that bring up the Democrat in Minnesota, that was a Democrat that worked in the same state as the people that were murdered. So
How do you know that person was a
TikTok funny
Democrat?
language, sir? Or you just want to get your live banned?
wait, hold on. What are you saying?
Me?
Yeah, what are you saying?
I was just giving you a little advice. I mean, you shouldn't really be saying schmatzy and schmurder and all these words.
He doesn't give a fuck.
I don't give two fucks.
Dave does
Okay,
not.
if they take me down, I have 21 more accounts. No problem. I start up on another one. I don't give two fucks about that. But I appreciate
Dave.
that.
I know Dave doesn't give a fuck.
All right, so Forrest, give me the examples of the right doing.
Yeah, I don't know where you
doing
came
things.
up
Go
with
ahead.
the idea that the person who murdered those two, the Democrat senator and her husband, I don't know where you're getting the information that they were Democrats. If you can actually show me that,
Oh, okay,
that's not.
fine. Go ahead. Keep
I don't know
talking
who
and
said
then
that
So
the
those
I'll.
two Democrats were murdered. Nancy Pelosi and her husband were beaten. Her husband was
Just
beaten
Paul
with a
Pelosi
hammer.
was
People were
beaten.
making
Paul
fun of
Pelosi
that.
was beaten. Yes, factually
Yeah.
true. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so that was a person on the right. Who killed Charlie Kirk? A white person who was a right winger. Who killed George Floyd?
Stop,
A
stop,
white
stop,
Republican
stop.
cop.
Forrest, stop. So I am sure that if you're making that statement, I assume you watched the FBI and the Utah officials hold that news conference for over an hour the day that the shooter appeared in court. What in that news conference makes you think he was from the right?
The news conference?
Yes.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay, but
Because he was a groiper. If you look at his history online,
in that news conference, they quoted conversations with the the roommate that was transitioning. They quoted conversations in a group chat on Discord. They quoted conversations with both the mom, the dad, and in addition to the grandfather, where he became more radical by the left.
He became what?
Disagree with that.
He became what?
He was more radicalized because of the left.
The far right wing groypers literally thought that Charlie Kirk wasn't right wing enough.
Okay,
so I don't think that you even understand the ideology.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the shooter for it.
Yeah, I am too, bud. What the fuck are you talking about?
Where in the news?
Do you even track your own argument?
Hello, Forrest?
Yeah, can you hear me when I speak, or do you just
understand that in the news conference, what the FBI said was the guy was more radical because of the left.
When did they say that? Play the clip.
Once again, I'm not your secretary.
Right,
okay,
right,
so
right.
Forrest, how about this? How about this?
So you can't
Forrest, let's keep it simple. Forrest, how about this?
I have to keep it simple for you.
I challenge you, Forrest. Go watch the news conference. And you come back up whenever you're ready.
No,
you say, Dave,
I'm not doing
ready.
your homework for you. You have a bunch of stupid conjectures.
Okay, hold on.
You haven't proven anything. I've cooked you both times.
Forrest, I don't have to prove anything. What I want you to do is use the FBI words yourself. Go watch the clip of the news conference and you come back up here and tell me one sentence that they said that points to this guy being far right and not far left. Okay? Blitz, what's your deal, Blitz? What do you got?
Yeah, my deal is basically, I mean, you political people are all just pointing the finger at each other like your party is so much better when both parties have been linked to heinous acts and detrimental activities. I don't know when you people are going to understand. It doesn't really matter which party you are. Anybody can play both sides and just completely bamboozle any one of your parties. So to answer the prompt though, me personally, I think it's a false equivalency. I don't really see how you're comparing it because one was a response to police brutality and people who are tired of the same shit.
Or a fentanyl overdose.
Can you let a person finish talking or what? Because not just drop me off the panel. So
Wait,
all I'm
what
saying
are you
is,
saying?
can you let a person finish their fucking statement? If not,
why are you so angry?
Nobody's angry. You just keep interrupting everybody who's trying to fucking talk.
Oh,
so
interesting.
You just said you don't care about cursing, so don't say I'm angry when I curse. So what I'm saying is, one, this is a false equivalency because once again, one was unalived by a peace officer who was supposed to serve and protect. You sat on a guy's neck for 8 minutes, or maybe 7 or 8, which is not supposed to be happening. You are held to a higher standard. You are not supposed to be going around murdering people. And we know for sure. Bruh, can I finish the statement or what? Can I make a point or what?
What the hell is your name?
Can I make a point or what, bro?
Blitz, let me explain. This isn't just you. I'm just
nobody
not
said it was
this
just me. You just don't want nobody else to
You're
talk.
dumbass. Okay, Blitz.
You don't want to talk
Blitz.
to anybody who actually has a brain.
Hold on, Blitz. Just keep it to 30 seconds and then we keep it moving.
All right, I'll keep it 30
Okay, you're rambling on about St. George Floyd who died of a fentanyl overdose.
No, he didn't. The autopsy said he died of
it is what it is.
Asphyxiation.
Just bottom line is, are you justifying what happened 5 years ago? Are you justifying?
Are you justifying people calling for civil war? Are you justifying people threatening to pew up LGBTQ bars for no reason? Are you justifying?
Wait, hold on one second. Who's doing these things?
Oh, do I got to show you? Well, I can show you a screen, bro. This guy right here.
Give me a name. Give me a name.
No, I give you an actual Fox screenshot from Fox. This was a guy who threatened to pew up a Phoenix bar in the name of your king, Charlie Kirk.
Okay, and I get that, and that's 100% wrong. But what I'm talking about, Blitz, is I think it's different. And the reason why I say it's different is the media and prominent Democrats have called Donald Trump Hitler-like or Nazi-like or whatever. And that is dangerous. Do you agree with that?
So I'm not
just
political.
Yes or no, sir?
No, I don't. But one thing I want to ask you:
calling the sitting president. Wait, stop. Calling the sitting president of the United States Hitler-like, is that dangerous rhetoric? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess you can call it. It's subjective. So what I want to ask you is, let me ask you a question. You ask me. Let me ask you a question.
Too funny. That's the problem.
I just said no, bro. I said yes.
That's the problem, especially when we have somebody that just lost
I just said
if
you perceive it as that, bro. Let me ask you a question though. Why are you getting so riled up?
Hold on one second. Hold on. Stop. Relax.
You just made a point.
Once again, your answer is mind blowing to me. That's the problem. Okay, you're the problem. People like.
So why are you mad at my opinion? So now let me ask you a question. What do you think about Donald Trump being on public record saying that smart people don't like him? Do you consider yourself intellectual? Or are you a sheep?
I always say I'm dumb as a rock, and that's fine. I have no problem with that.
So are you a sheep? So basically you're a sheep.
Sure. But hold up, bro.
Hold
on, you asked your question.
Bro, no, you asked the question and you doubled down on what you said. So let me double down on what I said.
Let me respond.
No, because you asked two questions and you want me to answer.
Here, look. So look. I can make it very simple. Once again, you Democrats and you anti-Trumpers, you have been saying for years now that the Trump voters are dumb. So you mean to tell me that the Democrats were not smart enough to outsmart the dumb people? How does that make sense? Explain it. RJ, do you want to answer that?
What?
You voted for that dumpster fire, Carmela Harris. Why
Of the
is it
former
that?
vice president that you're saying that that's harmful rhetoric and all the other stuff. Now you're just doing the same thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're insulting and calling our former president or former vice president's
Oh,
correction.
she was. I
So
mean,
people are saying the same
but
thing about
so
Trump. So how's
why
it
is
different
it
from
that
you versus him?
Democrats have said that Trump voters are dumb as fuck, but the Democrats couldn't outsmart them? Make that make sense.
Okay, just because you have to sweeten your words so that the sheep can keep eating. So that's how it's done. So I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't care for the Democrats either. I don't care for the Republicans. I'm neither or. I'm unregistered. So quite frankly, if both sides are fighting each other and they and they like eat each other alive, I don't care. Like I said before.
Okay, so no answer.
What?
The
I
question
actually
was,
did
why
answer.
is it that the Democrats weren't smart enough to outsmart
I did
the
answer
dumb
that.
Trump voters?
I did because he like Trump said, smart people don't like him. If you sweeten your words, the sheep will keep eating those words up.
Do you agree
If
with
he
this
says that, like,
statement that the day that Harris was announced as the nominee, she was the betting favorite, she was the favorite, and over 107 days, America heard from her more and more, and every day they heard her open her mouth, the more and more they disliked her. Is that factually true?
am I going to say that there aren't any Americans that disliked her? No, I'm not going to say that. Of course, there are going to be people that didn't like her, but there are presidents that have been elected that people still didn't like. That doesn't prove anything.
I got you, but for her numbers to go down the way that they did, and in the meantime, her raise over $1 billion with a B, just shows. Once again, let's be honest with it. Okay, Kamala Harris is very unpopular amongst Democrats, right? And two
Not
points for
really.
that. One, she couldn't even win a governor's race in California. Okay, and she could not win it. That's why she is not running. And number two, in the 2020 primaries, she was the first person to drop out because she was polling at less than 1%. Kamala Harris is not that popular,
Yeah,
even amongst Democrats.
yeah, nobody knows her. I agree. And
But
when she was going for president, that was Biden's fault for that one. He should have He should have stepped down, wait like 2 years earlier, so that Kamala would actually have a fighting chance. She only had 6 months.
she had no chance, RJ. She had no chance.
I know she didn't have a
Over
chance given the
107
situation.
days, the more she spoke, the better chance Trump had at winning. It's that simple.
Not really. I mean, like I said, even you stated, not a lot of Democrats even know about Kamala Harris. So even then, so if you got somebody
He
that
didn't say
nobody
no.
knows
He
about,
said like. He never said no.
They don't
no,
like her.
he said no.
Democrats don't like her.
Yes, they do. Otherwise, they would have voted. Otherwise, they didn't vote. They wouldn't
But
have voted.
RJ, if they
Well,
liked
they-
Carmel, if they liked her, why was she the first one to drop out in 2020?
We're talking about the presidency. You're talking.
Okay,
You're
no
you're
problem.
flipping the topic. You're strawmanning
If
the argument.
Democrats like her, why isn't she running for governor in her home state of California?
That's a Kamala question. There's probably a plethora of reasons why she doesn't want to run. She's probably taking a break. She was vice president. There's multiple reasons. I don't have the answer. Ask Kamala Harris.
Do you think if she was polling at 60%, she would have ran? Fuck yeah, she would have.
That's a Kamala
Nobody
question.
likes
I
her.
don't know. That's just pure speculation.
Once again, it's common sense.
It's
let's go-
speculation. You have no proof of it.
Okay, fair enough. I think polling is my proof, but regardless, doesn't really matter. Luckily, we will never ever have to worry about Harris holding office in this country again. Thank God for that. Jeremiah,
Sure.
where
Yeah.
you
You
from?
guys have a bunch of white supremacists on your guys' side. That's totally cool.
Jeremiah.
Yes. But before I get to what I was about to say, I would like to say that that Vivek Ramaswamy, who ran for office on the Republican side, is running for governor in Ohio. So it's definitely common for people to do that. So the fact
And
that
he knows that. He fucking knows that. RJ's not dumb. Okay, he just doesn't want to admit when he's wrong. But Jeremiah, I assume you're from Ohio?
yes, I am.
All right. And what brings you up, sir?
I really came in because I heard RJ It just seems like RJ. I'm black. Okay, I'm a black American. It seems that RJ keeps um going at this talking point of just America is racist and that's why the black man can't get up and stuff like that. I keep hearing this, and I really want to talk to a black man like RJ on one of these lives. I've never been on one of these, and I wanted to say like, shouldn't we clean up house? I'm from the hood, and I see all kinds of problems in my own community. And I feel like we need to start cleaning up house before we start talking on the white man or politicians. Trump has never done anything racist, but for some odd reason, we still blame the white man for racism and everything. So I really just don't get this idea that the white man is part of the black man's struggle when the struggle is coming from inside the house. We hold each other
Who put
back.
us in that house? Who put us in that house?
What do you mean?
I'm
Who
guessing
put
the
us in
white
the
man.
house? What happened? Wasn't there redlining, segregation,
Oh
all
fuck
the
yeah!
other
Here we
stuff that
go.
happened that actually
I mean,
put us in those positions?
yes, but even in segregation, we
Hmm.
we were we actually did a bit way more. What we did well
We
during
did well.
segregation, like we created towns.
Yeah.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
We
Oh yeah.
created we created what it's called black. I forget what it was called. I think it was called Black Wall Street, maybe, or
What happened
whatever
to
it was
that?
called. But we
White
had
folk fucked
less
that up.
resources, but had better communities then.
Yeah, we did.
So how is it that we have more resources but less community?
More resources and less community. Ugh,
Yes.
let's see. So there's still the effects of like I said, there's still the effects of redlining, segregation that still play effect to the black people to this day. When we were even like during the time that you were stating, even the Black Panthers who were actually protecting our black communities, who were actually giving our black people and actually people of color, even white people, they gave them like hospitals, schools, educations, food, breakfast, first thing in the morning. They were feeding like 20,000 people a day, and yet even then, our government was still labeling the Black Panthers as a terrorist organization. So if you're labeled as something like that by our government, of course people are going to
They
think
were
of you as a
attacking
negative
police
light.
officers. They were terrorists.
They were?
The Black Panthers were terrorists.
No, they weren't. No,
Yes,
they
they
weren't.
were. They were attacking police officers. They
Why
were.
do you think they were attacking police officers? Do you think they just saw random police officers and just said "dot unalive pig"?
No, but they would commit crimes. There are many crimes
So
that the
here's the
Black
thing:
Panthers commit.
what
Some of
what
them
the
rob
Black
banks.
Panthers were formed for was to protect black neighborhoods from police brutality. That's why a lot of Black Panthers were armed to the teeth. They knew the law, they obeyed the law as well, and that's why when they went inside the Capitol with the they actually complied with a lot of the regulations. When they were told to surrender their firearms, they did so. So when it was to protect the black community from police brutality, because the police back then were racist. Shocker, I know, during Jim Crow.
Okay. Wait. If you're going to say that the Black Panthers were just these saints that were just trying to fight for the rights of black people, then why did most of them become a part of gangs and
Oh
drug
yeah, I'm not
dealers?
gonna sit here and lie that like drugs and all this other stuff didn't play a part into into the corruption, because like I said, I tell everybody this, gangs were originally formed to protect the communities, and a lot of them have lost their ways because let's be honest, drugs and smecks, all that stuff sells a lot more money than doing like the actual right thing. Unfortunately, that's the reality that America lives in.
And we just went back into our circle. We destroyed our own communities
We
because
did
we
play a
lost
part in
our
it, but
way.
where did we get those drugs from? We didn't get them out of thin air. We didn't create it ourselves.
Okay, yeah, I know you're going to say the government, but they didn't put it down. They didn't tell us to snort them
Yeah,
up.
they hooked
Okay,
it up on us. That's why
we
that's
chose
why
to do that. They didn't tell us to.
yeah,
They never told us
they
to
just
sell
hook
them, but
you
we
on it.
made the choice to sell them to our people
Oh
to
yeah,
destroy
and
our
like I said,
communities.
that's what sells money, and people, and greed, it definitely has an effect on people. Don't get me wrong, but however, having you noticed, even like you said, you're from the hood, so you do know that like they established a bunch of alcohol stores around those neighborhoods, and even like rather than actual beneficial things for those said communities, they instead, hey, let me install a liquor store. Let me keep the poor rather than giving them the benefits that actually help them make them be better.
What is the
Wait,
purpose of putting a liquor store right
Hold
next,
on one
right around
second,
the corner?
RJ. I just want to say something, and then I want to get the two new people involved. Just
Oh yeah, go
very
ahead.
simple. To me, there are two groups of people. There are black people in this country that realize they live in the greatest country on this planet, and they bust their ass every day and succeed. And there's another group in this country that consistently play victim for shit that happened to their ancestors and use that as an excuse on why their life sucks. I don't know which group you're a part of.
Well, here's the thing. Two things can be true at once. Yes, there you can definitely work hard, be the best person that you can be, and yes, there are definitely people who just blame all their problems on other things. That's pretty much everybody, and yeah, of course, a lot of minority groups are gonna do that. However, there's also we can also acknowledge that there actually is a problem with said system, and that it's the problem. And the other problem is that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that there is a problem with the system.
Once again, just my original question is very simple. There's not a question, a statement. There's nothing I can do as a white man in this country that a black man cannot.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Well, hold on. I want to get the other two involved, and then I'll open it back up. Desmond, where are you from?
From Illinois.
All right, what brings you up, sir?
I got a problem with this comparison. I'm looking at your board here, where I don't get the comparison of George Floyd and that response to Charlie Kirk and the Charlie Kirk response. I don't understand.
Let me explain it this way, if I may. I think there are two groups of people that lost somebody that they didn't want to lose, right? You have Charlie Kirk. He inspired people to pray more. Therefore, people are praying more. And then we have St. George Floyd, who died of a drug overdose. And there's a group of people in this country that for some reason decided to celebrate him, I guess, light stores on fire, loot them, and hurt over 1,000 officers and caused over $2 billion in damages.
Okay, so let me correct a couple of the untruth you just spoke out your mouth.
Okay.
First of all, I don't know who St. George Floyd is. I don't know who that person is, because I don't recall George Floyd being offered sainthood.
Oh, there's statues of him in different cities throughout this country.
Finish. Can I make my point, please, without you interrupting, if that's okay?
Yeah, just don't spew bullshit. When you erect a statue of somebody,
you won't even let me.
All right, go ahead. Continue with the bullshit.
You won't even. Okay, so you already calling my statement bullshit before I even.
That is.
You some type of prophet?
Go ahead. Point number 2.
Okay. No. Point number 1, because I haven't even made point number 1 yet. Okay, so point number 1 is this: we didn't celebrate George Floyd. We don't give a fuck about George Floyd. What the riots, what the protests were about, was the constant police brutality that was allowed. If Charlie Kirk, and I've been on many podcasts and I've been on many lives saying this, making this point, if Charlie Kirk's murderer is found innocent, if he's found not guilty, if he's found there was no wrongdoing.
Let's not go with hypotheticals. Let's just go with facts.
Let me finish.
Let's stick to facts. This is where you guys can't handle facts, right?
Well, host,
have a conversation based on facts, not hypotheticals, not feelings. Stick to facts. Go ahead.
Okay, you ready? Okay. The fact is, when Charlie Kirk was shot, his murderer, the Pew was caught, and now he's being prosecuted. The reason the George Floyd situation got out of hand is because his murderer, which wasn't fentanyl, he didn't die of a fentanyl overdose. He died of an overdose of a police officer's knee in his neck. It was an overdose of a fucking murderous, racist ass cop.
What's the autopsy?
The autopsy states that even the people on the stand.
Hold on. Let this numbnuts finish, please.
Hold on. You saying he died of a fentanyl overdose?
No. Focus on your point, because I want to address each point.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, exactly. My point is the reason the responses were different because it was two different situations, which is why I don't understand the comparison.
Okay, why didn't the fires and the looting and the officers being hurt stop after Derek Chauvin was arrested?
They were.
They did not. That's
They
a
were
lie.
stopped
Sir, that's a lie.
Definitely after he was, and
That's
they
a
definitely
lie,
stopped
sir.
after he was convicted.
Okay.
They definitely
Once again,
stopped after
and
he
this
was
is
convicted.
what sir. This is what I'm talking about. Is you're either based in reality, facts, and common sense, or you're not, and you're coming up. They did not stop, sir. They did not.
They did stop. So they still going on?
No.
They did stop.
The point you made was Chauvin was not arrested. Once he was arrested, it did not stop.
There were multiple protests going on during that time, though. There were multiple protests going on during that time. Breonna Taylor's case, for example. There was a bunch of other cases
regardless.
No, it's not regardless.
Hold on one second.
And it was police brutality as a whole. We sick of this shit. We sick of getting killed and nothing happening.
But Desmond, it blows my mind that there have been so many black people that have come up here and they're unaware that every year in America, more white people are killed by police officers. Were you aware of that stat, yes or no?
Are they innocent people being killed and the cops getting away with it? That's the
majority black people.
Wait,
why do you act like every black person who's killed is a saint? George Floyd wasn't a saint. None of these.
Nobody said he was. Nobody said he was.
What are you talking about?
Charlie Kirk wasn't a fucking saint. Charlie Kirk wasn't a fucking saint.
Yes, he was. The man was a man of faith. He was a family man. What do you mean? Yes, he was.
All right, so Desmond, the point of me saying that is it's never. I could see the outrage if a white cop every day in America walked up to somebody and shot them and they were black, right? It's always people, whether they're white or black, that for some reason or another, whether it's an arrest warrant or they're on fentanyl or whatever the case may be, they take off running or they don't listen to the cops. You're aware of the video prior to the knee on the neck where they tried to put George Floyd in a police car. And he was so high on fentanyl, he was fighting them.
You do know you can resist.
I must say this, that if George Floyd would have listened, he would be alive today, possibly.
Oh, yeah, comply or run alive.
He'd probably be in jail or on more fentanyl, your choice. But
comply or unalive. Gotcha. That makes sense.
I don't know how you were brought up. Wait, hold on. Desmond, hold on one second, Desmond.
If you don't listen to me, I get to kill you.
Desmond, hold on one second. Hold on one second. RJ, I don't know how you were brought up, but whenever I got my driver's license, my parents taught me that if you get pulled over, if the cop tells you to put your window down, you put your window down. If the cop says, "Can I have your license and registration?" My dad said it's going to be right here in the glove department, and you hand it to them without hesitation.
Oh, then I like how you had a different conversation than I did.
Hold on one second. Fun. Then when I started carrying a gun, I made sure that if a cop asked that, how to answer that question, know exactly where it is. So I don't know how you were brought up.
Oh, I can tell you.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Out of all the bullshit that you guys scream about police officers, there's not one that was killed, white or black, that just said, "Here's my license and registration. I have a gun in my glove department."
Breonna
Taylor. Not one. So wake the fuck up.
Yeah, there's
Breonna Taylor.
You're a fucking liar. There's hundreds.
Yeah.
Okay, name one.
So here's the thing.
Hold on. Let me hear from this guy. Okay, so name one that the officer said, "Hand me your license and registration," and they listened, and the cop shot them. Go ahead.
Wasn't there a female police officer that said that she was reaching for her taser?
Wait, hold on. I said I want to hear from Desmond. RJ, what are you doing?
Jacob,
Go ahead, Desmond.
Jacob Blake. What happened in his situation? Jacob
Is that
Blake.
the
What
one
happened
in
in his situation?
Wisconsin that got out of his car and then he ended up having a knife and he reached when the cops told him not to reach? Is that the one?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. What happened with Jacob Blake? I'll look it up right now. Give me the BLM story, and then I'll give you the facts.
I thought you weren't fact checking. Hold on. Now all of a sudden you're fact checking.
This is typical. You're a fucking dumb motherfucker, bro. You can't even have an intelligent conversation.
Okay, no problem. I'm dumb. You're smart.
You
now
dumb
teach
as fuck,
me.
Bro.
No, I'm dumb as fuck. You're the smart one. No problem. Tell me what happened to Jacob Blake. Go ahead, sir.
You just told me you was gonna look it up. I ain't gonna do your work for you. Look it up, and then you give me because I got it right in front of me. Look it up, and then you tell me what happened.
Okay, so good. You got it right in front of you. You're the smart one. Teach us, Professor.
I can't read it because I'm driving.
Oh, no.
I'm taking my daughter
Okay,
to work.
so just keep it simple. Yes or no? Did Jacob Blake listen to the police officers?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
It's on video.
That's what I'm saying. Is if there were cases every day in America where somebody was pulled over for speeding, which unfortunately
one is too many, dude. One is too many.
Okay, but there's not one.
So what you're doing is you saying every black person that gets killed by a cop got killed because they should have just listened.
Well,
so
I'm also saying that.
The cop did something wrong.
To be fair, I'm also saying that for the white people as well. And statistically, there's more white.
As am I.
Okay, great. So once again, there's not police officers going around and killing people there's thousands and thousands of people pulled over and addressed by police every day in this country. And statistically, if you just listen to the police officer, he's not going to pull out a gun and shoot you. That's all.
Actually, here's the thing. You brought up like our upbringings and whatnot. I'll tell you how my upbringing, because mine was actually different from your conversation with your father. My father actually.
Just keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Oh yeah.
Did whoever teach you how to deal with the police? Did they tell you to listen to the police or don't listen?
Oh no, they told me to listen extremely carefully.
Okay, great. So did Jacob Blake listen extremely carefully?
No, hold on.
Did George Floyd listen extremely carefully?
Okay, so here's the thing about George Floyd. Hold on. No. How is George Floyd a threat when he was handcuffed? Why put him on it? Why did it take 3 officers to handle George Floyd while he was handcuffed?
He was still resisting.
How was he resisting? Tell me.
Did you see the police? Did you see the video when
hands were literally behind his back? How was he? He was sitting down. How did it take 3 officers? I went to BLET. I was a correctionals officer. How did it take 3 officers to handle a handcuffed man who was sitting down already? How did it do that?
Did you see? He was sitting down. He hadn't even gotten to the cop car. He was refusing.
You do know you can resist an unlawful arrest. You do know that, right?
But that wasn't what are you talking
He used a fake dollar bill. Okay,
for all he knows, he didn't know what he was getting arrested for. You don't know that, right?
Lord have mercy. You guys, at the end of the hey host, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
You remember me, don't you? How
I
you
do.
doing?
I do.
The picture, you always had his picture up here and I see it. Is this because of, the things that CK said about George Floyd? Is that why you have to have this comparison up here? Like what
It has nothing to do with what any no, I just think the reason why I have this up is you can't, I don't know, I just can't help think about the different reactions that we have one group of people praying more and we have another group that went and got a big screen TV and set a building on fire.
Oh yeah, I don't think listen, I don't think you would Can I speak to those? I don't think.
Let the lady talk.
I don't think that you will ever understand, and that's fine. It's not for you to understand.
Wait, what am I misunderstanding?
You wouldn't understand. Just like we're not understanding why y'all are mourning the way y'all are mourning, you won't understand why we mourned the way we mourned.
Wait, do you have a problem with people praying more?
Wait, what?
For one, the Edomite prayer is not answered. The Black Messiah does not hear your prayers.
So yours.
Yes, my prayer is worth more than the YT man, woman, and child. Who are
Oh
the
my God.
devils that the Bible speak of?
All right. So
And
hey,
when the Black
RJ and
Messiah
Desmond,
comes
this is
back,
your black sister down here.
your baby daddy, you
She's
specifically,
our sister.
Dave,
She's all our sisters. Dumb fuck.
Dave,
She's not just
Dave,
black people's
you
sister.
are
She's your
going
Yeah,
sister
to,
too.
but
You
you
dumb fuck.
wait,
Desmond,
Desmond, why
you
is it
personally,
that hold on,
Yes.
Cookie, you said enough. Hold on. Desmond, why is it that you're cussing me out instead of cussing out her racist comments?
that's
No.
not
I'm
racist.
because why are you separating it? She's speaking in biblical terms.
Why
Why
am
are you
I
separating her and
separating?
making her?
She
Why
said
is
that
she not your
her
sister?
prayers are worth more
Why
than the
is she
white
not
folks.
your sister?
Wait,
I'm asking you, why is she not your sister? Why is she just my sister?
wait, did you not hear what she said?
I didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah.
didn't hear
You
what
haven't
she said?
heard me speak anything
Okay,
about the
fair
Bible.
enough.
I haven't said anything pertaining to what she's saying. So why is she my sister and not your
So,
sister? She's our sister. We all
okay,
brothers and sisters. And that's
just
the problem.
point blank. You
Racism
can
is so
deflect all you
stupid.
want. Do you agree with what she said, Desmond?
I'm not a biblical person, so I don't agree or disagree. I'm not a religious person. So I don't know if she's speaking facts about the Bible or not. I have no opinion on the matter.
Cookie, did I hear you correctly? Did you say that your prayers are worth
You,
more than white
yes,
people?
I did, and I also said that when the Black Messiah comes back, you will be the Edomite man, woman, and child will be our handmaidens and servant. And Dave, I want you specifically. I'm gonna rename you Ray Ray, and you're gonna shine my boots.
Basically, she's calling
Thus
Jesus
says the
black.
Lord.
Because
Thus
he's gonna
says
Hold
the
save
on.
all.
Holy
He's gonna save
Spirit.
all the black people apparently
Okay,
from
so
this
Desmond,
evil.
if that was a white person up here saying to you to shine his or her boots, would you be chuckling like a little 3-year-old? What
I
happened?
don't agree with what she said. I don't think the answer to racism is more racism. I don't believe in racism on any level. I don't care who it's coming from. I don't
Do
believe
you
in
believe?
racism.
Do you believe that it's your turn now? You know, the Hispanics were enslaved. You know, the Black people
Whites
were
were enslaved.
enslaved.
Do you not
Now
hear
it's
the
time for
Irish?
you
The
to be
Irish were
oppressed.
enslaved.
It's your turn. Take it. Take it. Are you
I'm
against
taking.
God? Are you
The
No,
against
baby
Italians
girl,
God?
were
I'm getting
enslaved.
mine.
I'm not talking to you, Desmond.
That's
I'm
good. I'm
talking to
getting mine. I'm
Dave.
good.
Desmond, I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
talking to you. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
talking to you. I'm talking to the Edomite. Are you ready for what's gonna happen to you?
So
Are you ready?
I just want to recap. Okay, just make sure I'm processing because I'm taking it all in. You're saying that it's the white folks' turn to be a slave, and
I'm
you
not
want
saying that. The Lord is saying that.
the Lord is saying that. Of course,
Yes.
makes sense. And you want me to be your personal slave and shine your boots.
Yes. Of
Oh wow!
course. Why not?
I mean, that's
Why not?
unique. That's different.
Yeah.
May I
That'll
ask why you're
make
requesting
America
me?
great again.
Oh fuck me. Okay.
You can either do that or you can go back to the cave on all fours. Which
Oh
one?
no. So it's either I go back to the Caucasus Mountains or I
Yes, you
fucking
know where you come
become
from. I
your
love it,
slave.
Edom. I love it. Yes.
Oh fuck me. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll think about that. When is the Black Messiah coming back?
You'll know.
Oh fuck.
You'll know.
All right. Well, listen. I will say this. I think that'll never happen. Right. That's number one. Number two.
Yes, we have a non-believer. But guess what? The Bible says every knee will bow. Your knee will bow to the Black Messiah.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Your knee will bow.
The
Where does it
description
say
of
that
Jesus.
my knee will bow to the Black Messiah?
Well,
Your knee will bow. Don't worry about it.
the
Don't worry
description.
about it, Edom.
The description of Jesus is that it does describe him as being black.
He's not black. He may have been
Okay.
a darker shade, but he wasn't black.
What is he?
Okay.
Okay, there we
And
go.
what is your race, Jeremiah?
I'm black.
Listen, you're giving very much. I'm not black. I'm OJ, nigga. Okay, you up here shining. You up here
Excuse
shining
me.
his
Hold on.
boots. You crazy as hell, man. But it's okay. We gonna pray for your black brother. We gonna get that Edomite spirit up at you. We gonna get it up at you. It'll
Okay.
come
Why
at
do
you
you say
soon.
that?
It will come up at you, baby. Cause this don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. You have a YT woman, don't you?
No, I Hispanic actually, but
What does it? See, that's the thing is everybody comes up here and they think this photo is racist or I'm racist because I
Listen,
see.
I love what you're doing, baby. Cause guess what I'm gonna do? Cause I have a plan. Cause all you YT people are taking each other out now. The YT on YT crime rate is going up, and I'm here for it. Keep doing what you're doing. Cause all of y'all, we don't need a lot of Edomites in the kingdom of heaven to shine our boots. Some of y'all gotta go. At least half of y'all have to go, but most of y'all have to bow because y'all have to pay for what y'all ancestors did. Thus says the Lord, thus says the Holy Spirit, thus says the Bible.
But
Anywho,
I must say this that
let's move on.
not express the views of all of us.
But guess what I'm
I
about to
agree with
do?
this.
Guess what I'm about to do to tear this whole thing down? Cause I hold the porter
you
of
about to
life
go
between
looting.
my
Are you about to
legs.
start looting
Between my
again?
legs, I hold the porter of life,
Racism
and
was
I plan
racism.
on having 50 children because YT people don't want me to procreate. But guess what? You Edomites are taking each other out. I'm about to go on a baby bloomer, and guess what I'm about to do? Create an army, and we're going to storm off like January 6th, and we're gonna go crazy. We just gonna have a ball. We about to take over, baby. Yes. Black
she on crack
power,
or is she
black
trolling?
pride, more white tea divide. Jeremiah, you gotta get
Facts.
out of that mindset you in. You got to come back to your roots, baby, because you over here shoe shining David, and David don't give a damn about you. If you was on fire, guess what? David wouldn't even spit on your black ass. Come on now.
What? What?
And
Okay,
I
Cookie. I've
digress.
heard enough from you,
You want
Cookie.
to?
Hey, Cookie. I
Do you want
must
to know
know
something
why
crazy?
you're
Can I tell them
requesting
something?
me to be
Can
your
I tell them
slave.
something, please?
But let's go to Saya in the top right. Saya, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Michigan.
All right, and what brings you up?
I just wanted to ask you a question. I noticed that a lot of conservatives and a lot of Trump supporters, when talking about police brutality, seem to only bring up the George Floyd case. I'm not sure if it's because it's easier for you guys to demonize him and justify the reason of
I
violence.
can bring up others.
Oh, go ahead and bring up others
What
for me
time
right
you
now.
Wait, hold on one second.
up?
Saya, just so you know, I don't know how long you've
He's
been listening. Hold on
Yeah.
one second, Desmond. But I think George Floyd is the most glorified by the black community, by the
Okay.
BLM movement.
Okay, can I ask
Um,
why you think
A
that?
lie. A lie. That's a lie.
can you name another one that has been killed where there are statues of throughout the country?
I personally cannot, but I can tell you
There
this. The George
But
there were
Floyd case
laws
Saya,
was
against
the
Breonna
most.
Taylor.
What about Eric
hold on
Gardner?
one second. So, the point I was making to Desmond and
Trayvon Martin.
RJ. Hold on, Desmond, mute,
He
please. I
don't
don't know if
count.
you're trying to chime in or not. But the point is
Yeah.
cops are not going around and shooting black people just randomly,
Yes,
right?
they are. Oh, they are though.
Okay, so Saya,
Yes.
okay, no problem. So first of all, are you aware, Saya, that more white people are killed by police officers than black people everywhere? Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with the claim I'm trying
Just
to make,
yes
though?
or
There's
just
more
simple
white
yes
people
or
in
no.
the country.
That's
I'm just
fantastic.
asking you what that has to do with the
Okay,
claim
no
I'm
problem.
making.
No problem. So, and the point I was making, Saya, is
Yes.
whenever I get pulled over, I was taught
Mhm.
that whatever the officer says, just follow their directions, even if you weren't really speeding or you really didn't go through a stop sign. Listen
Absolutely.
to the officers. And I can't think of many scenarios where a white or a black person listened to the cop and ended up dead.
Okay, I can name one for you right off the
Okay, go
top of my
ahead.
head. Have you heard of the name Elijah McClain?
Tell me more. Go ahead.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, this is a really, really brutal one. He was a young, I want to say 19-year-old kid walking home, minding his business. He had I think his hood up. The cops stopped him. He was autistic and they misjudged that. I believe they gave him a lethal dose of, I can't remember if it was ketamine or something, but if you haven't watched that video, I really, really, really strongly suggest that you look up his case. It is absolutely heartbreaking.
He
Every
was killed
single
by
memorial
black
for
police
him
officers,
was
just so you know.
completely peaceful. Every memorial for him was peaceful. There
But
was
we said
violent
police
vigils.
officers. We didn't
They
say
were
what kind.
broken up violently by the cops. there are many, many, many examples of peaceful protests that have been happening for years. And I think it's really funny that you guys consistently bring up the burning and looting, when really that was just the perfect opportunity for a lot of criminals to act on their urges they already had. There were so many peaceful protests. I attended.
They were mostly teenagers.
Mostly teenagers, exactly that.
Do you justify what happened in the summer of 2020?
Regarding what?
The looting, the burning of buildings down, $2 billion worth of damage.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that you need to burn down buildings. I never ever said that, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying criminals took advantage of that time of chaos to make those choices. It was teenagers burning and looting. If you actually were around the places that these protests were being held, there was random bricks just being left out. I'm not saying anything, and I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying people are going to take advantage of crazy times and make it more crazy. Just like when those fires were happening in California, there was people setting more fires on their own. It's a mob mindset. It's awful, and I hate that it happened, and I hate that it distracted from the main matter. But it's just the fact of life. That stuff happens. There were so many peaceful protests, and I think that's what needs to be focused on.
The Elijah person, I do have to...
Elijah McClain. That's his full name, Elijah McClain.
But once again, the overall... let's just say that there's one. I'm not going to fact check you right here and now, but let's just say there is one. The majority of these deaths by police officers are a result of, unfortunately, white or black, once again, of people just flat out not listening to...
But you asked her if there was even one, and she gave you one. And
once again,
can I give one?
Someone else can give one. There's plenty.
Hold on. Let me respond.
Plenty.
I just have a feeling that if it was just a white cop walking up to a black kid and shooting him, and he did nothing wrong and listened to the police,
he did nothing wrong. He pleaded with his life. He said, "I'm a shy kid. I'm antisocial. I'm weird. I'm just not."
He literally said that. Oh my God! I remember what you're talking about now.
It
was awful. That case kept me awake for
maybe
nights.
you can answer this for me, Saya. Why is it that we did not hear about this?
Oh, probably because
I've heard about it.
Probably because you guys can't spin that case in any other way other than that is fucking brutal.
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Remember Nancy Pelosi taking a knee for George Floyd? Why did
what does that have to do with what I'm saying, though?
Stop.
What does that have to do with what I just said, though?
Stop. Why didn't Nancy Pelosi... Desmond, stop, please. Why didn't Nancy Pelosi take a knee for this kid if it's exactly what you're saying?
I'm saying the case wasn't as publicized because it was not a case that conservatives could spin anything else other than this was a brutal murder. This was something that should have never happened.
Hold on 1 second. You're saying conservative.
That would have been the best case if that was the case.
I'm going to say conservatives and I'm going to say racist people.
I don't know what planet you're living on.
For sure,
it's the Democrats and the media that glorified St. George Floyd.
I'm not talking about that anymore, though. I'm talking about Elijah McClain.
But why wasn't that story glorified by... I don't want to hear from anybody.
I don't think he likes black people. I don't think Dave likes black people.
Hold on, Cookie. Saya, why is it that the media and the Democrats, they glorified St. George Floyd? Why didn't they glorify Elijah?
I'm not gonna. I wouldn't use the word glorify in terms of Elijah.
Sorry. Nancy Pelosi took a knee for him.
Which I'm sure she did. That's fine. George Floyd's case was blasted because you literally watched this man's life leave his body on camera.
But you said to watch the video. So what do I see on the video? Will I see Elijah dying?
I honestly haven't watched him dying. If that is on film, I have watched every moment up to the cops actually, having him on the ground, having him seized. I'm pretty sure he died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital because they gave him a lethal dose of medication.
Even Terry's nickels.
Dave doesn't have empathy. The YT man and woman and child don't have empathy.
Coming from the black chick that wants me as her slave.
They don't have empathy towards anyone.
You literally said you want me as your slave.
Yes.
And I'm the one that...
Yes, I do. Why?
Right,
go read Isaiah 12:2. Thus says the black Messiah. You will be my handmaiden and servant. You have to pay for what your ancestors did. You have to pay that debt.
But why me? Why do I have to be your slave?
Because I'm going to choose you. I'm going to ask my black Messiah, can I get that one? I want that one specifically, the one that was running his mouth. I want Ray Ray. I want Ray Ray.
All right, fair enough.
Anyway,
All right.
did you
All
What's so
right.
weird
Let
is
me
that the
hear
Bible
from
teaches
Jeremiah. Hold
slavery,
on
so
one
I don't know
second.
why
Hold on. Relax.
the black
Relax.
Messiah
Go
would
ahead,
say
Jeremiah.
you.
What do you got?
That's the problem.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to talk to Saya right here.
Yeah. What's up?
Have you ever heard the case of Eric Gardner?
It sounds familiar to me. If you want to refresh my memory, go for
Okay,
it.
I don't know. I don't remember if this was like in maybe 2013 or 2014. But
Right.
there was a guy named Eric Gardner who was quote unquote choked out by the police officers. Well, he was
Okay.
choked out, but
Yeah.
he was trying to be restrained by 10 police officers because the more the police officers came, he
Mm-hmm.
kept resisting. Okay.
Okay.
In that situation, okay, this man was big, like gigantic. I think about like over 6'6". Okay,
Right.
and he was like what, over 300 pounds.
Okay.
And resisting police officers. Nobody
Okay.
could get him down. And when they got him down, he still tried to get back up. Do you not know that man could have still been alive today if he could have still been alive today had he just complied with the police right there?
Yeah, comply or unalive.
What's your point?
Comply or
Yeah.
alive.
What's your point?
That's not the case. Okay, they
Is not
bring it to that
compliance? Does that mean you
situation.
deserve to
Hold
be
on. Let
murdered?
Saya respond, please. Go ahead, Saya.
I just wanted to know: is him not complying? That's your justification for him being murdered?
They didn't try to murder him. Okay, they didn't try.
But they
That wasn't
did.
the attempt. It was to restrain
But they
him.
did. Do you think there was?
I think y'all straying away from what RJ was saying. RJ was talking about was it RJ? He was talking about all of these unalivings of
Tyrese
people
Nichols, for example.
that these Edomites get away with. And then Desmond was saying why it was a riots and stuff going on for George Floyd, because you have to understand what was going on. Like RJ said, the Breonna Taylor thing, people were at their breaking point with this, because you Edomites don't get shot
Breonna Taylor was
down
a drug
like
dealer.
dogs in the streets. Y'all don't get that.
She was
All right.
not.
So,
And her
I
boyfriend
just
shot
wanted
first.
to hold
But
on.
now
Her boyfriend
y'all
shot
are.
first at the police.
Hold on, Cookie. Relax.
It was
relax.
his right. There's a standard.
Cookie, relax. I'm
ground.
not your slave yet. So let's just recap, okay? My point was that if you listen to the police officers,
I have
you don't
another
lose.
point to make. Actually,
Hold on 1 second. One
Okay.
second, please. If you listen to the police officers, you don't lose your life. Now, should you? I get that argument. And so far, we have one, Elijah, that allegedly did listen and lost his life. Is there anybody else that we could put in that category?
Breonna Taylor, Tyrese Nichols.
Okay, and go ahead.
I just want to I want to know why you feel like you can't research these cases on your own, because there's so many of them, and
I just find it because
it's funny how you don't know
let
about
me
these
answer.
cases.
Hold on, let me
yeah,
answer. Stop.
I feel like it's
Let me
like
answer. Let me answer.
for sure. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Like for instance, whenever people come up here and they say things like Jacob Blake did not listen to the cop. And to me, knowing how the media and the Democrats operate, that if there truly was a story where a cop just walked up and shot and killed an unarmed black person, and there was nothing else to that story, that would be blasted all over the place.
That's a lie. They don't
Benjamin
blast
Crump would
half
be
of the
talking
stuff
about
over
that
the news
every
with,
day.
that has to go with. Now you're just making up stuff. They don't blast
They don't.
half of the stuff on the news that happens
Yeah.
with black people.
It
That's
happens
why
all
they
the
when
time.
when
Because most of the time
we
they're in the
go
wrong.
missing,
They can't
they
push
don't even
narratives
care. We had to come
with
up with
most
our
of these
own
black.
missing thing. We can't even do Amber Alert. We got Ebony Alert because nobody cares when it's a black person.
Wait, Amber Alert
Be
is
for
only
real.
for white people?
Oh my God,
Yes.
that's not what
You
she's
see
saying.
what I'm talking about? That's the shit I'm
That's
talking
not what
about.
she's saying. That's not what she's saying.
Wait,
Okay.
That's what she implied.
wait, stop.
That's not what she implied. That's what you just
Cookie,
took
are
out of
you
it.
saying Amber Alert is only for white people?
What I'm saying is, when it's us, nobody cares. That's
Okay,
what I'm saying.
but
Did anybody care when Ebony Alert came
You
out?
heard
When Ebony Alert came
everything.
out?
You see how you don't hear nothing.
Wait,
but
hold on. Once
you hear,
again,
you hear other shit. Let me tell you something,
Cookie,
Dave. You
stop.
need
Cookie,
to
stop.
go to.
Stop. Amber Alerts are used for black people as well, correct?
Okay, but
Yes or no?
mostly,
Yes or no?
mostly they're used for the YT woman. They'll blast those YT harlots all over the news.
It's mostly children.
We don't get that
Ebony
same
Alert?
coverage.
It's mostly children.
Yeah, it is mostly children.
Whatever.
Hey,
We
brother.
don't get
Hey,
that
brother from
same
Cleveland.
news.
Brother from Cleveland. Excuse me, I forgot your name. But tell me, what's your spin on the Trayvon Martin case?
Me?
Yeah, what's your
Jeremiah is
spin
talking
on
to you,
that?
sir.
Because you seem to hate us. You seem to
Jeremiah
hate
is a
us.
bootlicker.
Okay,
Jeremiah
look.
is a bootlicker. He's over there shining
Cookie,
David
stop.
Look,
Can
shoes.
I talk?
you got an excuse for every black man that get killed by police. You got an excuse for the police
Oh
or,
yeah.
or the
Wait,
white
what?
teeth
You didn't
person
let him
not using that.
answer.
Stop letting the. Okay, look, listen. In the Trayvon Martin case, I'm not 100% supportive of that one. Okay, I'm not. And the reason why is because he had no business following Trayvon Martin. Okay, to be
Right.
honest, man, if for any, I have nephews. Okay, I have nephews. No matter what the race, if there is a person chasing after my nephew and his action is to fight back against that man who is stalking him, I think that's a perfectly good thing for him to do. That's a perfectly reasonable reaction. But at the same time, it shouldn't have been a race thing. It should have been this grown ass man following a 17-year-old boy back home. Okay, I don't. Okay, the Trayvon Martin case, I can't really see. Okay, it wasn't by a police officer. It was by a random
No.
dude who wanted to be
Right.
a police officer but couldn't.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
Right.
It wasn't. It
A white
wasn't by
guy who got
your
away with
great
murdering one
grand.
of our kids.
Yeah. And what about Tamir Rice? Have
There's
you heard
another
about
one.
that
To be
case?
right,
A toy gun.
they assumed he had
Toy
a
gun.
gun.
They assumed he had a gun. Did they go up to this child that was playing with a
Nope.
toy?
No, no, but
Both
look,
of
Did
them.
they shoot him?
All right, hold on
Tamir,
one second.
Tamir Rice
Dana K,
was
how are you?
I knew.
Hi,
Okay,
honey.
I didn't know Tamir
You
Rice, but I
know
knew
he's
my
Hold on
brother
stuttering.
one
He
knew of
second.
doesn't
Tamir
know
Hold on
who
one
Rice.
second,
Tamir
Okay,
please.
it's
is.
very interesting that you don't seem
Wait,
to
do you
know any
guys
of the
not hear
cases
me?
that include real brutality and that you
Saya?
can't justify. Yeah, yeah. What's up?
Okay, Dana K, what brings you up, love?
Oh, you can drop me. Sorry, I was trying to tap.
Oh, okay, thank you, Dana K, for
Yeah, she
tapping.
just wasted our time.
Oh,
My thing
But
is
look,
look,
Jeremiah
Saya,
does
go
not
ahead, Saya,
have.
finish your
look,
point.
y'all want to
You a
sit here
beast.
and call me. Y'all want to sit here and call me a bootlicker. Y'all want to sit here and call me a bootlicker. I'm not no bootlicker. Okay,
Say
I
it
look.
again.
Yeah, you are.
How am I a bootlicker?
Let me
Tell me how I'm
tell
a
you
bootlicker.
how, because you're sitting
Because
here
you
trying
making
to
excuses.
justify everything
Making
Yep.
when it comes
excuses.
to black people. You're
Yes.
sitting here trying to justify everything. You think that your baby daddy Dave is gonna take you under his bosom like Moses? He's
No,
not.
that's.
He
Once
don't
again,
give a
I have
damn
Oh,
nothing
about
I'm
to
your
do
sorry.
with
ass.
him
Okay, so
speaking
I
his
must be
opinion.
trying. So you're saying because I'm not agreeing with this black supremacy right here that I'm
Black
just trying
supremacy is
to kiss
crazy.
up to
No.
the white man.
That's
That's what you're
crazy.
saying.
No,
A
that's
black
What?
man
not what
can't
I'm
No.
think on his
What
saying.
I'm
own, so he has
saying.
to
What
think
That's
I'm
with
not what I'm
saying
the
saying.
sheep.
is.
He has to think with the sheep, or he has to think with the white man.
No, that's
And he
not.
can't
To
think
answer
on
your
his own.
question, no, that's not what I'm saying. No,
That's
that's
not
not
what
what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying. I'm
Carry
saying
on.
you're
That's not what I'm
acting
saying, though.
dense. Oh my God, did they bend you over too?
Okay, so my question for you, Desmond, is very simple. Why is it when I have a panel with a handful of black people up here and one person comes up and disagrees, whether it's they're pro-Trump or they have a common sense approach to certain things, why is it that the other black people on the panel get on them and call them a coon or an Uncle Tom or whatever the
You know
case may
what?
be?
I
They're
apologize.
sheep. That's
Okay,
why they're sheep.
I'm not
okay,
Listen,
hold
wait,
on.
wait,
He
apologizing
wait.
to
asked
you.
me the question.
Go ahead,
Dave,
He
Desmond.
let
asked
me
me the question.
apologize. I want to apologize to Dave. Dave, I am so sorry. Jeremiah, you's a good old house nigga. You's a good one. I'm sorry, boy. Keep
Okay.
on praising the
All
white
right,
man.
Desmond. Desmond, go ahead,
Yes.
sir.
I can't answer to why. I haven't called him a coon or
I'm
any of
not
those
saying
other
you,
things
sir.
you
I'm
said.
just speaking in
Right.
general.
So, oh no, I'm asking you. You asked me the question on why people call him. I'm not going that far because again, I'm one of the most anti-racism people you could ever meet in your life. I think racism is one of the dumbest concepts in the history of man. With that being said, we have a black man here that is basically justifying, even trying to justify a police officer who is right now sitting in prison for murdering George Floyd.
Oh,
You
I
he's
still
said
going to
giving
be
he
me
out soon.
justified it.
Mark my words.
He died from a
Did
heart
justify
attack.
Jeremiah that you did.
he didn't.
Derek,
Tell it
show
to
him
the
People
the
don't go to
court.
picture you
jail for
did.
murder
So
for
you're
people with
telling
heart
me the
attacks.
courts are
He
lying?
died because the man killed him. The man put his knee on his neck for 8 minutes.
So
Yeah,
y'all
well,
are
he's going
going
to be
against the
free.
judge. He was convicted. He was charged. Justice was
Yes,
served. And guess
Exactly.
So
what?
so
yes.
if
He's
you
getting
so if you
bent
don't go
over.
to
He's
jail for it,
getting
then you didn't
rammed
do it.
every
So many of
night.
the
Ramped up, up and down,
All
rammed, and
right,
every
Cookie,
time he get
relax,
rammed,
So what
relax, Cookie.
he's thinking about
Jeremiah,
George
ask your
Floyd.
question again. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Ask your question again.
Okay,
I didn't hear
so
what you
from
said.
her comments, from what she's saying right here, if you are convicted of it, then you must have done it. Okay, meaning that like Aaron Gardner didn't do it since he didn't go to jail prison for the murder of Trayvon Martin. That's what she was trying to say, that
No,
since he was convicted, he did it.
That has nothing to do with Desmond's question.
no.
Oh no, I was responding to her.
Yeah, Jeremiah
But
is
okay,
slow.
you want me to respond
and
to
with
this
Cookie,
question? Okay, I am not defending bad police
Lord,
officers.
and then
What I am doing
Jeremiah,
is that
he
every
has
time when it comes
one
down
of the
to a black
biblical
person in
names,
these
and he's
situations,
acting wild.
it's never a simple okay, here, officer, here's my ID, or complying with the police officers. It's never that. It's always them trying to fight back for some odd reason. That's
Who is
because
them?
either they
Who
have
is
warrants on the
them?
records,
You
or
do
they're
realize
Hold
you
on,
trying to
can
who
get
is
revoke
revenge,
them?
and
a
they're
Do
trying
you
to get
vehicle.
think
out of the
you're
situation.
What
white?
are you
Who is
referring
them?
to? What
Wait,
are
who
you
is
referring
them,
to?
Jeremiah? Who is
Once
them?
again, every single person
Jeremiah,
that
you are
has
trained
died at the
well. You
hands
are
of a
trained
police
Yes,
well.
officer.
he is trained.
It
I
doesn't
love
matter if it's
it.
white or
I
black.
love
Trained
it. I
well,
love a good
trained well.
old.
This is
Yeah,
some
you's a
racism,
good
right?
boy.
This is
Oh
some
You's a
racist
yeah.
good.
stuff
You
right
a
here
good
that y'all
boy.
are doing
He
right here.
He's a
is.
good
Okay,
boy.
y'all saying that?
He's a good boy. Everybody put good boy in the chat. Good boy.
Yeah, okay, they about to put it in chat. Look,
Cookie,
all
why
that,
are you being like that, Cookie?
this is what I'm talking about. I have to think with the sheep and not what I think.
Jeremiah, I
Okay,
really,
Yeah.
really
You
hope
are the sheep. Stupid.
they will never
I'm
fully accept
You
you,
don't
Jeremiah.
realize
They
that you
will
are the
never.
It
sheep.
has
Thus
nothing
says
to
the
do with
Bible. You
accepting. It's
are the
common
lost
At the
sheep.
end
accepting.
of the
I
day, it
don't
does,
need
though.
nobody's
They're
acceptance.
actually putting good
It
boys.
I
sounds like
just
you do. It sounds like you love it.
no, I don't.
But
Okay.
once
I
again,
just give a damn.
instead of
Good
taking,
boy.
I
wait,
just
Good boy.
stop. Instead of taking personal shots at him, why not debate the facts? And that's where you guys struggle, right?
Well,
Is
actually, I
Not
your
think
really.
with the
emotions, your
facts, he hasn't
feelings get
done
the
a
best
rebuttal.
of you.
No,
But
not at all.
factually, you're not
He
that
hasn't
great.
made a fact. He just made an
Okay, that's
opinion.
the problem.
And all of his stuff that he's been saying has been easily debunked. When he said that George Floyd
he's
died of an
debunk
overdose,
it.
I
Debunk
did.
it.
When I'm about to. When you said that George Floyd died of an overdose, that was literally proven in court by the people who even conducted the autopsy that there wasn't enough fentanyl in his system to actually cause him to be unalive. So right there, you're already
Actually,
wrong.
if you look at the
Exactly.
autopsy, you have to look
The
at the
people who
autopsy.
did the autopsy
It was
said that
over
it was
the
because of
lethal
Derek
amount.
Chauvin.
It was over the lethal amount. Okay.
No, it was not.
It
Oh my god,
wasn't.
you didn't read the autopsy.
Did you?
Jeremiah, why you want another
You're
black
saying look at the
brother?
court case. What if you look at the autopsy, you can see that this man had multiple drugs in his system.
And they
Love.
said it
You
was
know
not
what,
enough to
Jeremiah?
unalive him,
I'm gonna pray
Jeremiah.
for
That
you.
is what I'm
I'm
telling
gonna
you.
pray for
He will
you.
learn. He will
All right,
learn the
just
hard
hold
way
on
one
one
day.
second. Hold on one second,
I don't
please.
need no prayers from your black messiah. I'll take prayers from
Oh,
Jesus. Thank you.
All
he's
right, hold
getting
on one second, please.
he doesn't love the black
All right,
Messiah.
Alexis, where are you from, Alexis?
California.
What brings you up, love?
I heard everyone ganging up on Jeremiah, and I was just curious as to what
You came up
guys
to
thought
say
this
that.
was doing. Huh?
That's very sweet of you. Well,
Not
let
to
me
save
explain.
him, but also I do have commentary about Charlie Kirk as well.
Okay, let me just explain. Jeremiah has common sense and he's speaking facts. And Saya, RJ, and of course Cookie is getting on him about it. And
I have not gotten on him. I'm
just
just my
one more
claims
thing.
that I've made
Cookie,
have been pretty much
hold on,
substantial
I'm
claims.
talking. What the fuck?
So the host
And
is
just one more
talking,
thing,
and I
Alexis.
heard you guys
Cookie
making
is
one
also on
substantial
record as saying white people are going to be slaves again, and she wants me to be her personal fucking slave. So go ahead.
Amen to that. I find that very hateful of you guys, and inherently,
Guys,
basically, putting forth the same behavior that you guys actively tried very hard to get away from.
Do you believe in the
There's
Lord?
no
Because
you
the
guys.
Lord
It's just
told me
Cookie.
this,
I have
baby.
no
I don't.
Everybody, get your Bibles. Let's turn to
No, I'm not
Isaiah
religious, but if you want to
12
debate facts
and
instead of
2.
feelings,
All right,
I think
hold
we
on.
should
Wait,
do
relax,
that.
I should be
Alexis,
blaming the
stop,
host for
please.
keeping her
All right,
up here.
relax,
I
guys.
said, look,
Relax.
look, if we want to debate facts instead of feelings, we can do that. I'm not religious.
Yeah, this
though,
is
so if
facts.
you
You
would
don't
like to
think
do
my
that, we
Lord
can do
words
that.
is facts, baby? It is.
I don't care about you and your Lord.
You don't care about
I
my
personally
Lord?
don't.
What? What did you just say?
That's your Lord. You should care about him.
Yeah,
But as far
you're
as
right.
debating
You won't
facts
inherit the
and
kingdom
a
anyway.
substantial point,
You
I
will
think
be
that
my
we should do
servant as
that.
well.
Unless you just want to keep
You
talking
will
over and
serve.
just
You will
spewing
All right,
serve
Cookie, are
him.
you gonna have a conversation or are you gonna go off the rails?
Yes, I'm about to have a conversation. I'm about to have a great conversation
sometime today.
Okay, you know what? She trying me, and I
All
don't
right.
like to be tried.
Go
Hot
ahead.
with her head.
Go ahead, Cookie.
All right, give me one moment.
Oh no, not the one moment.
Everybody, wait.
Oh my God.
You're unbearable. Okay, Cookie. At times you're unbearable. I'm gonna bring T-Star. T-Star. Hold on one second. T-Star, where are you from?
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
All right.
Real quick, I just want to come at Jeremiah real quick. So are you actually an Indians fan or Guardians fan, or are you just wearing that because you want to?
Indians fan.
You are? Can you name
Yeah.
5 players on the team?
Huh?
Can you name 5 players on the team?
Wait, we're not playing Sports Jeopardy,
No,
T-Star.
I'm trying to figure out if he's actually an Indians fan or he's just trying to make a political statement. So can you name 5 players on the
I
team?
don't know much about baseball, but
How are
I
you
grew
a
up with
fan
Chief
then? Like
Wahoo, so that's why I
Jose
pick it up.
Ramirez, Steven Kwan, Gavin Williams, Tanner Beebe. Why you got the Indians logo on there if you can't name any of the players on the team? Are you just trying to make a political statement?
Well, don't worry about it, T-Star.
Okay,
What do
we
you do?
have to
Go
listen
around
to the Black
reviewing
Messiah.
everybody's profile photo?
The Black Messiah is trying to
What the
speak.
fuck, T-Star?
Listen, the
I'm just
Black
saying, like, how
Messiah
you gonna
is
have-
trying to speak. Everyone, I'm sorry, it's chapter 14 and
Okay,
2.
stop,
And it
stop.
says
Here,
here,
Cookie, Cookie.
the people
Here-
shall take them and bring them.
All right, Cookie,
To their-
listen. I'll bring you back up in a little bit. All right, so T-Star, what do? Go around broadcast to broadcast reviewing everybody's profile pic or what?
No, I'm just saying, like, he got the Indians logo on. We're in the fight for the playoffs, and he can't even name any of the players. It's crazy.
All right, well, listen, today's the last game of the year, so let's not have bad karma attacking fellow Guardians fans, right?
I mean, hey, man, if he's a fan, he's a
They're
fan.
the
Go Guardians.
Indians. They're the Indians, not the Guardians.
Okay, see, they're whatever. So,
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
He said that they're the Indians, not the Guardians.
Oh, fuck yeah. So he wants a name change back. All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
All right,
I just want a World Series. So why are you comparing Charlie Kirk to a black protest? Like, what's the point?
Well, to be fair, there's no comparing Charlie
call
Kirk
that
and George
protest?
Floyd. Charlie Kirk was a good man, right? George Floyd was a career criminal who died of an overdose.
Let me say this. Well, first of all, somebody just said.
In no way am I comparing those two. I'm comparing the reaction to each.
Okay, so 2 things here. First of all, we just debunked the fact that he overdosed. We just said that we got autopsy proof that he died from.
Right, I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on the
He didn't die
reaction.
from blood poor
Second
trauma.
of all, African Americans got nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. The person who sent that bullet wasn't African American. The person who got it attacked. I'm trying to use the right TikTok words. You don't get taken down. But the people who unalive, he wasn't African American. Most of the people in the audience wasn't African American. African Americans got nothing to do with this at all. So I don't understand why you even comparing us to this because there's nothing. This has nothing to do with it at all. And
well,
wait, by the way,
I'll answer you once again. It's the reaction to each death that was eye-opening to me. One inspired more prayer. People prayed more, went to church more. And the other one, there's a large group of people that got a new big screen TV because they lose it.
That's what you call privilege. White people were given a space to peacefully be able to mourn a death. Black people were met with chaos and violence and protest.
but here's the thing, though.
Wait, stop, T-Star. I'm so sorry. In the top right, what's your name?
Jamia. You can call me Mia.
Nia?
Mia. With the
Mia.
L.
Okay, Mia. How are you guys not are you saying that? Can you say what you just said? Because I'm mind fucked by that. Go ahead.
Let me explain it. If Black people decide to group together after the dying of George Floyd, it would be gangsters and thugs, too many of them in one space, which would cause them to call out the marshals and the police and all type of military. But when white people do it, it's fine. And then when it's for a white
What's the
person,
difference in the events here, though? Do you see
Say
the
it again.
difference in the gatherings?
Yeah, the
Yeah, there's
context
no
behind those
marshals, there's
differences
no
are
military,
completely
there's
different.
no government
Yeah,
trying to stop it.
because there was no violence.
Not the claiming of civil war, not the
However, I would like to say that we create the spaces in which we mourn in on our own. So, for instance, meaning if people wanted to gather peacefully to mourn George Floyd together, they could have done so, but
They
unfortunately,
didn't get that
chose not
opportunity,
to.
and I think that's
They
the
chose to
difference. You guys
dishonor
have
and
privilege,
disgrace his
so you
name.
would never understand what
They
I'm even
chose to
talking
dishonor
about
and disgrace
because
his
you've
name,
never
unfortunately. They took
experienced
advantage
it.
of his
No,
death
you've never
to
even
benefit
experienced what I'm talking
themselves.
about to be speaking on it.
They took advantage
Quite
of his death
literally,
to
you
benefit
don't know.
themselves.
You don't know a bit of Alexis. You have no idea because you're white.
See, this
I'm
is
actually
why
not, yo
I
soy
speak
Latina.
up. This is sometimes
Pendeja,
why
usted
I,
no
You
sabe
have no
nada,
idea
pero
because
usted
you're
quiere creer que
Latino.
usted
You
como
have
sabe a
no
mí.
idea. So
You
just
want
like
to know, you want to think that you know who the fuck I am, but you don't.
just because you
You want
act
to
a
go based
fuck
off of
and
my
it
skin
doesn't
color,
change
which
my
is
point,
racist
boo.
as hell.
My point is still the same.
see, this is the reason why I speak up. It's because black people always want to say, "Hey, this is not your fight." Okay, you're white. You don't know anything about what I've gone through or anything. I've lived through things like that, which is why I stand up for many people like this, and many other black people do. Is because it's just, I'm sorry to say it, but retarded. It's completely retarded to sit there and say that just because you're white, there's no reason for you to speak on this. Why?
Also not white.
Why is that?
But here's the thing, though, right? So if we're talking about the context of like all these protests, when Colin Kaepernick did a peaceful protest, all he did was take a knee at the national anthem. There was an
And that
uproar.
man got suspended.
And there was an uproar.
Lost his
When we go
job
out,
He
peacefully.
was a trash quarterback.
hold on.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Let's not
I'm about to
deflect.
land.
Don't
Okay,
deflect,
hold on, one at a
Jeremiah.
time.
Good
One at a
boy.
time.
Hold up. I'm about to land. When Colin Kaepernick took a knee, there was a problem. There was an uproar. When we go out and peacefully protest, there's all lives matter. Stop complaining. If they was just comply, you'd be alive. All this other stuff. When we riot, there's a problem. Nobody's actually shown people of color, especially when we advocate for people who are victims of police brutality, actually how to actually quote unquote peacefully, the right way to protest. Nobody's ever done that. And when we're talking about the context of George Floyd, for example. And when we're
Wait,
talking
hold
about
on.
the
I
context,
just want to go back to Mia real quick. Mia, are
Yeah,
you
he bubbly
saying?
said-
Hold on 1 second, please. Mia, you're on Coffee Cup.
What's that mean?
Are you saying that because police were present for the George Floyd protest, that's what led to the looting and the fires?
No, I'm saying that the reason it has spiraled and the difference is because of privilege and peace. If you're able to go to your church and peacefully mourn and have a nice celebration of life, that's great. But if you don't get that privilege, you will never
Who's
be able to have
stopping
that.
black people
And so
from doing
once
that?
you're
I'm so
not given
confused.
that privilege, you feel like, what in the world? I deserve the same privilege as everybody else. So then
Who's
raise
stopping
the
black people
voice.
from
Make
doing
that
that?
safe space for yourself.
Well,
Say
okay,
it
well,
again. You know, we try, and then the
did you
police
notice that
come,
there
and
was
so
no
did
National Guard on
the
January
marshals. I
6th?
already
But
said
when
that. Good of
when
Alexis. You
BLM was
keep
doing their
getting
protest,
stuck.
there was a bunch of National Guards.
Say it again.
When January 6th happened, there weren't any National Guards. There was just a few police officers.
Well, you could blame Nancy Pelosi for that.
When
We won't go down that
BLM
road.
was protesting, the National Guard, police officers, they were armed to the teeth. They were prepared for all
Waiting
that
for a
stuff.
problem. They were literally waiting for a problem.
Yeah, so exactly. So exactly. So I mean, like you
they knew
can
there was a
obviously
problem.
tell
Even
that
right
there's
now
a
in
distinct
DC,
difference on the
actively,
protests.
they are waiting for a problem as if this is something black people did.
Because they
Okay, wait,
knew there
hold
was
on.
going
Let's
to be a
focus on
problem.
that. Just hold on 1 second. Mia, just very simple. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that Donald Trump sent the National Guard into D.C.?
I don't think it's a good thing. He's not getting the reaction that he wanted because we're not that slow anymore. We've
But
learned.
less people have died.
Yeah, because he's not getting the reaction. We're starting to lead ourselves by example. So we can't keep
Lead
doing the same
ourselves.
thing
Wait.
that got
Right
all of
after
us
they come to
killed
the
the last
right
time.
after
We
the
have to do it differently this time.
But
So
why
because
is
he's
it
not getting
why
the reaction,
why is it that Donald Trump says there are certain cities that have a gun problem? I want to send in the National Guard, and the dumb Democrats in this country are fighting him on it. Why is that?
Why not send them to Utah then? Because obviously there's
you
a
got to
problem
realize
in
Donald
Utah.
Trump lives in DC.
I'd
You
rather
guys
send them
do
to
realize
Oblast.
the White
Send them
House
to
is
Oblast.
in the District of Columbia, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you do realize that's where he lives, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's how he gets around. That is how he
Then
travels.
why is he sending them to Memphis?
Why isn't he?
He is.
You said why is he or why isn't
He
he?
is sending them to Memphis.
Maybe they need to be in Memphis. Maybe
Okay,
there's a
so
lot of black people in Memphis that he wants to control and not allowed to get too out of hand and start issues because that's what he likes to project.
go ahead,
Yes,
Alexa.
Donald Trump's only agenda to silence and stifle
But
black people is
Alexis,
that the
shut
whole
up.
reason
Don't
that
nobody
he
want to
No,
keep
no, no,
hearing
no,
you.
no,
I'm
no,
asking
no.
you a
Let's
question.
come on,
have
So
a
I'm
conversation.
so
Be
listen. So what
respectful,
you're
man.
not going to do is you're not going to
You're not going to tell me
not.
what I'm not going to do because you're not my
Okay,
mom.
well,
All
you
right,
know what you're not going
relax,
to do is you're not going to
relax.
overtalk and
Alexis,
act like
ask
I
your
don't have a right to
question.
speak on this panel just the same as you do. Because unfortunately, to your dismay, I do have a right to speak on this panel, regardless of what you think of me. But
All
once
right,
again, are we
Alexa.
seriously sitting here thinking that Donald Trump's only agenda is to go after Black Americans? Are you joking?
I mean, no, he's
Like
obviously
that's
going after.
y'all. You really
He's
think that?
obviously
You think that
going
you're
after
that?
your
You think that you're
people
that
too
important?
daily. He's literally sending your people home daily.
Right, my people. He's sending my people home. So my
Your
grandparents
people. Didn't you say you're
legally,
not
my
white?
grandparents legally migrated to the
Didn't
United
you
States of
say
America
you're
and then
not
brought their
white?
kids here. They
Didn't you
came
just
here
say you're of
legally,
Latino
full
descent?
documentation, and are American citizens. So no, they're not sending my people back.
There are still people who
My
are
people
here
are all
legally.
here and are American citizens.
Well, here's the thing: there's still
Bro, I'm
people who are
talking about your
legally being
ethnicity,
detained
Latinos.
and unlegally being detained and unlegally being deported. There's
Who?
still there are people here on
Unlegally,
visas.
Name one.
unlegally, illegally. The word is
Yeah, I
illegally,
said
not
that
unlegally.
He's
again.
so
I said people
stuck
who
on trying
are
to
here on
deflect.
visas,
She
which is
can't
legal,
listen.
and there are
Okay,
I'm
people who
just
not.
hold
No,
on
I'm
one second.
not.
Name
You're
Just
so
a
one.
sensitive.
simple
Name
Every
question.
Latino in
one
my
person
family
that
voted
was
for fucking
illegally
Trump. So
detained
shut
and
up.
sent and
I
You get to
deported.
sit here and
Congress
decide what
have
our
been
best interests are
canceled.
because of what you think. Everyone gets one fucking vote. My vote's for me. Your vote's for you.
Girl,
That's
Bad
it.
Bunny literally canceled his whole American tour to
I
make sure that
literally don't
they
give
were
a shit about
safe.
Bad Bunny.
And I bet
Celebrities
you
don't even live
literally
the
don't.
semblance of
And
the
it's
same life that
always
we do.
it's always the protected
Why do you
people
guys
who
fucking
no longer
idolize celebrities
care.
like they give a
As
fuck about
long
you? Like
as
they live the same
you are
life you do. Shut
comfortable,
up.
nobody else
Shut
matters.
the
As
fuck
long as
up.
you
You
feel
have no
protected
sense of
and your
reality.
family, you're good. But fuck everybody
My
else,
yeah,
right?
you're right. Me and my family,
Exactly, and
we
that's
are
the
good because
problem.
my grandparents
And
made sure
that's
that
the
they came
problem.
here
And that is,
legally.
girl, I was brought here
Legally.
illegally
And
by
are
the people who are
American
telling you
citizens,
what
same
to
as my
do.
father, same as
Get
my
a grip.
tia, same as my tío.
Get a grip.
Todos nosotros somos
Get a grip.
whatever.
All right, so
Get a
All
grip.
right,
Oh, I
so
have a
Mia,
grip.
just
You're the
simple
one who has
yes
to
or
make
no
yourself the
question.
victim. We refuse to do
Get
that.
a grip.
Mia, is Donald Trump racist? Yes or no?
Donald Trump
Of
just
course you
said.
think so.
Donald Trump just said stupid
Yes or
people
no, please.
don't
Yes or
like
no.
him.
Yes
Donald
or no,
Trump just
please.
said stupid people don't like him.
Once again, yes or no, is Donald Trump racist?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if Donald Trump didn't care about black people, why would he be saving black people's lives by sending in the National Guard, where unfortunately, whether you like it or not, there's more black people than white people dying because of gun violence? Why wouldn't he just let you
didn't
guys
ask
kill each
for
other
that.
off?
Nobody asked.
That's
We could
a
have did that
strong
ourselves.
argument like crazy.
Really?
I'll say,
Haven't you?
you guys
Wait,
are.
hold on.
The
I just
problem
want to hear
is
from
the
Mia, please.
reflection.
Go
So
ahead, Mia. Answer
your
me.
question, really quickly, host. Your question is why are black people upset that the National Guard was
It's just not
brought
black
into
people,
it?
to be fair. It's
Well, what's
Democrats as a whole.
Ask your okay. So Democrats is what you're
Why are
asking.
people upset? Let's keep it simple. Are you okay with the National Guard going into Washington, D.C.?
Well, for what exactly? What are we talking about? What's the topic? What are they going there for?
Prevent crime.
Wow.
Why the crime rate has been very low.
Yeah. What is the
Wait,
reason?
hold on,
It's
hold on,
very
RJ.
random.
Please don't use that
DC.
dumbass example. It's just because crime declined year over year doesn't mean it's safe. You agree
Exponentially,
with that?
yes. What's the point? What's the point of
What
saying
is
the
the reason that
it's
we're
a
asking
downward
Donald
going
Trump to bring
slump.
it
Yeah,
in?
it
You
only
never
declines a
answered
little
that.
bit
You're,
though. It,
as the
okay,
host,
just because
really
they're on a
quickly,
small
you
decline
said
does
Here's
not
the
mean
thing.
they don't
If
make
do
if
I
it's
want
if
him
it's
to
as
do
bad
that?
as you
If
guys
he's
say it
doing
is,
it for a legitimate reason, absolutely. But if he did it because his police officers killed a black man and now there's outrage on this street, then no.
But
Let-
that wasn't the
obviously
case. I don't
the
understand.
worry
So what
the
is your
worry
question?
is
Outrage. Once
Dave.
again,
Okay,
The worry,
so
once again, you're creating a safe
hypothetically,
environment for yourselves. Crazy.
Dave, the worry is that he's moving closer towards the authoritative government. And that's something that none of us want. I don't think anybody on this
once
panel.
again, that's a Democratic and a media media talking
No,
to me,
that's
hold
not.
on,
See,
hold on,
okay.
You
T.
guys make
If
sure you go
I'm
out
in
and
a
vote.
city that has a lot of gun
Yeah,
violence,
no, seriously, go and vote. And guys,
Yeah,
if you want to
and
make
early
changes that
voting
you'll
is
immediately feel
available
and
right
see a change
now.
in, vote in your local elections. You guys don't want AB to be illegal, then go ahead and vote in your local
Yeah,
elections.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
early
We yeah.
voting is
Okay, yeah.
available
We
right now.
okay.
You can
That's
go
like
right
wait.
now.
That's elections. We all know that. Dave. So
Not everybody knows that.
So
But
Dave,
okay.
so my whole thing is that the reason why this is not you can't just say, oh, that's a media thing. Like this is something that people study in history is you don't want to give your government too much power. There's ways to prevent crime if you want to crack down on crime. There was a controversial crime bill that the Democrats did that did lock up a lot of African
Quite
Americans
literally,
that was
T-Star, there's
problematic.
so many
But there's other
alternatives.
ways to crack down on crime besides
So many
throwing the
other
National Guard
ways.
because it comes out
Hey, thank
authoritative, and you do
you.
not want your government. You, Dave,
Thank you,
do not want
50/50.
authoritative government. That's just something
I'm
that's just
telling
common
you, let
sense.
me respond. Let me respond. I'm telling you that if I lived in one of these cities, okay, I'm in
Mhm.
Pittsburgh, PA. Gun problem, not
Go
really
Browns.
here. Are there terrible neighborhoods? Yes, there are.
Mm.
But I'm far away from them. I am telling you that if I was in a city that was high when it came to gun deaths, I would be screaming to the mayor, to the governor, and to the president more law enforcement is needed. But for
Okay.
some reason, you dumbass Democrats are sitting there acting as if more law enforcement doesn't save lives.
Did
Doesn't
you
make
okay?
sense.
So did I okay? So two things. First of all,
Thank you,
Trump cut budget to the police officers, so there's actually less police officers on the street than there was before he came to office.
What
That's a fact.
budget does Donald Trump control in regards to police officers?
He
Budgets for police departments are in their local cities.
okay. So then you agree. Then you agree. All right. So then what you're saying now is that this
Wait,
should be
why
something
are you talking out of your fucking ass that Donald Trump cut budgets to police departments?
he did. He cut budget to a pool.
How?
He
How
What
is
does he
police
have the
specific.
power
departments? I
to
want
do
to know. What
so?
police departments?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, let's
Go
look at
ahead.
it. I don't have numbers in front of me.
Okay. See, it's so easy to spew out bullshit, but
Wait,
come
hold
on.
on. You've been spitting out
We'll pull it
bullshit
up
the
then.
whole
Don't talk
time.
unless you're gonna pull it up.
Okay, T-Star, what did I say that's inaccurate? Hold on.
First of all right.
T-Star, what
First
did
of all,
I
you
say
guys.
that's inaccurate? Go ahead.
First of all, you defended the unaliving of Eric Gardner. What's his name?
I never even mentioned Eric Gardner, so you're talking out of your ass again.
Police budget getting
Never
cut?
even
I thought
mentioned
that's
Eric
completely
Gardner.
wrong.
That
Why
was
you getting
Jeremiah.
all defensive, all emotional?
Because
No, why are you pivoting? I thought you were talking about police funding. Why are you pivoting?
All right.
You
So
wanna go
look,
back
I
to
don't
that?
have the number. I don't
Let's
have the
rewind that.
numbers. I don't have the numbers right in front.
you're
So
embarrassing
you were
yourself,
just
T.
you were just
Wow.
making it up as you went along, right?
You're
Alexis,
embarrassing
you
yourself.
silly. You silly, Alexis. I am embarrassed.
Am I
You're the
silly?
one.
Am I so silly? That's
T,
crazy.
you
All right,
said
look,
that I'm
okay,
spewing
okay,
bullshit.
okay. Let's play this. Let's do this. Give me a second to look up the numbers on the
Please
on the
do.
police
Absolutely.
budget,
We'd love
so we can
that.
look this
Love
up. So
that
we
training
can
for
have
you.
an
Go for
actual
it.
conversation
We'll
about
hear
this
you in a minute.
because you want to
If
just sit here and just insult people.
while
Like
he's
I'm
looking
literally
at
not
stuff,
trying to
I'm
y'all
not
say
insult.
something.
insulting you.
But wait, hold on. Let me say this.
That
Let me say
Donald
this real
Trump
quick.
proposed them
Let me
and that
Just
they're
bring
in the
numbers.
wait,
works. They
Jeremiah.
haven't
Let me
been
say something real
approved.
quick. Here's my thing. I'm not condoning the riots or the protests that happened from George Floyd. I think that wasn't something that's supposed to happen.
Outrageous.
And I don't think that what happened to Charlie Kirk was right. The problem is that when we see these unaliving of African Americans and we see these unjust things happen, there's so many people on the right who
Dang, he's
defend
a
the
hot
person who
ass
did the unaliving.
racist.
So I can sit here and say, hey, what happened to Charlie Kirk was wrong and was horrible, and prayers out to his family. But you guys would never say what happened to George Floyd was wrong, what happened to Eric Gardner was wrong, what
They
happened to
actually
Trayvon
did
Martin
George
was wrong.
Floyd challenges and made it a TikTok viral challenge where they took pictures next to people on the ground dead.
So like I just find it
What the hell are
ironic
you
that
When
talking
did
about?
that
I
happen?
never once saw
Kinda
anything
sounds
like
like
that.
Google
what
it.
the Democrats.
I can
so
share
I
my
find
screen
it
and show it to you.
I find it
Look up the
ironic
George
that
Floyd challenge. It was on TikTok.
Share
so
with
I
us.
find it ironic that yes, I agree. People should not burn cities down out of protest. I do not think that that's efficient. I would say that I'm a Democrat. I voted left. I would say that right here. I would never risk my own job for somebody that I did not know. I wouldn't do it personally. But what I'm saying is that it's ironic that I could say that, but you would never say anything along the lines that defends the African Americans who were unalived by police officers.
And they don't. That's what you call privilege. We can
Because they
only
Wait, what are we
see it when
doing?
it's
Is this
our
turning into a
people. But when
BLM
it's
rally
black
where you're
people,
Do you know what
talking
the
we're
and he's
confused. We don't
responding? Let somebody
understand.
else
Real
fucking
law.
Look up what the
respond.
definition of privilege is before you use that word.
No,
What the
shut the
fuck are
fuck
we
up.
doing? All right, just real quick. Grocery, where are you from?
Georgia.
And what brings you up, love?
Um.
What's wrong,
I'm good.
grocery?
What's up? So I just looked up what T Star tried to say, and he increased budgeting for police officers. So I don't know where you got that those facts that you say that are facts. And
I'm going to be
secondly,
honest. How does Donald Trump increase the pay for police officers in, say, the city of Pittsburgh? How does that work?
yeah. Well, I do know this, that if you look up videos of people that are living in Chicago, they want them to release the military. Why? Because people are being unalived for no reason. A mother said that her son was in an alleyway playing basketball with his friends, and they came in. Some guys just came in and started shooting up the alleyway and killed her son for no reason. It's just because they're bored. They're doing this stuff out of boredom. They're
I'm
asking,
definitely
yeah,
emotional about it. I never said I wasn't, boo.
send the troops. So y'all go and look it up then. Don't sit there and try to speak for people that you don't even live in their shoes. You're not even in their state. You don't know what they're facing on a daily basis. So why even try to defend the unaliving rate that's in Chicago? I don't get it. I don't why y'all are so for your people. Y'all are so offended for your people, but yet y'all don't care about what's going on in Chicago. That people are being unalived at alarmingly high rates.
Their
Y'all are
hatred
all
for
for your
Donald
people.
Trump overrides it.
There are
That's the
black people
problem.
hanging from trees on college campuses.
Oh,
and no
stop with
one's
that.
speaking
That
up.
was
Trey
no one's
Reed
talking about race
was
specifically.
unalived
Only
by
you guys
himself.
are. We're talking
Every
about
time I
race
talk, you
specifically.
feel the need
Jamie,
to speak too. Are you okay?
Jamia, do you have any evidence or proof that anybody else was participating in that?
In
You
what?
think an African American hung them?
Hold on
on
one
a-
second.
T-Star, you
That's
get
what I'm
those
saying.
numbers
In
yet?
what? Are you saying that
Stop.
he killed himself?
T-Star, you get those numbers?
There's a
Yes.
man that was up at a mechanic shop here in
Hold up.
Austell that unalived himself.
So you
And
guys
the
think in
media,
2026 black people
in
are
the media,
killing themselves like
in
that?
the
All right,
media,
hold on one second. Hold
Fox
on one
News
second.
in
Mia, let's keep
Atlanta.
grocery. Hold on one second, love. Mia, let's keep it simple. Did a white person hang that black person from the tree?
Do you think a black person hung themselves from the tree?
People
Well, that's
unalive themselves all the time.
Yeah,
yeah.
there's so many in 2026. There's so many new ways to do it.
Well,
I'm
it's
pretty sure they're not
2025, but I
gonna.
get
They're
it.
not gonna. It's basically 2026. They're not lynching themselves. I promise
Okay,
you.
so
There's
Yeah, so
so
you
many
were there,
ways.
so
Literally,
you
a lot
know.
of people do that. That's a that's a very common.
Okay, good
There's
boy.
an
I
entire
heard you, good
forest.
boy.
Isn't
Thank
it in
you. I
Japan where they
appreciate
go
it,
and
good
unalive
boy.
themselves? I'm just saying.
Say it
It's
again.
not that uncommon. There's an entire forest in Japan, isn't there, where people go and unalive themselves?
Maybe in Japan, but not here in America. People don't just hang
What?
themselves from
Are
trees.
you
Because
serious
people
right now?
don't.
I'm
thought you
very
said nobody
People
serious
still
right
don't
now.
choose that type of method for their self unalivement. Okay.
I can name
You
two
want to
people that
stand
my
by that?
sister was friends with that unalived themselves
The
in their
most
closet and
That's
hung
anecdotal. I
themselves
can
by
Yeah, a
promise you.
and they're
closet
white.
and lynching yourself from a tree is not the same, my love. Are you good?
the most common
Are
unaliving
Oh,
So
you?
way
can I ask a question?
to a gun.
You're telling me that a black person would unalive themselves in any other type of way except hanging from a tree. You're telling me
No,
that.
they might go jump off a bridge. They might go stand in front of a train.
But
There are
it's
so many
it's just
options
It's
unrealistic
their
that a
own
black
right.
for
man
a
What's
black
crazy
person to
just
go
do that
lynch
from a tree.
is
themselves.
that
You're
you're
telling me
not
that
there.
that's just
You
that's
don't know
would
what's going
lynch
over that
themselves.
person's
Way to
head
go
when
out.
they're doing
To
that.
each their own.
It's kind of like
It's
I'm
funny
gonna
that
be
people
honest.
want to
I'm gonna
speak
be
for other
honest once
people when
again,
they're
and
not
this
there.
goes back to it's either you're based in
You
facts,
guys don't even know
reality,
this
common
person's
sense,
name, and we've
or
been talking
you're
about Charlie
just
Kirk
not.
for a month. You guys
Trey
don't even
Reed.
know the
Yeah,
names
no, we
of
know
these
the
young
Do you
name.
know
people
their
who aren't
name?
killing
What's their
themselves,
name?
I
and
know
that
the
they
Tell
name.
us
that
His
their
they
name
name.
is
weren't killed
Trey.
Tell us
by
their
other
name.
people, but you don't even.
What's their name? What's their name?
It-
She
What's
went
his
to go
Do you
name
know
look
then,
it
their
up.
Jamia?
name? I doubt it.
What's his name, Jamia? Are you gonna Google it? His name is
She just
Trey.
went to go look it
She's already
up.
gone. She already went to Google it
Yeah,
because she heard me say it like 6
yeah.
times.
His name is Trey Reed. We already know his name.
You'll see that I have videos about this. You'll see that I make videos about early
Oh,
voting. You'll see that I
congratulations,
actually talk
honey.
about
Did you
politics.
stop it
You
from
know that
All
we
of
happening?
can't hear you
that.
when you go
So
off the app,
all of
right,
that doesn't work
Jamia?
for me, Bookie Butt. Sorry, try again.
We know that
Are
we
you
Next.
are
can't hear you
are
when you
you an
go off the
advocate
app,
for
right?
those people? Have you went out
Which
and tried to
people?
talk to
Black
young
people,
black people?
yes. Black
Have you
people,
tried to talk to them
yes.
about them having suicidal thoughts?
Who? Black people?
All right, hold on
Yes.
one second, Mia. I have a question.
You're
Why
so
is
concerned
it?
about it now.
Hold on one second, grocery. Mia, the question I have is why is it that black people are responsible for over half the murders in our country? Why is that?
I mean, that's statistics. That's what it's called.
Okay, so why? Okay, very good, great answer. But why is that happening? Do you think?
Especially with us being 13% of the population.
population.
It's honestly, it's poverty.
And they make up, I think, 32% of all the government jobs. as
So what do you
well
guys? So what do you
if
guys think
they're
that we should do?
disadvantaged.
What do you guys think that we should do to fix the African American black crime rate? What do you
I
guys think
think
is a productive way?
maybe put
No, no,
black
no, no. I
people
want
in
them to answer
areas
this,
where they
like
can thrive
legit, like
instead
it's a
of
legit
just
question.
surviving.
What do you
Put
guys
black
think
people
that?
in positions where they can thrive instead of just
So,
survive.
did
Wait,
you hear
wait,
the part where I mentioned the government jobs?
Was I talking to you or am I answering the person
wait.
who's
No, but
speaking?
I'm just
No,
simply
I'm
saying
not.
you
Yeah, but
can't
Continue.
I
use
want to
You can
ask
keep
them.
talking. Go
I
and
no,
ahead.
I
just simply
legit want to
ignore
ask.
them and
This
maybe
is a
they'll go
genuine
away.
question because I'm really trying to be
Well,
respectful
let
here.
me answer you, T Star. I will say this. Most people that come up here, and when I say why are 13% of our population committing 51% of our murders, usually they scream that's a racist stat or can't acknowledge it. So the first thing I would advise is let's make sure we acknowledge that there is a problem within the black community.
Well, okay,
And I
Okay.
just said that, and
wait,
I didn't
wait.
disagree
Hold
with
on
you.
one
I let
Jeremiah,
you
second.
know the
Hold
Jeremiah,
on
answer
one
to
can I
your
do
second,
this real
Mia.
quick?
questions.
Mia, hold on one second. Don't start
Jeremiah,
burning
can I
shit down. Just
can I do this
relax.
real quick? So
Okay,
this is
number
where
two. Well, go ahead, T Star. What were you gonna say?
this is kind of like so. This thing, Dave. I think that you're a chill person. I genuinely think you're a good person. Jeremiah, I think you're a chill dude. Here's the problem. I not saying that that's not a problem because 100% a problem. I don't think that you guys realize that we do talk about this stuff in our community a lot, a whole lot. And honestly, we talk about the black on black crime in our
Well,
community
maybe
more than
talk
we
about it
talk
less
about.
because it's not working.
Well, well, that's the problem. Do you think? What do you? That's what I'm asking you genuinely. How do y'all think? What do y'all think?
How about when the sitting president of the
I
United States says, "Let's bring in more law enforcement"? The Democrats and the Black American morons embrace it instead of fighting back on it.
I think
How about we
the
start with
problem
that?
with that is we don't want to give our president too much power. Like
Okay.
you said earlier. You said
That's
earlier.
fine. I can give you that.
Yeah,
he
but
controls our
you said
military.
earlier,
How much power
Dave.
does
You said earlier,
do,
Dave,
do
that
you think he
I
has?
understand.
Wait,
we
wait,
have
hold on,
laws.
hold on. Let's keep it simple, T Star. Okay.
Mm,
Donald Trump started off in D.C. He has more power there. Then he
mm,
went to a red state, right, by design. And the
okay.
hope is that, like the mayor in Chicago, Adams in New York City, wherever there's problems, the hope is that this pushes these mayors to put more police officers in the streets. Okay, so I'm with you. You don't want National Guard, whatever. But just imagine if the mayor of Chicago said we're going to have 20,000 or 10,000, whatever the number is, extra police officers on the street every night. That would be helpful. But whenever the Chicago mayor can't answer basic questions on Morning Joe, looks like a joke.
Okay, I got you. I'm not against it because like I'm with you. Like if there's crime in the streets, then you have to look at the mayor. Like I said, I'm here in Cleveland,
No,
and when the next
wait a second, because I'm looking at the mirror and I just looked up what you're talking about, host.
You
And
say you're
there,
looking in the mirror?
no, I'm looking up what you just asked us about the
Okay.
statistics of crime rates, and you're not even telling us accurate information.
What did I say? What did I say that was inaccurate? I don't even think I mentioned a specific
You know
crime.
that we can't hear you when you go off that right off
That
the
black
app. We
people
cannot
were
hear you.
the dominant people causing these crime rates, and that is not true.
I'm so okay. So go ahead. Where are
That's
you
not
pulling?
true.
Stop. The question is
You know we can't hear
is
you when you're off.
I'll
He
wait for
never
you to come
said.
back.
He never said that
No,
black
I
people.
did say a stat, and I'll tell you where we got it. Mia was the Form 43A from the FBI. And whenever you look up that, it was the last full year that they released, you scroll over to the gray section and it breaks down by race. And the first line is murder/manslaughter.
well, I will say this: if you want to know an explanation of how how we got to
So
that moment.
if black people were to have gone down, you're not talking about that. You don't know about it to
I'll
speak on it.
just
So
Wait,
what are we
hold
talking
on.
about?
Mia, please don't come up here and say dumb shit, okay? Just because the
You
numbers.
please don't start a whole chat and a panel where you're ignorant to what you're speaking on.
Right,
Because
I'm the
you
ignorant
telling
one,
us
you're the
statistics.
smart one, no problem, okay? So,
Yeah,
Mia,
you're not giving us accurate statistics. Go ahead
okay,
and
no
drop me. This
problem.
is dumb.
No problem,
Okay,
Mia.
so
Not going to go there, but
Bye.
let's keep it simple. What
What
percentage of.
were okay?
And Mia left.
Could
okay,
you
so
debunk what he said?
okay, so I kind of
Mia,
want to.
come back, baby. You seem
So
fun. Go ahead,
all right,
Reactionary
P-Star.
victimhood forever. Oh my
so
goodness.
I think that I've been saying it is a problem. The African American black on black crime is a problem. Plenty of people in our community talk about it's a very talked about thing in our community. When I was growing up, they used to always constantly say, "Hey, I went to all black schools. I grew up in Cleveland public schools." They would say there's more African Americans in prison than there are in college. That was a statistic that happened when I grew up. That statistic has now changed in recent years, and now there are more African Americans in college than there are in penal system. Obviously, the 80s and the 90s were hard times for our community where we had mass incarceration, the drug problem from the 80s and
Which
90s to
was
the
done
African.
by the
Okay, let's
government.
talk
Which
about
was,
this
yeah, and
fucking
you know what? By the
century.
way, Democrats and Republicans, both sides are guilty for what they
Yes.
did on that. And I like that's
Okay,
like,
no
like I said,
problem.
I'm trying to come with you guys at even kill because I see this as
Yeah.
like this is a community problem. Like I don't care about your politics at this point. We just trying. I just rather just talk about how we can fix this because I think that's more productive.
Can I say though that
Yeah.
and I also to acknowledge, thank you. I also acknowledge the fact, you don't want to give the president too much control. Like I can
Yeah.
understand that because you don't want to let that door swing open because it's really hard to close after that. I will give you that. We have the right to bear arms to protect ourselves against a tyrannical government. So I do understand that point that you made. I think that
See,
there's a lot
I'm-
more that we can agree on than we disagree on. But when we inherently make it a white and black or a right and left issue, it becomes problematic and it becomes very divisive.
Yeah, you know,
All right,
I think
hold on one second. I want to go to the top right. I'm so sorry. It says I am. I can't see the rest. What's your name?
The name is Kimbella.
Hi, Kimbella.
Dave,
Where are you from?
I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I
That's
reside
where
in
I'm at.
Georgia, though.
That's
Yeah, I
awesome.
heard you say that.
All right,
Yes.
and what brings you up, love?
Well, I just heard you a few times. I stopped by on your panel, and you speak about the black on black crime and why is it so much crime. My question to you is, why don't you speak about the crime in the white tea community and the crimes that YT people commit? Do you understand that y'all are barbaric in nature? Y'all kill babies in schools. Y'all
Okay.
shoot.
Who's y'all?
I mean, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, you talk about
again,
the
perpetuating
father
for the
missing. You
divisiveness.
talk
That's
about
great.
the father. I'm gonna get to you next. But you
Who?
talk
Please
about
do.
the father. You talk about the fathers missing in the black homes, but you don't talk about the fathers in the YT homes who have babies with their children.
Okay, so
You know, you don't
Oh,
talk
because
about
African
that.
American fathers don't do that too? What's
Oh,
the
and your
what's
and
the
your race
ratio
and
for
your
that?
race.
What's the
Your
ratio for
race.
that? I'm
Your
not a
daddy.
racist.
Your
No, but see,
daddy.
you're up here
Your
making
daddy is
see me and
probably your
T-Star were making
your
good headway, and you
daddy.
come up here and you say some
Your
dumbass shit like
daddy.
that.
Your daddy is probably your uncle. Your grandfather's. Y'all all
Oh,
are mixed. Y'all
speaking
are
of
crazy.
racist,
Y'all
okay,
are
I'm actually
crazy.
not white,
Okay,
but that's
okay,
okay.
okay,
You can
okay.
continue
all
to
right.
do
So
your
if
I
I
thing and
can,
still, like I
disrespect me.
said, y'all are barbaric
Let's talk
in
about the
nature.
grape rate
But you
within the black
always
So are
want to
you,
community
because you
talk
can't have a
about.
civil
You
uncles
always
and
conversation.
want to
cousins and
talk
brothers
about the black
Speaking
raping their
of
community.
nieces and
barbarian,
nephews, raping their children. You want to talk about that within the
unfortunate for
black
you.
community?
all
Y'all,
right. So if
you
I can,
probably
I
you
just
would
want
How
let
to.
you.
unfortunate that you
It's
can't have a
ridiculously high
conversation.
within the black community. Do you know how many
Like
children,
I
young
said, y'all are
teenagers go and get
barbaric. Y'all are
unalived
barbaric
children
in
inside of their
nature.
womb because
You're
their
not even
uncles and
fighting
their
for. You're not
fathers
even
are
fighting against
unaliving
school.
them?
You're not even fighting against school pew pews. I don't. That's the number one thing y'all should be
We
up here
want to
talking
Oh
about.
my.
But
we
you
want to
don't. You're worried
boost up
Right,
about
right, right,
George
security.
right.
Floyd.
Yeah.
You're
What?
worried
What
about
was that
George
whole
We
thing
want
about
Floyd.
fathers raping their daughters? Because I mean, I'm
You're
pretty sure
worried
that
about
Yeah,
George
she
within
just
the black
Floyd.
ate on that.
community,
You are
grape
worried
is
about George
extremely high.
Floyd. You
How?
are worried about George
Let's
No
talk
one
Floyd.
gives
about
a
the
And your
fuck about
babies
unaliving
George
are
rate.
being
Floyd.
unalived in schools. And
Let's
you
talk
want
about the
you that
No
should
one
be
unaliving
a
gives
This is
a
not
that
rate
shit
should be
about
a
this
George
of
Floyd.
BLK women
this
to
is
black men whenever they're pregnant. They're more vulnerable to be unalived by their male counterpart than they would
okay.
if they were not with anybody.
Okay.
Let's talk
We
about
just
that
wanted
Like
to
I
bring
then.
up the
said, if
numbers.
you want to compare, like Dave likes to
Nobody's
ask about the
comparing
black
anything, honey.
man
We're
not
talking
being in the
about
home,
problems that are in within their
Dave
But
likes
community.
okay,
to talk about the black
I
man not
usually
being
don't
in the
talk about
home.
that. I talk about gun violence, and this is what I don't get. This is where I get frustrated. That you said to me that Dave, school shootings done by white people most likely, correct? Mass shootings most likely done by a white person. Okay, why is it that I could accept and acknowledge those two things? But whenever I respond by saying black people, even with those factored in, are still responsible for more murder throughout this country, when they're only 13% of the population, the outrage and the response to that is the exact opposite.
There is truth to that. There is truth to that. I won't deny that.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's fair. But most people don't. I acknowledge that mass shooter and school shooter, most likely somebody that looks like me. Okay. But even with that all factored in, it's still, and you want to come up here and say it's the white folk that are barbaric. It's still the black people that are murdering more Americans in this country.
But what about the children in the schools? Like, what?
You're absolutely right. That's why we advocate for armed guards at schools. I think the National Guard would be a great solution for this.
Exactly.
Because I don't think
now you're okay with the
control
National Guard.
to the level that you guys expect it to be would be the solution.
Or even veterans that are out of work who have no jobs.
Yes.
We can give them jobs
Yes,
to protect our kids.
Exactly.
Okay. Was there anything
There are
else you wanted to?
solutions.
Was there anything you wanted to bring up else, Miss Pittsburgh?
No, thank you, Dave. I just came up to
I would
say
like
that.
to
Thank
speak
you.
on what she was
Go
saying.
Steelers. Steelers start in
Steelers,
35 minutes.
Exactly.
That's my team. That was my stepdad's team.
All right, very good. All right, so we got a couple Steelers fans in here. All right, so Keystar,
Yeah, that's
you
right.
got. I think one thing Alexis said there is a lot more we could agree on.
Yeah.
But it is difficult, and I'm not talking about anybody up here right now. But it is more difficult when there's the majority of people that come up here that cannot agree on just simple facts or common sense.
I think that let me say this. I think that and obviously you want your TikTok to have lots of views and everything. These are touchy, controversial topics, and it brings out the emotions of everybody. And so when that happens,
emotions don't change facts.
I know. Look, you hear me. Look, I'm chilling. I'm just saying. I'm just being real. Like this is why you get this reactions, because people, they see these things. Like when Jeremiah earlier defended what happened to Eric Gardner and whatever. Your opinion is your opinion.
I didn't defend it.
I know.
Once again, he stated facts.
I watched that video. I personally didn't think that. I thought that was unjust. I thought that was disgusting.
Then why didn't he comply? Why didn't he comply?
He was saying I can't breathe. I can't breathe, and he had his hands up.
And yes, and there's a reason why they could. First off, he could talk. So sometimes when you can't breathe, you can't talk. So they probably thought that. Not only that, if they had released just a little bit, he would have tried to get back up again when they were trying to detain him.
How do you know that?
Because it took 10 police officers to get him down. Okay, it was already hard for them to keep him down in the first place.
They didn't get him down. They unalived him completely.
They did. It was not
Overselling cigarettes. Overselling cigarettes.
But he wasn't even he was literally talking to the cops. He was like, "Why are you guys messing with me right now?" Like it's a really sick video.
If he did nothing wrong, then he should have complied.
So
complying does not mean you should be unalive. That's the point.
You act like he did that on purpose.
Everybody should comply. When a police officer approaches everyone should.
You don't comply because usually people who don't comply are very dangerous. Okay, they will at any means to make sure they don't get arrested for some odd reason. Okay, I don't get how. I've never done anything wrong. When it comes down to police officers, okay, a police officer pulls me over. I give him my license and registration. Wait for him to check me, and then he'll tell me what's wrong if I did something wrong. So, okay, I've gotten a fine. Sometimes I've been let go. Okay, but I have never once been into any type of situation that these black people where they would have to restrain me. Okay, because I've never done anything wrong. Yet these black people always resist. Even if they didn't do anything wrong, they will still resist for some odd reason instead of complying, which makes the situation even worse. They make it worse for themselves.
I mean, but
there's no.
Also, yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me hear from grocery. Go to grocery.
Okay, so being a nurse and having a medical standpoint, they also said that fentanyl was in his system. Fentanyl is one of the highest painkillers that are out on the street right now. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it is a very high and very sedative.
No, George Floyd had the. Wait, did Eric Gardner have fentanyl too?
No.
No.
Oh, I
okay.
thought we were talking about George Floyd. My
That's
bad.
fine, Grocer. You're fine, love.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Eric Gardner.
Okay, just
Yeah, Eric
but
Gardner.
bottom line, and like I get the argument that if you don't comply, you die. I do get that, but if you're a police officer, you don't know what people are doing when they're reaching into their glove compartment or speeding off or running away, and at any point they could open fire on you. I'm not a police officer. I cannot do that job, okay? But if I were in their shoes, I understand why they're quick to pull their weapon. There's no doubt about that.
So they strangled
Not
the
that
guy.
it makes it okay.
Okay,
so,
Eric
They
Gardner.
should have
okay.
more training. They should have
we
more
got said that.
training.
So, do you guys think that there could have been a more efficient way of handling that situation?
Of course.
There's always a more efficient way. To ever
There's
say that
always
there's
a
not a
better
more
way to
efficient
do
way
things.
implies that we have it perfect, and we very clearly do not have a perfect system.
What about
There's
if
always
just a crazy thought? What about if Eric Gardner put his hands behind his back, got into the back of the police car, went down to the police station or wherever they were going to take him, and fought it out in court? That's the better way.
They jumped on the back of him. They started strangling him.
He was resisting.
Wait.
He was
Wait,
over
T-Star,
six-
are you under the impression that the guy was selling loose cigarettes and just 10 cops came up and jumped on top of him?
There's a video of them saying.
Yeah, you can
there's
actually
a
watch the
of it.
video.
There's actually a video.
It starts off with one, then starts off with two,
That's
maybe
kind of the
four,
problem.
then
Yeah,
and then five.
yeah.
It gets bigger the more he resists. The number of police officers restraining him
yelling, "I
gets
can't
bigger
breathe.
as he
I can't
resists,
breathe.
as he
I
continues
can't
to
breathe."
resist.
Do you think Eric Gardner resisted at all?
No, I don't. I think
No.
that he was trying
Okay.
he was-
See,
he was-
this is what I'm
I
talking
think that
about.
he was-
You didn't watch the video then.
I
You didn't
watched
watch
the video.
You can see him
unfortunately.
snatching his arm away
Person
from
that
police
you sending me
officers.
gifts, I
No,
appreciate
his Eric Gardner's hands
you
were
so
visible.
much.
He was shouting to the police, "Leave me alone! Get out of here! I didn't do anything. Get away from me! Get away from me! Get
And they're
away
supposed
from
to
me!"
do that.
Is that resisting or is that doing what the officers
That
said?
is
Just to be
right.
clear.
That's not
Okay,
resisting
it
arrest.
is a form of it is a form of resisting. Yes.
Okay.
Resisting death.
Yes.
Yeah, it's resisting death.
The host, what's your name?
Dave, D-A-V-E.
Dave, I have a question.
Go ahead. Wait, hold on one second. I just want to point out, you spewed out a whole bunch of bullshit, okay, and then ran and dropped, and then you come back up all nice, like, hey, I just have a question.
You know, I had to go. Real life is still going on beyond this panel.
Okay, but why spew your
But you're back
bullshit,
up.
then leave?
What happened to your real life?
Okay, so give me the
Your life is back
stats
up.
on black murders versus white murders.
And that's what I was just talking to them about in the comments. What are you guys using to pull up these statistics so that we're all looking at the same statistics?
Okay,
Are
you
guys
tell me.
It's an
easy first-
Google search. And just like I said to the comments, you do realize that statistics don't just pop up on one website, right? And you
Okay,
do realize
so-
there's 50 states,
Let's
right?
just stop-
And you
let's just
do
stop for a
realize
second.
we're looking for.
Hold on one second, Mia. Mia, I just want to keep it
State
simple.
or United
Mia, I
States.
just want to keep it simple. If somebody said to you, what percentage of murders are done in this country by black people, what would your answer be?
I would have to wonder where you're talking about in the area.
I'm so sorry. I'm asking for
Way
your
to
answer.
pivot. Answer the question.
Say it again. Bitch, I'm not talking to you. I'm
No,
talking
no,
to
no.
Dave.
Don't go
Stop
down that road.
talking
Don't
to
go down that road.
Alexis,
There's
stop
a
talking
need
to
for
me.
the
Answer
ghetto
the question.
derogatory
Alexis,
language.
stop.
I'm so sorry. Can
Answer
you
the
just
question.
answer?
Being very barbaric, continuously ignore,
Answer the question.
interrupting.
Not barbaric
the
again.
host.
Zach,
Answer
every
the
time
question.
people say barbaric to a
What
white person, I'm
percentage?
shocked.
She
What
said she's
percentage?
not right.
The host
So what
just
are we
asked you a
talking
question. It
about?
was very clear.
And I
Give
asked
me a
her
number.
something
Give me a
exact.
number.
Anyway, back to you,
Mia,
Dave.
give me
Are
a
you
number.
asking about in America?
Give me an
Or are you
answer.
asking about where
In
I
America, of course. Give me
I
a
would
number.
then
I
ask
just
you,
say this too.
where are
Another
you
thing, you guys
looking?
keep talking about this fentanyl.
Wait,
Wait,
hold
wait,
on one
fentanyl,
second.
one
Miss Pittsburgh.
second.
Hold on one second, love. Hold on
On
one
one
second,
accord,
please.
really quickly. If you were
Mia,
to
can you
ask
just
me,
answer me directly with a number?
I'm
What
really trying
number
my
are
best.
you okay with for this argument? What number will you accept of the amount
There
of
she
murders
goes.
done by black
Didn't
people?
even have
Oh,
the
no.
number yet.
All
She
right,
didn't
go
even have
ahead,
the
Miss
number yet.
Pittsburgh. What do you got?
I just wanted to say when people keep talking about fentanyl, you guys do also realize that
That it makes you aspirate, it makes you short.
by the younger generation of YT and no. What I'm saying is Do you know that Trump is trying to put rehab places in order to get people help because of your community and the use of fentanyl? So you
Of
guys
our
keep, I mean,
community,
I'm just
honey,
saying
it
you
was
keep,
brought
Wait,
over
watch
seas.
our
Trump's
words.
not trying to do
it was
just for
brought
white
what?
people.
Say that again. It was
It
brought
was
where?
brought.
What are we
It was
talking
brought
about?
overseas from the people that they let across the border. That is why he passed the fentanyl bill. That
And
if
what
you
I'm
get caught
saying
with
is
it,
you
you get
screaming
10
about the
years.
fentanyl and George Floyd, but here Trump is
There
trying to
was
find
fentanyl.
rehab for.
What does
Okay.
that have to do with George Floyd?
Wait,
He had it in
hold on
his
1 second,
system. It
please.
makes you aspirate. It makes you short of breath. If you don't know this, then why don't you go to
Why are
school
you
like I
guys so
did?
comfortable with not
I
having
don't even
any
know what the hell you're
control?
talking about. I
Nobody
don't
knows
even know
what
what
the
the hell
hell
you're
they're
talking
talking
about. I'm
about
talking
because the
about Trump.
conversation has no
I'm
control or
talking about
organization, and
Trump
the host does
wanting.
nothing about
Listen,
it.
you're
Listen,
okay
I've
because
grown
you're
up up here. I'm nobody's lover, babysitter.
But what are we talking about?
What
What's
are we
the
doing?
topic?
I've
No one
all
even knows.
grown
We're
up
jumping
here.
from A to
Just
Z
hold
to
on one
W to
second.
X to R
Hold
to
Good
on
luck
one
Z.
with
second.
that.
Hold on,
What's
Mia.
the point? What are we talking about?
Mia, I'll get to you. Just hold on. Miss Pittsburgh, the way that you say that implies that Donald Trump is setting up rehab centers for only white people. He's doing it for everybody, right? Like, that's just the way that it came
no,
off.
no,
Did
no.
you
That's
mean
not
it
what I
that
mean.
way?
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay,
not
go
what I
ahead.
meant.
Clarify.
Oh no,
Go
no,
ahead,
no, no, no,
clarify.
no, no. What I'm saying, no, no. What I'm saying is, okay. What I'm trying to say is that I keep hearing over and over and over. He had fentanyl. He had fentanyl as if this is the reason why he died. That's what you're saying. As if this is why he's being crucified because of the fentanyl, when here the president is trying to get people help because of fentanyl. So, but you're crucifying George about fentanyl.
Okay.
I see what
I
you're
don't.
saying.
I'm
I
not going to
mean,
go down
yes,
that
but
road.
yes.
Just because they were holding him
I
down,
think
but
you're
because he had it
Okay,
in his
respond
system.
to what she just said because she did make a point.
Yeah, I don't
No
get the
one has
point.
anything to
I
Once
say.
get the
again,
point.
George Floyd, the
It
fentanyl
makes
did
you
not.
short of
Can we
breath. It makes
wait?
you
Can we just
aspirate.
agree that the fentanyl and George Floyd system did not help him that day? Can we agree on that?
I mean, those fentanyl system.
You kind of went out a little bit, so I missed that. Can you
Okay, can
repeat
we
that? I'm
agree
sorry.
that the fentanyl in St. George Floyd's system did not help him that day?
No, it makes you aspirate.
I think
Wait,
Short.
I think I
on.
could have.
I'm waiting for
Yeah,
anybody else.
if
Can we all
anybody,
agree
yeah,
on
I
that?
think
Yes or no?
No, I
yes,
can agree.
I
I can
could
agree
say
to
that.
that too.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
strongest
Okay, great.
painkiller
What
on the.
about Mia? Mia picks her
What about
spots
me or
on when
what?
to come.
No, I'm not
Mia,
saying
do you agree
anything.
that
I'm
the fentanyl
confused.
in St.
Are
George
y'all
Floyd's
not
system?
able to hear me? I never said anything about George Floyd or the fentanyl. So what are we talking about?
Okay, but can you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Okay, great. And just so you know, when you leave the app to go do whatever you're doing, we cannot hear you if you're talking. You're on coffee cup.
Oh, okay. I did not
Okay,
know
so
that.
don't
Thank you
think
for letting me
everybody's
know.
ignoring you. But
Okay.
back to you, Mia, just real quick. What number, and I just want a number for an answer, we're back on coffee cup. What percentage of murders are done by black people in this country? And once again, we cannot hear you, Mia, because you're on coffee cup yet again.
Probably about 60%.
Can you hear me
Wait,
now?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so that is why I was asking what we are looking at. Like, what are we using to look up
I'm
these
so sorry.
statistics?
I'm asking you directly. I just want a number for an answer. What number are you okay with accepting here this morning?
And what is the question? Because I'm seeing
Oh,
53 to 37. I don't understand your question.
Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it again. What percentage of murders are done in this country by black people? What is your percentage that you can acknowledge?
I would say 39.
39. Okay, so even with that, let's just go with that for a second. That's still 3 times higher than the population of 13%.
Okay.
Okay, so why is that happening?
This is what I tried to say earlier. If you were to give these black people the things that they need to be able to actually live instead of survive, they could possibly thrive.
Okay. Okay. So how about this? How about you and I shake hands and acknowledge there are certain things that a local mayor or a local whoever's running the city, the borough, wherever they're at, can do to help out long term.
100%.
Okay.
And I've already gone out and early voted to make sure of that.
I don't know what the fuck you're voting for now when midterms are until next November, but that's fine.
Because
That's
it's
great.
the local votes
Hey,
are going on right now in your city where you actually live. The things that
so
will
you're
affect your
saying,
community, your local things, like the police departments we were talking about earlier. That is why you go and vote now,
okay,
locally.
no problem. No problem. I'm not going to fact check that nonsense. I'm just going to keep going with the overall point is we
Okay,
can all
why is it
acknowledge that
nonsense though?
no
Why is it
problem. No,
nonsense?
you
Jeremiah,
know what?
he
You're
was trying
right.
to
No
find common
problem.
ground.
Let's
Let him,
focus
let
on
him
the
find common
macro
ground.
view. We can acknowledge that there are programs that could be put in place to help out long term. Why not get a short term fix and get more law enforcement on the street?
Because the law enforcement have an agenda when they're put out, depending on who puts them out.
Okay, well, Chicago has a black mayor and a black
I
chief
live in
of police.
DC. I live in Washington, DC.
Okay,
So
so
you're talking
Washington
about
D.C.
Chicago.
has a
That
black
has nothing
mayor
to do with
and a
me.
black same exact thing has a black chief of police as well.
Okay, so what's your point?
Okay, so if
You
you're
just
the
start
mayor,
throwing out random facts. Get to the point.
why not put more law enforcement on the street? Would you be for that or
They
against that?
already are doing that daily. It happens every
No, they're
single
not.
day. They are pulling
So
over
much black
people
not
for
doing
no
that.
reason. Right now in DC, they're pulling over people with Virginia tags just for having Virginia tags.
So, to answer your question, Dave, so here in Cleveland, we get when the Browns have their game every week, go Browns. Our tailgate gets between 100, 150, 200,000 people downtown around the stadium. And last year we had
I'm not worried about that. Why is it that you guys are fighting more
No,
law
wait, hold up.
enforcement on the street? That's the problem.
I'm agreeing with you. Give me a second. Let me kind of land.
The question is
I
so
was trying to
obvious.
say.
Black people
So,
keep getting killed for no reason by law enforcement. It's so simple. Your question
So
isn't
what's the
that hard to
percentage
dig
of
they
African
keep
into.
Americans
evicting law
killed by police
enforcement.
officers as opposed to white people? Do you guys know how many? What the
No.
difference is?
Do you?
No clue.
You know, I do. It
Okay, so
actually,
tell us.
was it black on
the
black
race
crime
that gets
50%, right?
okay.
No, go ahead. Go
The race
ahead.
Go
that gets
ahead,
unalived the
Alexis.
most
Don't
by
get
police
discouraged.
officers is
Go ahead,
actually white
Lexus.
people.
What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, and then y'all talk about, but you talk about the protests and all these. Why do black people loot and why
Why
do
do
they
y'all
do
only
this?
talk about
What do
the
you think?
African
Can I
American
ask?
deaths
What
that
do you
occurred
guys
by
think
police
about
officers'
January
hands
6th?
when white people die more
What
by
about
police
January
officers' hands
6th,
than black
Alexis?
people?
Right, because
What
I have
about
to
January
interview the
6th,
officer.
Alexis?
What about
What
January
about
6th?
Are we
January
talking
6th,
about that? I'm
Trump
Alexis?
so
supporters
sorry.
died
The
No, let's
January
talk
pivoting,
6th.
about
the
it,
pivoting
Alexis.
is incredible
And
with you
that
Trump
is
guys.
my
supporters died
point.
You
Can
guys
we
January 6th.
pick a
okay?
topic and talk
Seriously,
about
you
it?
guys you're bouncing around like it's bad. Like
It's
oh my
literally going
goodness
from A
gracious.
to F to
So
It got
are we
B to
gonna
D
speak
to
you
about?
Z.
Are we gonna
guys.
speak
You,
about
it's
the
you
crime
guys. It's
statistics, or
you.
are we gonna
It's
speak
you.
about the
Okay,
unaliveness by
just
police
hold on one second.
officers?
Go,
Pick
Alexis,
one.
finish your thought, love.
I was just trying to say the racial because they pivoted. They brought up that black people unalived at the hands of police officers. To which I then asked them, do they know which race gets unalived the most by police officers? To which it's not black people. Do you guys know what it is?
Yeah, it's Caucasians.
White people.
Jacks.
There you go. So
So,
you guys want to? I'm just saying. So you guys
And
want to keep
I just
pivoting
want to
on?
recap.
Yeah, I can keep going there with you, but don't
But so-
I
don't
just want to
pivot every time you make a
recap.
point.
I said the question was why are Democrats and some Democrats, some black people against more law enforcement on the street, whether it's National Guard or local PD, and we deflect to January 6th.
okay,
I don't get that.
personally am not against more law
I
enforcement.
think police need to be where police
I'm
need to
against the
be.
National Guard.
Nobody's deflecting.
That
They should be where they need to be.
And that is where crime is. And
So-
that's mostly in black communities.
so.
I really think that that's like more so when you're looking at the question that you're asking, it depends on the event that's taking place. If you just have police out guarding everything on a regular day, perfect. We love that. We need that. But if you just happen to send out 50 extra police officers to one area after Charlie Kirk dies because people are now gathering, that's weird. And they
No,
didn't do
they
that. But
don't
when
send
George
them to
Floyd
the
died,
right-
they did.
But notice
They
how
no,
it didn't end up like that.
they put extra they're calling out the National Guard and they're putting those people in the places where crime is mostly committed. They're not just putting them in places that they're putting them in places where crime is mostly committed. That's what they're doing.
So, okay. So, two things, real quick. So, my point earlier, Dave, what I was trying to say was the mayor of Cleveland put police officers in areas where crime happened to protect the citizens during the Cleveland Browns tailgate, so people could tailgate safely. I'm for that. So I'm not against putting police officers in areas where there's high crime to prevent the crime rate. I'm not against that. I already stated my point about the National Guard because I think that it gives the president too much power. So I think that this falls into the mayor. Now, if there was a way for the president to hold the mayors accountable, then I'm for that. Now if you guys are saying that he's deploying the National Guard to these cities and he's not going to overstep his boundaries as president of the United States and become an authoritator, then I'm okay. But as long as he doesn't overstep his boundaries, that's what my line is at. That's all I'm saying.
All
What
right,
is
fair enough. Let
overstepping
me get.
boundaries?
I'm so sorry. Michelle, where are you from, Michelle?
Texas.
And what brings you up, love?
So you deal in stats, I get it. So let's deal in some stats. Really
Period.
quick.
I know that's right, girl. You
By
better
the way,
come with them.
thank you for bringing me up because let's talk about some stats.
Yeah.
White men make up what? I'm just talking about white men. I'm not including white women. You're 28% of the population, correct? Can we agree?
Okay,
That
go
you
ahead.
you're 28% of the population.
Michelle,
correct?
before you go into your stats, is there anything that was said up here that was inaccurate?
We're not talking about what's inaccurate.
Okay, so you
What I
came
will
up
say-
to deflect. That's fine. Go ahead,
No,
deflect
I'm
away.
not
Go ahead.
deflecting. No. So the thing is, you want me to agree with you. This is what I'm going to say. Your fact, you said black people commit this many murders. Cool. I will go with that. Not a problem. I'm not deflecting. Is that understood?
So, may I ask, are you a
I'm
black
not
woman?
deflecting. No. I'm not done yet. So can I finish what I want to say? And then you can finish. And I promise you, I will answer every question that you have. Not a problem. Unless you want to go ahead and ask me a bunch of questions now, and I'll wait.
No, I just know how this goes, Michelle. I just know how it goes.
Okay.
And how it
So
goes.
let's.
How
okay,
it goes.
so-
Let me explain how it goes, and then you could do exactly what I think you're going to do. Just imagine if I got 8 black people up here from 8 major cities and came up here, did not deflect, acknowledge that there's a problem, and put some ideas out there on how to make things better instead of deflecting and denying facts. It would be much more productive. But with that said, Michelle, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, great. So men make up 28% of the population. However, they are 50% kidnappers, 56% rapists, 58% of the mass pew-pewing, 59% of child pedophile arrests, 62% of statutory rapes, 63% of prostitution solicitors, 68% of the 1,934 NFA offenders, as well as 75% of all incest perpetrators. Can we agree that those are actual facts?
Sure, no problem. Not even going to fact check it. I'm just going to say you
those
are correct.
FBI. Those are FBI
No problem,
stats.
Michelle.
So
Accept
this is
it
what I'm
and
going to
note
hold
it.
on. I'm not done.
So
I'm
my
not done
question,
yet. Hold on, but I'm
Michelle,
not done
stop.
yet.
I
But
let you go
said
on.
You were going to let me
Michelle,
talk.
Michelle,
Okay,
I let you
I'll
go
stop
on.
because
Okay, very
You said you
simple.
was gonna
Very
let her
simple.
talk.
Why is it that she comes up, rattles off these stats? I'm not even going to fact check just for the sake of this argument. I'm going to say accept it, no problem. Why is it that I can do that, but not many black people can come up here and acknowledge the stats that I give?
I never
did.
said
You did.
I did not acknowledge it. The first thing I said to you was, well, you said, can I agree? And I said, you know what? I'll agree with your stats. That's exactly what I said. I didn't say you're lying, you're exaggerating. I said none of that, did I?
Okay,
Did I
great.
say
So
you're
where do we go
lying?
from here, Michelle?
Did I say you're so this is what
No,
I'm going to
you're the
say.
host. You tell us.
So this is what I'm going to say to that. You want to talk about the black community and the issues that we have. I get it. We do have issues. But again, we're starting behind.
You're not starting behind.
Starting behind. We've been at this for
We all
That's a
have
victim
issues.
word.
almost half
We
a
all
decade.
have issues. We
That's
all have
the
issues.
I mean, half a
victim
century.
All
word.
have
Well, I would say
issues.
this. Well, I will say this. African Americans, there are a high number of African Americans that are below the poverty rate, and generally, poorer people commit more crimes. I'm pretty sure. I don't have that number in front of me, but I'm almost certain that's a fact.
He started long throwing shit out there. Just see what lands.
No, like more African Americans are below. Is there not a higher percent of African Americans below the poverty rate than there is Caucasian people?
We'll say realistically, white
Yes.
people are the number one people on food stamps.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Maybe I am throwing stuff out there.
So, and another thing I want to say,
Wait,
you
can
throw
I
out
ask
stats
you?
about
Well,
you
hold on,
throw
Michelle.
out
You
stats
what?
about single family
Michelle, hold on
homes
one
and
second.
how if we had husbands and fathers in the black community that we wouldn't have all the issues. But guess what? Y'all have a husband and a wife, and your children are still
Because
going out here
they're
pew
always
pewing in
committing crime.
schools. Make that make sense to me. Because I have not seen one African American student walk up in a school and pew it up.
Whether
Yeah,
they
but
have a
here's the
single
thing.
family
Well,
You
that,
got
Here's
a
the
that's
thing
dad
about
and a
separate.
that.
mom in
Hold
the
up. If
house.
I could say,
You
here's the
got a
thing
dad
about
and a
that.
mom in the
Okay,
house.
we
Why
didn't.
why is this a problem?
Okay,
Why do
okay.
y'all have such
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I would like
relax,
high
to know.
crime?
relax.
That's a good
Make
question,
that make
Dave. Can you
sense.
You
answer
know
that?
what? You
I
ate
need
with
to
that,
know. Make it
All
make
right,
sister.
sense to me
relax,
because
relax. Don't start burning
I'm
shit
not
down.
disputing your fact. I never said you're wrong about the smurders in the black community. Never said you're wrong. However, y'all need to take care of y'all kids.
And
Y'all
take
need to get y'all
accountability.
kids some help. Y'all
Take
need to take
accountability.
accountability for that issue. If you can
Mm-hmm.
take accountability for that, I take accountability for
Okay,
mine.
y'all love
All
to
you gotta
deflect
say is,
and
All
you
right,
know what,
hold
point
on one
Michelle,
second.
you're
fingers.
Hold on
right.
one second. Hold on. Jeremiah wanted in. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna you're gonna say that they commit most of the mass shootings, but still, at the same time,
Oh
this
my
is not what the
God.
problem is. The problem, but the problem is that black people kill each other every day. Okay, this is one thing. Mass shootings
So
are
do
not a
white
common
people,
occurrence.
boo.
But do you want to know what is a common occurrence? Black on black crime. A black man killing another black man.
And white
That
on white
happens
crime happens
every
every
Sir,
single
day. White
day.
on white
sir,
crime happens every single day,
sir,
Jeremiah,
sir.
especially
But yeah,
when
but still,
There
Shorty
is
she
Kirk
brings up
more.
mass
died.
shooting. She didn't say white
There
on white
is
crime.
no.
She didn't say
That's
every day
not
You
the
white
only
people are
said it.
killing
thing.
each
You
other.
said
No,
it.
she
Jeremiah,
said
there are
mass shootings.
more.
I am comparing
There's,
the mass
you
shootings
know
to
what?
the amount
I
of
need
black
you.
people.
So
Black
do
people.
your stats. So this is what I'm going to say, Jeremiah. I need you to check your stats and go to the FBI statistics because yes, there is black on black crime. However, there is also white on white crime.
Yes, but
But
we are only
There's
thirteen
percentage
ton. No,
percent
no,
of the
no.
wise,
population.
Hold on.
Look,
There's
Jeremiah
white
only
people's
wants
tons.
to
stats are
talk
high,
about the
but
Are
the
white
there
on white
not?
majority of the
now
crime.
Are
you're
there
just
population.
not
making
There
shit
are
more
up.
white on white
60% of the
crime than
population.
black
If
on
you can
black
listen,
crime?
if you would just listen for a second, okay?
No, there's not, Michelle.
White
No,
people
there's
are
not.
60% of
Go
the
look at the
population. So
FBI
yes, their number is
statistics.
Girl,
going to be
stop.
high.
I
That
already
makes
did.
sense. But black people are 13% of the population, but have it just as high as white people. Why is that
No,
the case?
friend, 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 friend. Again, what we're going to say is yes, I am going to say, you know what? Black people do commit crime. We do. We do. It's a fact of life. But guess what? White people commit crime too.
Of
Yeah,
course.
who
Nobody's
denied
They
saying
that?
that.
commit
Who
tons of
But
crime.
denied
when
that?
But
hold
guess
on one
what? The
second,
majority,
please.
hold on a second.
Michelle,
The
hold on.
majority of
I
their
let you
crime
ramble on with your
is
bullshit. Stop, please.
It's
Okay.
only bullshit
The
when it don't agree
table.
with the
I
white
Hold
agenda.
on.
It's only
Stop, please.
bullshit when it
Stop,
doesn't
please.
agree with the
Stop,
white
please.
agenda. It's only bullshit
Okay,
when
here.
it doesn't agree with the white agenda.
Look,
Mute
the
her.
look.
white
I'm gonna talk either way. Okay. I'm a narcissist. I must hear myself talk. Sorry. Regardless, when we talk about Table 43A from the FBI, if you scroll over, it breaks it down by race, right? Why is it that every single of the 29 categories, the black percentage is higher than 13%? You could come up here and say white people 59 or white men this or white men that. Okay, no problem. But when it comes to every single one of the 29 categories, black people are higher than 13%. And keep in mind, this is the fun fact. If you that chart is let's say it's from 2019, the black population in 2019 was 8%, so it's even worse. But you guys want to come up here and deflect and blame the white folk and say that, well, white people are born, they're ahead of black. Like, that's a lie. If a white person and a black kid, if a white kid and a black kid are born today on September 28th, 2025, how is the white kid ahead? That doesn't make any sense. And you guys could try and twist things and stuff like that. It just goes back to one simple thing. You're either based in reality, facts, and common sense, or you're not. And unfortunately, most of the people that are coming up here this morning are not based with common sense. And I'm sorry. There's no way around it. Who was Miss Pittsburgh? Is she back in the queue? I think it was like Kim something. All right, so I'm just going to start with some new people. All right, kick us off. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Cosmic, and I'm originally from New York, but I live in Texas.
All right, and what brings you up here this morning, sir?
Yeah, so I heard some things about stats when it comes to the FBI. I want to make a disclaimer that the FBI stats are arrests, but not convictions.
Correct. And just so you know, whenever we had that table up, probably a month ago now, I had the table up and somebody came up and said the same thing. And I thought it was a good point. It's arrest, not convictions. So whenever we went and did the research on convictions, it went from 51% black people to 55%. And the reason why I stuck with the 51.2 is because it's easier for people to find that table 43A. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I would say, where were you getting your convictions from? Because a lot of the times finding convictions are hard and not very
Okay, so how about
readily
this? How
available.
about you find a conviction chart and prove me wrong that it's not 55%?
Well, I would say it's
Okay, and
would
then
be
let's take away the next bullshit talking point.
no, it's not. It's
Wait,
not
hold on,
because at the
wait,
same
hold on one
time,
second. Why are you talking when I talk?
okay,
What is going on?
go ahead.
Okay, the next talking point is, well, the exonerations are majority black, 57% or whatever the number was. And what I don't get with that talking point, why would we focus on the couple dozen, few dozen, whatever the number is, exonerations versus focusing on the few thousand murders? I don't understand that. Maybe you could help me with that.
Yeah, because that statistic is showing you that black people are most likely, or there's a high chance of probability that they did not commit the crime that they're actually arrested for. So when we look at the data and we look at the actual table, we will wait.
That doesn't
Let
make
me
sense.
finish. Let me finish, because I like you wanted to finish, right? So when we look at the table and we say, okay, the FBI says that all these black people have been arrested for murder, right? And then we actually look at the conviction rates, and you're saying that they're going up, right? We even know that if we know that black people are statistically higher when it comes to exonerations, meaning people who have already committed the crime, been charged, convicted, and it's on the table of them being charged, right? For the actual convicted on the charge that they were
You
actually
still haven't
originally
answered my
arrested
question.
for.
You
I'm
still
saying if
haven't
that's the
answered my
case,
question.
yeah, I am answering. Follow me.
Stop.
Okay, go
Why
ahead.
is it
Go
that
ahead.
you want to focus on the couple dozen exonerations and not the few thousand murders?
Because we are focusing on the thousand, right? But what I am saying, which clearly you're not following, is if we know the statistic is high for people who are exonerated, meaning people who have been arrested, charged, and convicted for their crime. So they're serving time. Mind you, there's people who were released after 25 years or more serving a crime that they did not do, correct? Correct? Yes or no?
Sure, go ahead.
So that means originally they would be actually in the statistic and that you are bringing up when it came to the convictions. They would be actually
I'll
a
be
part of
honest
that
with you.
statistic, right?
You're just rambling. You sound like
No, I'm
Carmela
not.
Harris.
I'm
You're
not just
rambling
rambling.
on.
I'm trying to get
Okay,
you
so what?
to that
Okay,
point, right?
stop.
That's all
So
I'm
let's
doing.
just say you're the president of the United States. Would you focus on the 4,000 murders committed by black people, or would you focus on the 60 exonerations?
I would focus on both, right? Because they
Okay,
are
there you
complex,
go.
they're
Okay, the
interchangeable.
conversation over. I've had enough. Had enough. If your answer is both, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, sorry. It is what it is. All right, who we got? Hooked. Where are you from, Hooked?
So I am from Detroit.
And what brings you up?
So I wanted to talk about pretty much. I mean I'm not opposed to you. So I pretty much I just can't believe what some of these people are saying, and it's frustrating for me. And I'll tell you what, I was once left leaning, and I finally went right, and I'm shocked at the people. And it's funny is I feel like, and especially in the last conversation, is I feel like they know. I feel like they're arguing for no reason. And I feel like some of the points that you're making, I feel where they feel stuck, they get frustrated. And then they just make excuses. And I just feel bad for them, because it's like, why don't they just commit to the problem, like you're saying, and find a solution and then move on from it? But it's like, you get them into the corner where they backpedal, and it's like, man, why can't we move forward? And it's like, that's the problem in America right there. Like, we could just move forward if you guys would just break right at that point, right at that angle. Why don't you guys just break and say, listen, I get it, you're right. Why don't we just that one admit that one point right when he gets you there, and you guys just change everything. It would change the whole
Common
world.
sense and facts are not friends to these people. I'm sorry. That's the problem. Let's go to brother. Brother, where are you from, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm from North Carolina.
And what brings you up, sir?
Yeah, man. Again, first off, I just response to Charlie Kirk, man. First off, want to say rest in peace to Charlie, man. Charlie was one of those individuals when I first got on TikTok about a year and a half ago that really caught my attention. I learned a lot from him and other content creators as well, man. So I do want to shout out to, rest in peace to him. Definitely very, very young, too young to be taken off this earth that soon. And I do appreciate the words, and I do appreciate everything that he tried to do. The man tried to, again, connect with the youth, right? We always sit up here and say, the youth is the future. I've been hearing that since I was a youth. I'm 35. So, you know what I'm saying? So we've always been saying that, but Charlie seemed to be someone who literally took that seriously, right? Went there and wanted to have talks and wanted to have debates. I believe Charlie Kirk said, I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend until unalignment for your right to say it, And so it's one of those things where, doesn't matter. He believed in your right to say whatever it is that you wanted to say. He believed in dialogue, communication, and not violence, man. And that's something that I believe a lot of folks can get aboard along with. But unfortunately, a lot of people on the left have a problem doing that. And it's just sad to see, man. It doesn't make me feel good. I'm a conservative. It doesn't make me feel good, even though these liberals and not liberals, I'm sorry, I'll go with leftists are, again, so much downgrading and so much degenerating stuff about this situation and how they feel. But all I can do is pray for him, man. And thanks for letting me speak. But I do rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
I appreciate you, sir. Hello, Kitty. Where are you from?
San Antonio, Texas.
And what brings you up?
For me, it's just it bothers me on the fact of that a man was his life was cut short over speaking his mind. Nobody should ever have to be unalived over speaking words.
Okay, everybody agrees with that. Go ahead, next.
Me?
What is going on? All right. Pharaoh, where are you from?
Hello, I'm from Virginia originally. I'm currently in Europe right now. I actually want to address your last conversation with the panel that you have, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hear a lot of vitriol, right? And a lot of problems, right? Identifying the problems, right? I don't hear like a bunch of solutions, right? So if I could ask you a question, what is the number one indicator of crime?
You tell me.
Yeah, it's the material conditions, right? So if you look at the FBI statistics, right, like you like to bring up all the time, right? If we're talking about the number one indicator of crime, it is your material conditions around you, right? I.e., if you look at Baltimore, right, in the past 2 years, right, Mayor Scott actually brought down homicide rates by 62%, right? And he addressed that by addressing the material conditions in Baltimore, the
And
community
how
of
did he do
Baltimore.
that? How did he do that?
Addressing the material conditions in
How
Baltimore.
did he do that?
Yeah, by actually enforcing after school program, actually enforcing like different opportunities for the youth, not just the youth, for the community, right? Job
Did
opportunities
you
for
say you're in
young
Baltimore?
adults. Huh?
Are you in Baltimore?
No, I'm from the DMV, so I know.
Okay,
I
well,
know.
the National Guard's going there next, so fucking get ready.
I mean, for what? The crime rate has been down by 62%.
Okay,
The
so
homicide rate is down by 62%.
let's just say hypothetically, in a year, a city has 1,000 murders, just using round numbers, nothing to do with Baltimore, and it goes down to 900 murders. You could say, look, it went down, but there's still a problem, right?
There's still a problem, but the problem is being fixed actively. Like, what are we talking about here?
Okay, so once again, let's
you're
continue
talking
with the
about
hypothetical, okay? A U.S. city has 1,000 murders in 1 year. The following year, it goes down to 900. Great job. Okay, so we went down, but there's still a big problem. So if we put
It's not a big problem
hold on one second, please. If we put the National Guard in there, it's going to go down even more.
No, you're advocating for
No.
authoritarian regime.
Okay.
That's what you're advocating for. You know that, right?
Okay,
the
so what
problem being
about if
actively fixed,
the Baltimore mayor says we're going to hire 10,000 more police officers? Every weekend, we're going to have 10,000 more cops on the street. Are you for that?
no, I don't understand what you're
Yes.
saying, because the problem is being fixed. If the problem is went down by 62%
Once
in
again,
Baltimore,
just because it went down doesn't mean there's still not that the problem is gone.
by 62%,
Okay.
it went down significantly in the past 2
Okay,
years.
great.
Like,
Okay.
so you escalating the issue
So
by actually.
wait, how does more law enforcement equal escalating the issue?
Yes, because you're actually advocating for escalation by
How
aggression
is that
by the
advocating?
police force.
What?
How is that
Yeah.
advocating? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain it, because you're actually not fixing the issue, which the issue is the material conditions, which
Okay,
Mayor
but
Scott has
wait,
actively
let's
fixed.
just keep it very simple. More law enforcement equals less crime. Is that a accurate equation for you?
No.
No. Okay, so tell me a place where law enforcement was cut down or defunded or
Baltimore.
cut in half and crime went down. Go ahead.
Baltimore. I literally just gave it to you.
Okay, so
I literally just gave you
Baltimore.
that fact.
Okay, so how did they cut their police force down? Give me the stats.
Yeah, well, they took some of the funding away. I don't know the exact numbers, but they took some of the funding away.
Okay, elaborate.
Yeah, they took a piece of the funding away from the police departments, but they actively funding inside of they actively funded their programs, their after school
Okay.
programs, their etc., to actually fix the material conditions in that community.
Every time you say material conditions, everybody's going to take a shot. We'll all be hammered in about 20
You
minutes,
want
and
me to be
that's
specific?
fine.
I'll be specific about it.
But to me, do you agree that Baltimore is not a safe city?
It's safer now.
Okay,
I
it's
agree.
more
It
safe.
is not
Okay, great.
safe.
It's safer now.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, so why is it? Let's say I'm not even fact checking the nonsense. I'm just going to give it to you. Why not get more law enforcement on the street? Your answer said escalating. I just don't get that.
If you look at every single statistic, right, especially dealing with the black community specifically, right, is over policing in those neighborhoods, right, and the over policing in those neighborhoods involves more arrests for not even any crimes, right? You can look at
And
any
when you say
statistic that will tell you that.
60%, where do you get that number?
62%? Yeah, I got it from every single major outlet you could ever think of. Grounded News, if you want to actually get non-biased opinions, Grounded News is one of the best places for you to get to.
Well, year over year, it's saying homicides are down 30%.
Yeah.
So what's down
30% plus
60%? I don't
30%
get what
equals
that number
60%.
applies to.
30% plus 30% is equals 60%, if you understand what that's meaning, right? The past 2 years from Mayor Scott, right? So that actually lends to what
That's
I
not how it
previously
works.
said.
That's not. Wait, what? Say that again. Go ahead. Embarrass yourself. Go ahead.
No, you said 30%.
Go
You
ahead.
said
Embarrass
30%,
yourself.
correct?
Go ahead. So how did you get the 60% number?
62. I said 62%.
Okay, even better. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said before, from Mayor Scott. Mayor Scott has only been in the mayor for 2 years.
Okay.
It has worked out 62%.
Give me the stats. Like, because the Washington Post is saying that murders are down 30% year over year.
Is that over? Are you talking about
Can I
overall?
ask him a question?
Go for it.
Are you talking about overall, or are you just
Hey,
talking about?
What do you mean overall?
Farrah.
No, I'm talking about only on Tuesdays between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. Of course I'm talking overall. What the fuck else would I be talking about?
Oh, sir, please don't get like I'm having a civil conversation. You don't have to get.
Farrah,
No,
can I
I'm
ask
just
you a
saying
question?
you come up
Like,
here spewing your fucking bullshit. You're
just,
clueless.
like
Go
it's
ahead,
not
in the top. Go
bullshit.
ahead,
You
ask
can
him a
look it
question.
up.
Look, can I ask you a question? When you say that more police equal more crime, give me an example.
No clue.
That I said more. I never said more crime. I said more arrest. That's what I said. And
Do you
do
know
not
that
twist my words,
arrests?
sir. I
Do
said
you know
more
that arrests?
arrest. I did not
Do you know
say
what
more
arrests
crime. I
are?
said more arrest.
Do you know what arrests are?
What citizen? What arrest? Yes. Detention of a
What do you have to do to get
citizen. What are we
arrested?
talking about
What
here?
do you have to do to get arrested? Commit a what?
Supposedly commit a crime, but
Okay, so I'm just
Cosby
asking
came
you.
up here. Like,
Give me an example.
can I finish my?
Let's say there's 10 people in Baltimore, and there's 30 cops. Now let's both envision everyone in the city in there. Now give me an example of how those cops are going to create crime.
I never said create crime. I said create arrest. That's exactly what I said, sir. And do not twist my words.
Sir, how do you get arrested if you do what?
You can get arrested for anything nowadays.
Okay, all right.
If you commit a crime.
Not necessarily in this authoritarian
Yes,
government.
of course. Oh, yes.
Not in this authoritarian
Okay,
government.
so police officers, if you are committing a crime, they will take the jurisdiction of it all depends when they arrive into the scene. It's what's going on. Who's the aggressor? Who is the victim? Who is the victimizer? At the same time, it's cops do not just make arrests just to make an arrest. And if there are police officers who do that, the percentage is very small. And there are crooked police officers, but we're
But
not
why are we
talking
talking about the 1%?
Okay,
That's a
just hold
very
on one
small
second.
percent.
Hold on. Just put a pin in that. I'm going to move on to Trey. Trey, where are you from?
I'm from Louisiana.
What brings you up, sir?
All right, so to your prompt, the response to Charlie Kirk versus the response to George Floyd, you do realize that the response to George Floyd, although I'm not justifying like the burning down of like,
but I feel you're going to continue.
Yeah, sure, businesses and all things of that nature. It's a response to an oppressive system. On top of that, when Kirk was murdered, there were several HBCUs.
Trey, let's stop.
No.
Trey, stop. Okay, if you came up here and gave me stats where more black people were murdered by police officers.
So why did several HBCUs go on lockdown?
Trey, stop.
You've been interrupted. No, we're not playing this game.
Okay, well, guess what, Trey? Guess what? It's that simple. Okay, shut the fuck up. Just with all due respect, though, if you came up here and were able to play video after video of white cops walking up and just shooting black people, I would get that argument. If it was that, if it wasn't the case that more white people die at the hands of police officers, I just don't get why you guys. What is your name over here, Pharaoh? Like the shit that you spew, bro. Like, once again, I'm trying to be nice, but you're the problem, okay? Because you're not based in facts. You literally sat up here and said, well, if you take 30% from this year and added 30% for this year, that equals 60%. So we're doing great. That's not how it works.
First of all, you misconstrued what I said, right? I took the statistics that you actually posted and actually said about Baltimore, right?
That's
But you
exactly
said
what you said.
overall,
That
and
was
then you
exactly
corrected
your
yourself.
response.
Let me finish this point. And then you corrected yourself. You said the overall United States, and then I corrected myself. So please don't misconstrue what I said, right? Words mean things. Second of all, when I'm talking about addressing the material conditions,
All right, I've heard enough. I've heard enough. The material conditions. Shut the fuck up with that bullshit. There is a problem. There's one race that is murdering people in America, whether they're white or black, more than any other. Okay, the quicker that people come up here can acknowledge it and come up with solutions and not fight back on the reality that more law enforcement equals less people dying, until then, the problem's going to continue. And by the way, if you're watching, no, the Steelers, that play got overturned, I guess. Here, let's bring this tray back up. All right, Trey. So let's just keep it simple.
Yeah, so let me ask you a
My
question real quick.
hold on, Trey. My photo shows the different responses to each death, right? Me personally, I think they resemble the person that died pretty well, right? Pretty accurate. Where Charlie Kirk inspired more prayer, wanted more people to go to church, and St. George Floyd, he was a career criminal.
He
Is
inspired
anything I
Christian. He
said
inspired Christian nationalism. He didn't inspire true Christianity. It was just Christian nationalism. First of all. Second
Wait,
of all,
Trey, hold on 1 second, please. Anything I said 3 or 4 sentences. Are any of them inaccurate? George Floyd, career criminal, correct?
yeah, he has been convicted of crime. Sure,
Of
that
course, of
doesn't
course.
that
And
doesn't
Charlie Kirk
justify him
wanted
being killed,
people.
though. Are you trying to justify his history
Well,
of?
here's a crazy idea, and hear me out. Maybe let's not have fentanyl in our fucking system. That could help.
Yeah, no. So the case
Yeah, no.
shows
Okay, fair
from.
enough.
Yeah, no. He had a much lower percentage of fentanyl from the average overdose in his system at the time of him
Says
being
who?
arrested by whatever that guy's name was, the cop. So
Yeah.
that played no major role in him being killed. The fentanyl, it was primarily due to the fact that he had someone fucking sitting on his goddamn neck.
Do you think the fentanyl helped or hurt that day?
I mean, yeah, sure, it was hurting him, but again, the percentage in his system on average for overdoses was a lot lower than what it would
All
have
right,
been
so
if he was
we're not
going
gonna.
to
I try
overdose.
really hard not to go down the fact check road. Kind of just let people
Similarly,
embarrass themselves. But
if you're
my
gonna bring
question
up
for
if
you.
you're gonna
Hold on,
bring up the
Trey.
response to
Trey.
Charlie Kirk, you should also acknowledge the
Oh,
fact
okay.
that several historically black colleges throughout the U.S. went on lockdown due to threats from white
Oh,
people.
do you know who?
Before we found out the shooter
Trey,
was white.
stop, Trey. Stop,
Before
Trey.
no.
Stop,
Before we
Trey.
found out the shooter was white.
Trey, do you want me to
Before
drop
we
your
found out the
dumbass
shooter
again?
was
Yes or
white.
no?
No,
Okay,
before
Trey.
we found out the shooter was white,
Okay.
what
Once
happened?
again, Trey. Hold
Several
on.
HBC.
Once again, Trey. Simple question. Do we know who called the HBCUs? We have no clue who it was. It is what it is, Trey. Asia, you're not connecting, love. Or maybe you did. Asia. I don't hear you if you're talking Asia, but let's go to everyday. Everyday, what's going on?
Hey, thank you for having me back up again. I'm the guy who brought up the fire department issue. And there's my fire truck to prove it. And I'm too bad those clowns ain't here to see it.
So you, okay, fair enough. Well, that's fine. Good job, everyday. I appreciate you. Uh, Whatever. It is what it is. I appreciate you. I thought your example of how DEI can hurt people was perfect. Trey, you're back again, Trey.
What's up?
All right, Trey. We're much more calm. Very good.
I was calm before. I'm just using the same tactic you're using against Pharaoh there by just interrupting and rage baiting. The same shit that Charlie did actually for the majority of his career. You know,
I got
y'all
you. So
claim
let's
that
just keep it simple.
y'all
Let's keep
claim
it
that he
simple.
was this big old
Trey.
like martyr for the MAGA movement who cared about free speech and debate. He spent the better half of a decade running around the college campuses rage baiting people, and y'all call that intelligent debate?
All right, so let's focus on the response to each death, right? Do you want to sit here and try and justify $2 billion worth in damage,
I didn't
1,000 police
justify it. I
officers
didn't
hurt?
justify it. I simply gave you a response to a reaction of oppression. I didn't
Okay,
justify it at all.
but
There was no justification for that.
are black people in America oppressed today?
I mean, there were still systemic things in place that prevented us from like generating community wealth back then.
Okay.
I swear, y'all, it's almost like y'all think that post-slavery was just the most amazing experience for African Americans. Like all of a sudden, all the white people in the system just decided, okay, slavery's over. We're gonna just leave these blacks alone. No,
But
you
Trey,
continue
I
to
don't know if
oppress
you're
us
aware of
up
this.
until you continue to oppress us up
Trey.
until the
Short question,
90s.
short answers, Trey. Stop.
No,
Just to
I'm
be
giving
clear,
you a
you have
no.
never been told to
It's
get
not
to the
it's
back
not a
of the
simple yes or no
Trey.
question.
You
It's
want
not
me
a
to
simple
drop
yes
your
or no
dumb ass
question.
again? Trey, you have never been told don't drink from the same water fountain as me. You have never been kicked to the back of the bus. You have never fucking picked cotton. Why do you act like you have?
Okay, so do you realize that generational wealth and community wealth
Wait,
requires
answer me
time to
directly.
generate, correct? You
Answer
realize
me
that
directly.
generational and community wealth takes time to generate, correct?
Okay.
How
No, it
long have we
doesn't.
been systemically like fully free?
Okay.
Can
Okay.
you
Fair
answer that
enough. So let's
question?
not.
Can
No
you answer
problem.
that question?
I'll accept that, and
Okay.
let's just move the ball forward. How many more generations are Yin's gonna play victim for shit that happened to your ancestors? When's it like the expiration
Bro,
date on this victim card?
my great grandmother was born in the 40s.
Okay, great. So you're not
She is
answering
in
my
her
question
80s.
directly.
She
Once
was
again, Trey.
alive during
Trey, I'm going to
segregation.
count how
Stop with
many
the
times you
ancestor
deflect.
bullshit.
Answer me directly. How many more generations can this victim card be used?
When we actually have the same footing community wealth wise as
There
white
are black
people. I
people
mean, we
that
were
are more
sent back.
wealthy than me. There are white people more poor than you.
I'm talking about community wealth, not individual wealth. Community wealth, not individual wealth.
Okay. Elaborate
Then,
on
if
that.
I may,
No, hold
if I
on.
may ask a
Fireman,
question,
hold on, Fireman. I'm going to drop you. I just want to hear from this guy. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, no. So community wealth and obviously individual wealth are two different things. Obviously, there are some African Americans that have become successful throughout the system.
And why do you
But
think that is? Do
that
you think
doesn't
they have the
equate.
same mindset as you?
What mindset
They don't.
do I have?
Your mindset is there's two different mindsets you could have, right? Is
Okay.
one, you live in the greatest country on this planet. You could do anything you put your mind to if you work hard and do things the right way.
Greatest country with no.
Or hold on one second, and we'll get to that in a second because that'll be fun too. Or you could sit there and play victim and give yourself a pity party and make excuses. And that's what you have chosen, right? So whenever I said to you, we live in the greatest country on the world, you like giggled. Okay, what country is better?
Let's
Just answer directly.
You're right. No,
Stop
you're
the
right.
bullshit. Answer directly.
We're
What country is better
not
than the United
majorly
States?
better. We're not majorly better than any other first world country. First of all,
So why are you here?
what do you mean? Why am I here? I was born here.
Okay, so why don't you leave?
Oh yeah, let me just pack up everything I have and then just dip on to the next fucking country because it's just that goddamn simple,
Dip
right?
on.
To just start your whole life over in an area that you're not familiar with. Yeah, that makes total
Obviously,
fucking
you're
sense.
unhappy here, right? There's a lot of
Obviously,
negative
but
things about
isn't the
America
point
in
of a
your mind.
democratic system to be able to be given the voice to change what I don't like about our society and stay here to fight for that? Correct.
Right.
Well,
And how's that
what's with
working
the
out,
whole?
Trey?
Oh, if you don't like it here, you can just leave. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, let me just uproot my entire life and dip off to fucking Canada or goddamn the UK because I can just do that. willy
Sure,
nilly.
and you
That's a
wouldn't do
dumb
that, right?
talking point.
Even if you had the money, you wouldn't do that because you know deep down this is the greatest country on the planet.
No, you
Now,
know
we're
what?
not
If I had
perfect.
the money,
By no
I
means are we
probably
perfect,
would.
but I'm
I would
sorry.
probably look into leaving if I had the money, low key. I probably would look into leaving if I had the money. I'm not
Well,
even gonna lie to
speaking
you.
of money, I've asked this question often. What would it take for you to never mention the horrible things that our country has a history of, slavery, stuff like that? So
What would it take for me to
reparations
not
wise,
mention it? Why would I
what
not
would it
mention it?
take for you to just suck it up, get up every day, work your ass
Suck it
off,
up?
and do the right thing?
Suck it
So
up?
I'm offering you reparations. This is a
You were
negotiation. What
your
would it
ancestors
take
were
for
raped.
you? What, go ahead.
Your ancestors were raping black women in stalls, and you want me to say suck it up? You prevented us from getting
But
approved bank
I
loans.
have ancestors that were killed by getting starved in Ireland, right, in the 1840s and the 1850s. I can never imagine using that as an excuse for anything, but you guys seem
Okay,
to do
in
it.
the 60s, 80s, 70s, 90s, etc., were your ancestors also denied bank loans and entry into
I
higher
don't have
income
their bank
neighborhoods?
records, but like, do you hear
Yeah,
yourself
yeah.
talk?
No, so
You're a grown
you
ass
don't.
man using your great 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 grandmother getting denied a bank loan allegedly as an excuse. Like,
That's how community wealth works, asshole.
okay.
You
Like,
do
in
realize?
your
Oh my
mind,
god.
do you think that?
So we
Hold,
would
hold on
be
one second. Hold on, Trey. Hold on one second.
okay.
In your mind, do you think that a white person with a credit score of 400 walks into a bank today to get a loan and is approved, and a black person with a credit score of 800 gets denied?
No, absolutely not. No, not
Okay.
currently. In the big 2025, no. But
Okay, great.
again, we're talking about generational wealth, which takes time to build up, correct?
Gotcha.
So with this idea that African Americans are more violent, that we're often more low
Well,
income or
statistically, you're
poor,
more likely
this
to murder than any other race, right? Right. That's a fact. That's factual.
where'd you get that stat from? I heard y'all
It's an
talking about that
organization
earlier.
called the FBI. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it, but like, what data sheet? What year are you talking about? So I
Go
can
table
confirm that.
43A, the
Because
last
that
full
just
year. Wait, Trey, in your mind, okay, once again, this is the
no.
entertainment
Say it
part.
again. Say it again.
Hold
I'm
on, hold on
sorry.
one second, Trey, stop.
What's the name
Just
of the
very
stat?
simply, in your mind, what percentage of murders are committed by black people in America? What number are you okay with accepting?
Whatever the FBI puts out, and I want you to tell me that
Okay,
that
so,
send me
okay.
that link maybe or whatever you can to get that
How
link
about
to me
this?
so I can confirm
Just
it.
Google table 43A FBI, and then the first line is murder, manslaughter, and you scroll over, and it breaks it down by race. I believe it's in the gray area. And the Steelers just scored a touchdown for those that are worried about the Steelers.
What the fuck?
All right, so Pharaoh, why were you up here before, Pharaoh?
Oh yeah, no, I just want to discuss the solutions of crime in our communities.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, like I said before, right before I think you just cleared everybody out. I think the solution is actually funding our communities properly.
All right, so I knew you were up here before, and I apologize if I asked you this and don't recall your answer. Very simply, are you for or against more law enforcement on the streets?
I am against it.
Okay. I do remember you already. Okay, fair enough. I know where you stand. I think it is completely asinine to sit there and say more law enforcement doesn't equal less crime.
No,
Like
I
DC
said
is a most recent example of the National Guard going in and violent crimes, murders, etc., going down over a 30-day period.
so. Like I said before, right? I didn't say more police equals more crime. I said more police equals more arrest. That's exactly what I said.
Okay.
Like before, you probably don't remember, but this is exactly what I said.
Okay. And whenever we talk about DC, there are a lot of people, I think, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but they were saying that there was 400 guns taken off the streets. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, those numbers are factual. I don't know the numbers, but I mean more.
Okay, just
If
say
you're
hypothetically 400 guns were taken off the street, 400 people got arrested. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
for taking guns off the street, pew pews off the streets, are they illegal? Are they legal? Are they?
Just say
Are they legally
that there were
binding?
people that shouldn't be holding guns.
I mean, people that shouldn't be holding guns. I mean, if we're saying that, then yes, it's
Why did it take
inherently
a while to
good
get
thing.
there? All right, Treasure, where you
Because
from,
if you
Treasure?
believe in the 2A, if we believe in 2A, if you believe in 2A, then
I
this is it.
100% believe in the 2A, but if you are a
This,
convicted felon or you have something on your record where you should not hold a gun, you shouldn't have one. Doesn't matter. It's that simple.
no, you should actually be able to get your rights back, right? To actually hold a
Okay,
weapon
until you
inside
get
the
your
United
rights
States.
back, you should not have a gun. Point blank. End of story. That simple. All
Say
right,
again?
Treasure, where you from?
Oh,
I'm from Florida. I have some questions for you.
Go ahead, Treasure.
Okay. And for anyone else in the panel who is white, if you guys could wake up tomorrow morning and be black, would you?
100%.
Well, I will say this, Treasure. I don't know exactly what this means, but I've been told I have jungle fever. That's number one. And
You're not answering the question.
number two, how long am I black for? Am I a black
The
person
rest of your
for?
life.
Fuck yeah, sign me up.
Okay, good. All right. So the second question
Would you
is,
be white, Treasure?
I don't want to be white. I want to be black.
That's a fair point.
The other question is, on a daily basis or weekly basis or even monthly basis, do you get pulled over for being white or or do you get pulled over and and harassed just because of your color?
I'm gonna be honest. I get pulled over a lot for speeding, and I have tint on my window, so I do get pulled over often.
But speeding is not legal. You're not supposed to be
When
speeding.
was the last time you were pulled over that you didn't do something
My
illegal?
question to you was, do you get pulled over for the color of your skin?
I don't know. I can assure you, every time that I've gotten pulled over, it's been alleged that I did something wrong, but doesn't mean that I did.
So would it be safe to say that you do not get pulled over for the color of your skin?
That's a very interesting
Sure.
response.
Where are we
actually.
going? Where do we get to the point where you pull out your victim card on me? Let's just speed this process up.
I'm not
Save 8
playing
minutes.
anybody's victim.
All right, tell us you deserve reparations, and let's just
I'm
speed
not
it up. So
asking
go
for
ahead.
reparations. I'm not asking for that. You never heard me say that. So you told Trey to go back home. Where's your home?
When did I tell Trey to go back home?
When you asked him if he could move out of the U.S. and go back home, I heard you say, go back home. Where is your home?
I never once said go back home.
Okay. So where is your
So
home?
why are you coming up here with bullshit?
You were implying to Trey that he should leave the United States.
And why did I say that, Treasure?
When he was up here, you implied that he should
Very
move
good. You
out
got
of the
that.
United
Treasure,
States.
accepted. Guilty as charged. Why did I say that?
So my question is, where's your home?
Why did I say that?
Where's your home?
Hello, Treasure.
Hello. Where's
Can I
your
ask you, why did I say that to Trey?
I don't know why you said that to him.
Okay. So you picked up on my response to his dumbass comment, and you want to come up here and play Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson?
No.
Does that make sense?
My point is every single one of us, whether it be us or our ancestors,
Not me.
came
I'm
from
a
somewhere else.
foundational white
Came
American.
from somewhere. Your parents or your great grandparents or your grandparents literally came here from somewhere else.
Actually,
Okay.
can I actually talk to the host about that? Actually, I think it's very interesting. You said you was from Irish descent earlier, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So like, I just find it funny that you have an issue with black people advocating for their rights inside this country. But with the IRA in Ireland, right? You understand what the IRA is, right?
Wait, hold on one second.
Yeah,
You have
go
the
ahead.
same rights.
No. So the Irish people, right?
Stop. Once
Okay.
again, just be factual. Are
I
there
am
any
being
rights
factual.
I have that you don't?
Correction. Legality, no, but the use of the law is different. But
How?
like I said, but the use
How?
of yes, it varies, right? Like yes, yes, the 14th Amendment and the 13th Amendment was passed, right? But more black people are more incarcerated more so than any other demographic.
That's because
But
you guys commit
that's
more
not my point
crimes.
here, host.
You guys
That's not my
commit more
point I'm
crimes.
trying to make. That's not the point I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make is that Irish people are advocating for their rights back in Ireland, right, with the Irish Republican Army, right?
That would
They
that
have
would
every right.
apply.
They have every right to do
Wait,
so.
hold on one
And I
second.
believe
Stop, Pharaoh. Stop. That would apply if black people were still fighting for rights in this country.
they are fighting for rights in this country.
Okay.
They are fighting for rights in this country.
Okay. What rights do I have that you don't?
You get to walk the streets without being harassed on a daily basis.
And actually, the access to accumulate capital on a large scale.
You're
Also,
funny, man. And I mean this sincerely. You guys sit up here, both of you, playing the victim card very well. Kudos for that. But how many more generations can this go on? Like, how many more? Like, all I'm looking for is a fucking expiration date on this victim card. When does it fucking expire?
It expires when you open your mind. It expires
Open my
when
mind.
you realize that every single one of us are human beings. When it expires when people start taking black children and black men and hanging them on trees like they're fruit. It expires when you
But stop. You're playing victim for something that didn't even happen by a white person. There's been no police report that says that a white person did that at whatever culture.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? You can't be serious.
Wait, hold on one second, Pharaoh. Your dumb little laugh does not change reality, right?
You cannot be serious.
Okay, no problem. So I'm willing to learn. So who was the white person that hung the black person from the tree?
You're right in saying that it's not an official police report saying that, but we all know there's not going to be a black kid in Mississippi hanging himself from a tree in Delta
I
State.
got you.
That's not going to happen. Like,
Okay.
come on now. Like,
All right. So
it's literally implied.
until I see a police report, I don't want to hear your pity card for that either. Okay. Because whether
it's
you're
simply
hanging from a
implied,
tree or however the person commits suicide, I'm willing to bet money that person committed suicide.
And I will bet
Okay,
you. I will bet you my next
Pharaoh,
paycheck.
Pharaoh, can I say something?
I'll bet you your reparations.
Okay, so if it becomes a trend that white little girls, little boys start being hung up on a tree, excuse me, do you think that it would be black people that would be doing it?
I don't know why is it. Hold on one second. Why is it that you guys go with hypotheticals?
So we can't go with
I just don't get it.
but you
Why
can.
is it? Stop.
You can.
Why? Stop.
You can. Stop.
Okay. Once again, here I'm just going to tell you very bluntly.
Yeah. Tell me.
You two are the fucking problem in this country.
No, you are the problem.
I'm the problem.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
Let me tell you why you're the fucking problem.
I'm going to tell you what it is.
Look.
You're mad because your dick is small.
Listen.
You're mad because your dick is small. That's why you're mad.
That's
why you're mad.
All right, so no problem. Okay, but in reality is there are too many people, like my last two guests, that sit there and nonstop play victim, make shit up, refuse to acknowledge facts, and you're the problem. Okay? And until that changes, we're fucked. Okay? And I'll be honest with you, it's just not black people. Okay? It's a lot of Democrats. It's this whole pro-Gaza bullshit movement, right? Where you have gullible people believing propaganda. And that's the number one issue, right? So I don't want it to be where, oh, Dave, you're talking shit on black people. No, it's just not black people. If it was just black people, then it is what it is. But there's a lot of white Democrats. There's a lot of people that are pro-Pally that are clueless as can be. And just imagine if you guys came up here and you said, Dave, look, you said this fact, and here's the data to back it up where you're wrong. That would give you more credibility. But when you come up here and give hypotheticals, if white people started getting hung from trees, I think it's pathetic. And I mean that. And I couldn't imagine living my life using what happened to my ancestors as an excuse for why my life sucks. When was the last time, Treasure, a white man held you down? When was the last time a white person held you back? And once again, that's where you guys struggle, is facts, reality, common sense. You guys struggle with that. All right, I'm going to go watch the Steeler game. I appreciate you all. Follow this account. I'll be back live later on tonight. Click the link in the bio. This live will be uploaded to YouTube and show all the dumb Democrats, Muslims, Black Americans embarrassing themselves. I appreciate you all. Love you all. And I will see you later on. Go Steelers.